I've conquered. They started, now it's over. My power uncovered. Now I begin. Fate's immortals, only the brave know. Fighting the unknown, siding with bravery.
blade knows no mercy. You or many, you will die all the same. Tired of living? Leave it to me. Light's blade knows no mercy. You shouldn't have come here.
I've conquered. They started, now it's over. My power uncovered. Now I begin. Fate's immortals, only the brave know. Fighting the unknown, siding with bravery. I will prevail. I cannot fail. I will prevail. I cannot fail.
其实已经很多年没回家过过中秋了。
别说了嘛，没有拿到冠军之前，我是不会回去的。
赏月，我这边也有月啊。
好了好了，就这样，中秋快乐，拜拜。
凯豹，你真的觉得你能拿冠军啊？
人如果没有梦想，那和咸鱼有什么区别？你打职业难道不想拿冠军吗？
很多事情努力了也不一定有结果的。我老了，还是养家糊口更重要啊。
我告诉你，我心中那团火焰是不会熄灭的。
我们说春季赛都在为楚真你去马了，你们现在抬头看一看，楚真他在哪儿？恭喜楚真！
虽然这次又爆浆了，但我现在有了月光宝盒，可以回到过去，把他们都拿下。
月光宝盒能够穿越时空的法器，传说中至尊宝曾用它救下白晶晶。
菠萝蜜。菠萝蜜。哦！
是再度恭喜海豹王者归来，再次站到了这个熟悉但又陌生的舞台，掌声送给他。
我们队选手终于变了。
对不起，小豹，我真的很需要这个冠军。我老了，还是养家糊口更重要啊。
年龄大一些的以后，发现其实就比较简单，就是为家人过得好一些嘛，就是能做的就这些嘛。
早知道还是回家过中秋了。
Wait. Wait, what's his hair look like now? That's all I want to know. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 2024 NARAKA BLADEPOINT Summer Pro League. I'm your host, Nbpl, here alongside Cerverio, as we're about to get ready to lock in for 6 games of solos for today. I need to talk. What was that? I'm so...
I need
We had a whole
context,
Tai Bao trilogy about his hair. And he starts murking everybody, and we just end up with him just being the solo winner.
Yeah, my man was looking left, like someone looked the wrong way. He said, "Oh, nah, you're done."
I was not
like,
ready. I was like, "What are we watching?"
This is no longer.
Get ready to lock in. Obviously, we have a lot of new things coming alongside with all of this, especially with the solos here. But yeah. We have all the players. I'm so Cervero, take it over. Take it over. I'm
still trying to process what happened. I mean, listen, Guyball went through, and you went ahead and said, "I'm throwing 1, 2, 3s in every single direction." It's crazy. But before we go through and explain what happened further, we gotta go for the drops. It's Twitch chat. You know, you guys are in there. We're live in there. We're not on a replay. This is live. Well, you know, when it comes to replays, it is live. But right now, frame 1, I can tell you, it's live. And we're going to have drops when it comes down towards you guys watching for every 15 to 30 minutes, up to an hour for that validation choice gift. gonna be once out a week where you get the last one, but you're gonna get Silken each day. Now for bi-weekly finals, I get mentions, I get messages. Everyone's like, man, where's the Dragon's Grave? Where's the Dragon's Grave? Man, that's a week 3 finals. We're on week 2 right now. You're still gonna get a limited avatar though if you try to decide to watch it next weekend. And then we're gonna have the 2024 summer avatar. Like I said, these are limited rewards. But man, to the point where when Dahui got the kill on Kai Bao, my man lost all his hair at that point, man. I don't know if that's the backstory, or he was actually the antagonist and we ended up going into the Netflix storyline that we just never really expected to see for season 2. And then all of a sudden Netflix is like, yeah, no, it's canceled. I'm like, what? Bro, I was invested. I've been waiting for this whole time.
Sir Mario was already asking for a season 2. And I was like, we didn't even finish this season. We don't know if he was caught. Did they find out? Was there, we don't know what the season 2 brings to that specific storyline about his hair. I'm going to be honest. I thought Kai Bao was going to be bald by the end of the story. I'm not gonna lie. I was like, how did they convince him to shave all his hair? That was my next question, but that didn't happen. And I was like, oh, okay. See, I didn't know that. But at first I was like, okay, listen, there's a lot of stuff that's happening here. Obviously, we're gonna get ready to lock in for groups B and C for our solo games. That's right. That means we have Alliances Frostless. We have Slows from BBE. We have Wolves, WL, formerly known as Wan Liang. We have TE Star, JL's AIS, Arano as well from EWG. You have Juan, which has been pretty much kind of the talk of this last few solo games that we've been seeing so far here. Yuan has really put in a really surprising performance, and it's definitely given some people a run for their money. Myself, I'm really loving Akane. Akane and his performance, he's really started to show up a lot more throughout the series here, and it's been really good to see. But let's check out the standings, though, which unfortunately, as I was talking about Akane, he's down at the bottom with that 7.5. So, still, he's got a lot of growth to do, but he's still been putting in the effort. Like I said, that first game, in terms of that, he was really putting in that effort. Now, obviously, at the top, 31.5, Spider all the way at the top. Obviously, Spider will not be playing today, but Wu Fang in second place with that 25.4, a little below DRG's Fang with that 25.3. So literally a 0.1 difference between second and third place. Obviously, that jump from Spider still pretty substantial, and obviously another substantial jump from 24.1 from KLA6225 and 19 points from Versus from Fun Plus Phoenix, 19 points in total. So obviously everybody's kind of in this back and forth here, and obviously Mike, Fang, Hame, Shozang is going to be also fighting this out as well inside of this. So somebody's going to be taking it over for that first place slot here as we look at our list. And obviously the 2 night, we start at night, we end at night, we start with Fireflies, we end with Fireflies. Amazing to see so far.
Yeah, and I love Midoriya being its first round for the inception for its choice pick in this process for the solo scene. For trios, it's daytime for the first round. For solos, having a first round into that midnight time frame really just goes through and gets the teams going into this game style. Now, for the majority of things, and hopefully to see, the teams are looking to try to go ahead and having for their players, what's best going to be the case scenario. I mean, a lot of players love taking it into Arcadia, but when it comes down towards Hollow into Sunny Midday, into Morning Dew for Midoriya, that's when things kind of come through. And I'm kind of curious in seeing about how today ends out. We have day 2 gamers coming in from the previous group. That's going to be 2 complete, names I want to bring out here from X1's Wufang and OUG Mike. Now, Mike had a little bit of a rough putting here for first day. He had 3 donuts coming in, but he had 3 high-scoring games where he is still in progress for top 6. Wufang, on the other hand, has second place overall beneath Spider. And since Spider isn't playing today, there could be a mix-up in terms of how the progress goes through between these 2 players. I mean, Mike and Spider were fighting back-to-back and head-to-head, both Realm Yangs and outer Realm Yangs, right? That came through, and that came through also with the third parties that TT25 was able to provide for the, for the sequence of actions. But Wufang, he had his consolidated fights with a majority of the other players, and having an opportunity of actually being into the end game circle as much times as possible. I mean, to the point where when it was up against him and Fang, even in the first round, you saw how much Wufang was actually able to just hold his ground up until a 0.2 difference. And when it comes down to these players, it's really going to be a case instance of, where each other lies into their skill set. And with the, Full Moon Festival coming through here, I mean, it really comes down towards the celebratoriness of these players coming back into the spring, or for the summer, I should say, for week 2. And we are also on the patch if you guys weren't here for day one, the patch is going to be the 829 patch for August 29th. That's the fist blades nerf patch. Yet we still see fist blades continuously. There's no option selection otherwise, because that weapon just has so many properties towards it, and it has a lot of potential just staying to the put, unless things happen with the balancing changes where no other team or no other player is going to want to try to dip away from that weapon selection outright, even if it's common rarity.
I mean, even with that though, I mean, the common rarities still are good, but is it beneficial though? Is it absolutely crucial in those moments, especially in these night maps, right? Is it one of those things where it's really crucial in really locking in during those fights, especially knowing, like, you know, all types of parties are really going all over the place with a lot of these angles. Obviously, it's not that easy to really dictate that, because every scenario comes with a different solution. Every solution has a problem. So the question is do you solve that problem, or do you become the problem? Right? So with all of that in mind, with all of the extra, you know, pretenses and all that stuff, you know, what is important in these first sets?
I mean, one thing I would like to see, and considering that it's happened before, is how the range of picks happened for these rounds. I mean, we saw Tessa's into the second ladder half for first day. We saw Tessa's even in the finals when we came out to BIWEEK2 finals, where she was showing up, she was performing really well, and yet for some reason it's not someone's first selection choice all the time, or we don't see that until 100% pick rate for round 5 or 6 when the selection process comes out. But when day one occurred here for BIWEEK2, man, Fong showcased again where Tessa stands onto the leaderboard of choice picks for doing well. Arano as well did that into the games, and to when it came down towards the final. So kind of hoping to see about what's gonna happen if her presence is gonna be more known. Maybe players are just trying to find a feel for her after that change up for the rage and just having to try to adjust towards it. I'm kind of curious in seeing whether it just eliminates threats that can just create a whole tension field of fight, especially with Keelan's being able to go crazy inside of the field of play, where he's able to slash left to right. If he gets caught by the enchant, he's stopped in his tracks. You can force the Keelan guard at that point for the CC control, but at the same time, it comes down towards the costliness of a third party to appear and going through. Ain't no way we've seen the Karumi there. I saw it for a minute, for a second. Well, hopefully we can see these choice picks coming in for a first round selection pool process. And, you know, we're going to see the usuals here. Always going to see the Liams. And another thing too, Dobby, with Liam appearing here, instead of using the regular V1, Liams are opting in for V2, the little orb that you can capture your opponents in. And then we saw Mike do some nasty setups with it. I mean, he was able to capture somebody and knock him to death's door in the span of one ultimate cast. And like I said, one cast is all he needed. He went ahead and just used the second one just because he just felt like it, and it wasn't even necessary at that point.
With that too, I mean, you definitely don't want to risk that though, especially in these moments, especially too early. That's really the name of the game. Don't pop a lot of those problems too early. And I think a lot of them starting to kind of realize that coming into this game, knowing that. I feel like this season is a little bit different. I feel like the pacing is much different, and I think that's kind of like what's throwing some of these players off, especially knowing that we have this new map that's been like just such a substantial like type of like not necessarily experiment, but it feels experimental when some of these players get a chance to like really hop into this space that isn't necessarily, you know, newish territory for them, right? Mm-hmm. Especially with what Padoria brings to the table, especially this early, and especially as aggressive as it is, getting the nighttime version too off rip really gives a lot of these players the chance to absolutely go nuts. But it also forces them to kind of pay attention a little bit in some of these areas. But let's see if they're going to pay attention or if they're going to get absolutely aggressive here. Because like I said, it's going to be Fireflies, and they're going to lock in for our first game in Padoria. It's my favorite map. I can't wait. I can't wait for the day that NARAKA gets the animation where we can see where they're dropping and it shows the whole animation. Can't wait.
When I saw that frame 1, I was so excited. I was like,
let's check out these hero picks.
Yo, is that what I think it is? Oh. Yo, they're mono picking V2 for their Liams. Arano and Wufong decided to walk Rocket after they saw the performance of it in the solos in yesterday. And one thing too is that with V2, you can yoink. We saw it happen. Mike did it to TT25. He just picked him up and took him out to the field to play for his own sake. Now Frostovis, is going to be presenting himself for Justina first round pick with V2. Curious in seeing how he's going to be able to operate. I was making mention about seeing V1s versus V2s. He was first to inceptionalize it into the State Cup when it came out, and then V1 just kind of came more and more, more available for players to get used to, just because so many are setting themselves up to try to catch someone in neutral or just going ahead for a stagger outright. But when it comes down to V2, right, that's a hard confirmed freeze. Anyone who's even charging up into not ultimate, but for skill gold focus, they can still get caught, and he's just going to have an opportunity going through the spawns here. Though, going all the way down to the Azov Peak, everyone is opting in for the north side into the Arcadia region, on top of Heaven's Rise, into Spring Enclave and the Moongaze Terrace. This is all Firefly regions that are coming through here on the north side, and kind of curious about seeing that rotation of this.
Wait, I haven't seen this yet. Hold
yeah.
on this moment. Oh man, look at this. Look how fast it is too. It's also much bigger too. As you can see, the terrain really starts to spread out a lot more than what it did on Holoroth here. Meanwhile, this far back section, like past Imperium, definitely is going to be the favorite, obviously, throughout this one over in Arcadia, right? So a lot of those, like, kind of in the middle of Shrine Waning and Waxing, all in those areas here is going to see some fair amount of people alongside the backside of where Jade Gate is, which would be Cascade Creek. As Mike immediately drops in, gets a little aggressive on one player, decides to back off, doesn't have any shield, finds Wolves finding with the blue shield, and he goes, "Nah, you got it. You got it, pimp. My bad. I don't want to fight you now." And it looks like he's going to force the fight and his hand as well. Let's see if he can open some of these vases and maybe hopefully get something out of this here. Doesn't look like he's going to find any shield on him, so Mike has to play this a little bit more careful, knowing that Wolves has that. But at the same time, he is AOW's Mike. He could turn this around and absolutely destroy him, though. Even though he has no shield on him, Nice strike starts to come in on Wolves here. Looks like AI is going to try to see if maybe he can clutch this up. Oh, nice parry off the back stretch. Absolutely destroys it with blue focus here. And it looks like it's not going to be good here as it's time. Oh, but Wolves might actually take it away from him here as AIS. JL is going to be able to get the elimination off of this, though. Almost got it stolen away. But he says he's able to get it in just the nick of time here. Mike, with that gray shield here, willing to risk it here between him and JL with the blue shield here. It looks like he's going to catch him within this stun. It looks like he's going to continue to push off this AS. Not giving him the opportunity, though. Could have used it towards the stun, but it's not going to be enough as the heavy sword puts in so much damage. Ends up trying to capture the fly. Is able to get a gray shield. Nice little reset here for him, just a little bit. Misses and dodges the way off of the blue strike. Whoa, was able to catch him mid-air yet again. Decimates him. So many decent strikes off this one. Mike is going to try to see if he can pop him just long enough here. But it looks like he's going to pop the ulti here. It looks like he's going to scramble a little bit while longer. He's able to pop some of the heals to be able to get a decent amount of momentum. And now he's going to use the rest of his ulti in order to cause a little bit more of a problem. And it looks like he's going to pop the ulti. The question is he going to be able to do it just enough? Yes! He times it just right, gets the strike, gets the finish before the ulti pops up. And it's not looking good as Akame is going to come in and decides he wants to join in on this third party.
Yeah, he's got blue armor, he got blue fist blades, making his appearance through here into Heaven's Rise, just to make sure and see if there's any players. He hits that bell, it's spotted out. AI is going to be on the run. Chushang, though, with purple armor, is also arriving to these fights. Now, considering that we were able to see the Tesla here at probably the point where she can be contested to being at her lowest, it was up against the Hottie. The ultimate came into play, where he's able to, he's not the iframe, but he was able to kind of sustain himself through the Tesla enchant initial strike. But then afterwards, it was just a time frame before the enchant was to proc out from AIS. He went for the swipes, he full committed, he got the elimination as a result. Now he's stuck between a rock and a hard place. We got Akame on one side with the fist blades, and then we have Chushang on the other with that armor, so that way there is not going to be a dent into the health bar. Now, as it comes through here, another elimination being earned out here for DRG Funk into the kill feed, but AS takes the board so far with 2. Open to see where he can try to find an armor onto his sight lines, or if he can try to go ahead for a reset. Regardless, though, these guys are just not going to let this one up. I mean, he's got a fan. He can keep scale rushing. He can keep kiting. He can try to go ahead for some aggression and try to create some instigation for that somebody to come through. But a parry like that from Chushang going to kill him over, and that's going to be where the Soul Bloom is going to come into play. Whether or not Keelan's ultimate is going to come through, I know that Akame is just trying to hold off for dear life and going for those 1-2-3s because it's been released every single time. The F2 investment comes out. He's going to go for the clicks. There's going to be the RMBs. There's going to be the verticals. Now Akame on old duty for the Hottie. He decides to chase down Chushang. Chushang has an opportunity here just to release a blue, but you got to remember, Hottie can parry an ultimate, and he gets the level 3 charge immediately upon inspection. So for everything coming up for Chushang, goes for pistol shots, goes for the anti-air method, keeps himself to try to go for the poke. He's burning off the armor for Akame. Akame gets out of the fight for him. And now comes the Keelan ult slashes. 2 slashes down. Akame looking to try to invest towards him, dodging out the second. The Keelan guard is also procced out here. He cancels ult, and Chushang finds that last slash. gets his second elimination into the Heaven's Rise fights that we just saw. Hopefully we can see them later on as they spawn down further down south or even towards the Arcadia. As we can see here, the Vulpin's essence might be trying to get completed between TE Star and ASE's XY.
Interesting to see how he's able to maneuver this as well here, but he still has a lot of room to play here. Inside of this place, looks like he sees him on the outside here. Doesn't decide to engage on this. Gonna be able to walk towards this as well here. And it looks like Arano and Wu Fang finding this out here. Both of them gonna be able to try to see if they can take the time. Ooh, tries to strike it actually. And he ends up snatching him away. He says, "You're coming with me, big boy." Throws him against the wall. And absolutely decimates him. Oh my goodness, it's a two-time Wu Fang. Nothing to do, nowhere to go. The man, I think, just accepted it. I'm not even gonna lie to you. He just looked, he said, "Yeah, that's about right. That's pretty much what I expected to happen. It's okay. It's all right. I'll run it back. It's okay. Not a big deal." Arano, meanwhile, has the ulti. And it looks like he has the ulti on him currently here at the Tiger. It's gonna come through with the nice Tiger Strike. Throws him on the outside. Right through again. The same amount of aggression is going to be able to push in towards this, though. Oh, nice strike to be able to catch him yet again. Another Tiger Strike is going to be able to throw him off the outside into the water. Nice post shot to connect it to Arano in a real tough place here. He's going to have to maneuver this out and tries to dip out as much as possible. It's not looking good for him, though, as he does start to close in the gap. The question is he going to close it just enough to get the finish? Oh, he jukes him mid-air. Is he going to be able to find a shield swipe? He does. Arano finding a beautiful blue shield swipe to be able to go right back towards this fight here. Nice strikes. Oh, it's going to be able to find it. Catches him on the mid-air push towards this, though, as well. Oh, nice air tornado. I don't even know what this is. The air bender? Excuse me? Beautiful find towards this, though. Star able to hold strong for a little while longer here, but a really, really impressive performance by Arano, though. Really taking his time, knowing that he has to be able to dip out, finds enough space to be able to capture that blue shield, and then goes right back to the fight and says, "Listen, I'm able to separate myself for a minute, capture a small little bit of shield, and a small little bit of heals, and now I'm back in this fight." Wants to try to see if he can take it as well with this testament to him, so, but it's not going to be enough. As Star puts that pressure on him, has that purple shield, has more of the advantage inside of that circle, and obviously he gets took for everything he's got.
Yeah, and he also had in that purple armor, purple weapon, a full peak power, and the F2 coming through the Akos, blasting through walls and everything of the nature. It sets up a really good, just catching your opponent before they realize it. F1 Akos has been in usage for a long time. And it's a mitigation that comes through here. AIS, though, catching a little bit more problems here for Mike as it continuing these fights, even post Heaven's Rise. Spawns in for Mike right now with a dagger. He's going to go ahead and summon his inner Fong energy, trying to go ahead for kiting back and forth throughout this area for the Romy Yang and trying to contest it as he's having 7 seconds. Remember, you enter Romy Yang, it's 100% rage to be retained, to be earned, as well as for your armor. So really just trying to look at reducing the amount of resources utilized, and Mike gets in that Romy Yang for the first slot. So waiting to see whether or not other players are going to want to take the time of just waiting at the timer and hope to get a free Romy Yang. The likelihood of it is going to be very minimal, but the minuscule effort of that comes out. Frostbus has ultimate, has purple weapon, has that V2 on standby, and seeing about whether or not he's going to be able against a Keelan or for the Tessa fight or even for the Liam. It will be something if those players take the chances here, even with XY opting in here for Matar for this round. We're waiting at the timer. This is going to be the moment of shining if it comes through. If we can get a Luxac low gear type, hero to come through with blue weapons and we have the mitigation for it, it's good. We're straight. But if we have a purple weapon, it means that we do damage faster. And this is going to be Matari versus the Tessa, Mike versus XY for the first Romy Yang fight. And it's going to enter into a full send up between both of these to try to get themselves the buff and the gold weapon.
See if it's going to be possible, though. It's Mike trying to see if maybe he can connect some shots here. Looks like Yuan was able to connect the shot onto him as well here. He's going to take his time. Nice blue focus charge, trying to see if he can time it right, but it's not going to be enough. Ends up catching the swipe off this, though. Captures the F key just enough to be able to maneuver him around, but not enough. Both of them kind of dodging here, waiting for both one of them to either strike or take the parry. Looks like it's not going to be able to do a lot for both sides here. Oh, as Yuan is able to get a nice two-piece strike onto Mike here. Trying to see if maybe he can continue to keep that same maneuvering. He's going to be able to go for the stun here. Not going to be able to do too much here. The question is he going to be able to have enough to stall him? No, and he's able to capture him with the stun and is able to time it just not right, though, where Mike doesn't prioritize the strike in towards this, though. Now we're back at it again. A minute left on the clock here. Both of them trying to see if he can get the swipes, though, from his heavy, and is able to get some nice hits, though, but not enough. Is able to get rid of the rest of his shield, though. The question is he going to be able to continue the same maneuver movement off of this, though? But we know when it comes to Mike, Mike is not afraid to handle a fight. He's not able to handle the energy. Beautiful movement to get away from the stun as well here. Oh, Mike able to time it just right here. And it looks like he's still going to be able to try to see if he can find the nice strike from the dagger. Not going to be able to do a whole lot. Oh, you won! throws that hand back, smacks him across the face, and says, "Get out of my face, boy. What you talking about?" There's a little disrespect. I'm not gonna lie.
A little bit. I mean, the Vulpin's Essence proc, that's 1,000 heal. That's 40% mitigation for 5 seconds. It was just a timer for Mike to try to wait that out, try to do a little bit minuscule damage here and there. But once it came down to a single hit blue focus slap in the face of danger while Mike was charging up, there was nothing he can do. He can't even clink that. He can't even parry that, right, for the most part. And now Mike's outside of Romiang into the fights against BBE's slows. Now this is going to be between getting Romiang depletion to get rid of. And for Mike, still 0 eliminations. Looks to try to bait out for the roll for the horizontal, and he captures a Tessa enchant. But this enchant does not occur here. Slows this might be caught. He's got V2 to ready to go here after this point, but he gets caught into neutral. That's a deletion, I think, right then and there for the blue focus. In the musket shot to finish off the job, Mike gets himself out of Romiang depletion just like that, and that's not going to be a problem. Now we have another fight, Wang Yang versus Frostivus. This is a key fight I've kind of been holding on and seeing. And Frostivus won his Romiang. He has himself with the gold fist plates to be earned out. He's got no F2, no combo breaker to get out of this one. And we're in the Mercury River right now, folks. So if anything comes out here, if someone crouches for too long, they'll be caught into the river. But there's going to be the extension here for the R&B. The uppercuts are coming out for the 1-2-3. The Keelan guard is forced out. Third party coming out from AXC's XY. And there's going to be a chance here for second freeze to be confirmed. Doesn't get it. Looks like it's going to be a kill steal coming into place. And that's where XY is going to come through. And trying to fight Wang Liang here for teleports and trying to go for it. And he's one sneeze away from death. Frostivus gets that pistol shot. No. ASE XY finds 2 eliminations back to back. And with that Vermilion Birdsmite earned out here from Frostivus, this is going to be a 3-kill game so far for ASE's XY. And this is going to be where he can take the lead. He's got a gold pole sword. He's got the Vermilion Birdsmite. So he can take any fight he wants at this point in time just to make sure he can keep that progressiveness forward.
I mean, he could. The question is will he? Is the really, because obviously we still have 5 more games after this too. So those things going to come through. Nice little bits of strikes still coming in from that blue focus off the wall here. Sfang gonna get at least some of that defense going. Whoa, nice little bit. Trying to see if maybe he can capture that, but not going to be able to do enough. Is that a frog head? Whoa, nice little bit of Tiger Strike though. To be able to capture him off of this wall though. And sadly, it doesn't actually send him though. As Fang's gonna try to see if maybe he can maneuver through this. Not looking good as he's caught in between 2 of these players. He's gonna have to try to move this out. Wow, catches a midair. Oh, the beautiful strike, and Yuan is able to capture a nice little 3-piece, 2-piece into that finish though. Captures it, and then now it's not caught getting good for Shazing. Shazing is caught in between both of them though. Oh, nice time strike. Sadly was able to miss the second one. Is he going to be able to capture it for Yuan? Maybe he gets the elimination. He's dangerously low. 1 HP. It's not going to be enough, but it's okay though. Shazing does have that Vermilion's Birdsmite, so obviously all of that was just all risk, all fun, no risk.
Yeah, Froghead Ribbit. It was hoppity, and then the R&B coming out from XY.
Or your money back guaranteed.
100%, 72 months, APR 0. No, I'm just awesome. Listen, having XY though pop off this game, it's a good notion. I mean, we saw this in week 1. We didn't get just seen in day 1 for this week, but now we're seeing the flow coming through here. Now we're seeing where his Matari is going to be shining out for the 5 eliminations he earned so far. Mike still wants to take Romiang, and he's up against CE Star here to try to contest it. There's going to be fist blade motions coming through here. Mike catches the horizontal, looking for the crouch LMB, looking for the crouch horizontal if he can. Hopefully see a charge up. The F2 ward comes out to mitigate that, and ult cast coming in from Mike as the V1 is going to be coming through, ticking down the timer. We know there's going to be a whole enchant to happen, but a nice musket shot from the distance deals out enough damage like a blue focus, and this is going to force Star away from the Romiang. This is the Romiang pass that is being defended here from Mike, and he's got 10 seconds on the clock. He's got himself to really work this one out. He's got a Hong sword. He's looking at to try to go ahead for confirmation for combos if he can get a neutral into LMB uppercut wrap up on blue, or just being able to go ahead and psych out an opponent. Who knows? He has himself a musket that he's been able to utilize. He's got no repair chest though, and that's something that he's not going to have a fun time if he doesn't have the musket ammo to work off of catching a horizontal into a musket shot from the distance, or like he just did with Star, where he was able to go ahead and get a confirmation after the enchant. But it looks like Star is stacked out of his mind. Double fist plates that are purple rarity, and he's got a blue dagger on standby. Hoping to see whether the fight's going to happen to occur here. Mike, though, into the sky, looks for horizontal hold, midair, release. Maybe looking for a triangle for R&B. The F2 from the Akos comes out from Star. A bait out for that Tesla ultimate comes out. Mike is expended for 1 ultimate. Going to have to eat up all this damage. Looking for the scare rush here. Go for the crouch LMB. Potentially looking for the horizontal hold check if he can. But there's going to be that 1-2-3, the natural combo coming in from the fist blades. Second ultimate's ready for Mike for the Tesla. He confirms it, but we're gonna have to see the F2 roar. There it is, and there's gonna be the extension that's gonna be needed. Star gets victory without any sweat, beads coming down his face. He's gonna be coming through here with a victory in the realm for that second one.
These fist blades for, this game has been phenomenal to see, and they've been very, very dangerous. I can understand like why it's been such an absolute meta. You know, it's literally like just using your fist, obviously, because it's called fist blades. But hey, don't tell me I didn't tell you nothing twice. Meanwhile, Joseng fighting this out with Arano. Arano with no shield here currently inside of this fight here definitely does not in the advantage fan point here. Definitely maneuvering really well, though, towards this, trying to work towards more defensive playstyle rather than offensive. As Joseng is going to be able to pop the ulti here. He's going to use that to his advantage, trying to see if maybe he can clock towards this. Whoa, nice little bit of maybe a quick little switcheroo here, but it's not going to be able to do enough as he ends up catching him towards the bottom here. Looks like he's going to take his time with this. Oh, nice strike with a surprise, though. But Arano is going to capture him inside of the ball midway through that strike there. And he says, yeah, you thought it was, big boy. Meanwhile, Joseng, nice strikes to be able to capture it. Oh, and he captures him again. All right. That's just rude. That's just so rude. Like, to be able to do that twice to him is wild. Now he has him low on his shield as well. If Joseng actually ends up taking the L off of this fight during this, meanwhile, Joseng is just trying to dip. He might actually be trying to stall his time as much as possible towards this. He said, listen, if I can't win, both of us won't win. It'd be a heck of a surprise twist towards this, though, depending. And he's juking him. He's basically stalling. He's like, listen, if I can't get it, you can't either. You're going to have to work hard towards this because I'm not going to let you get me. Uh-oh. Never mind. I might have took that back. Oh, well, he almost catches him with the grapple. Joseng's going to try to see if maybe he can maneuver towards this. Oh, taking his time. Nice hit from the blade. 9 seconds left on the clock. Joseng is just trying to stall it as long as possible here. I'm telling you. He's like, listen, if I can't win it, so can't you. But it doesn't matter. Catches him anyway.
Yo, I'm gonna be honest. Sheng was kiting for his life out there, and so for that to be had, it's gonna be him going down. Arano finds that gold armor, finds a gold dagger, converting it probably to a fan, and he also picks up Thunderstorm. I'm not sure he's gonna be able to use that, but he's gonna be able to go ahead and pick it up regardless, just for the mitigation clause. Now, TE Star winning his Romy Yang. This is him with White Tiger's prowess. He's been having a win for 2 minutes so far from his post Romy Yang. So for right now, Mike is going to be the one target here. That's under another loss through the Romy Yang, as fast as we saw from the fight. He's going to have 3 minutes left on that Romy Yang to get rid of it. Arcadia, we're back here again, folks. And there's no more Vulpine's Essence, no more Red Jade to be applied. So no one's going to have a sneaky Mortal Defiance that knocks back and gets you 1,000 health. This is all going to be coming through for Flastic confirmations here. And Star has himself 3 eliminations to the game. You know, XY still has 5 to the board. 3 so far for Star and 2 for
sneaky, no cheeky breaky.
I mean,
no.
Look, listen, it could be a 2-piece combo with a V2 that we saw from the Liam that could sneak someone away and take that kill from 30 meters. I don't know if it's gonna happen, but if it does, just know, guys, that this has been the setup. And if Arano's the one to do it and he heals while he gets that V2 again, I'm just gonna lose my mind. I'm gonna lose my mind, honestly. You're gonna have to take a look
that'd just be wildly crazy at that point, though. Just the idea of it is also just like, wow, diabolical.
And Akame, though, he's taking a lot of pressure into the stairwell, cornered off, double test enchant. Mike might just make this his chance, double parry, though, from Akame, and he's getting himself no weapons to pick up there. And it looks like Mike has to make sure he moves his round because this is a lot of action with no ultimate for him to prepare for.
Meanwhile, Akane trying to see if he can fly himself away from all of the action here, trying not to get caught up here. He's able to capture and get a decent amount of shield. Oh, and he ends up finding another player, and he says, nope, never mind, my bad. I'm totally sorry. Akame wants none of that smoke as he's going to fly away here inside of this hut that's filled with a lot of different people, and they're all fighting this out. We have 2 people with gold shields so far here. Akame with no upgrades to his shields at all, though, even though he was fighting this out on the inskirts of the realm, but sadly not able to. His Mike is just going to keep the pressure right onto him inside of this corner, not being able to rupture him anywhere else. Gets both of them inside of this fight here. Inside at this moment, can he capture him inside, though, for the stun? It looks like he's able to. Arano is able to capture elimination onto Akane. Hold on. Mike was so close to getting that elimination, but he ends up the one that gets caught into the ball and loses the opportunity to get the final strike for the elimination, but it's not looking good as Star takes the elimination and steals it and says, you're done, Mike. You're done. You've put in a lot of work, a lot of effort, but not today, buddy. This stairwell is clearly the popular place for everybody to catch these hands. It's crazy right now.
Yeah, and the scare rushes go absolutely nuts with pole swords for players to get last hit confirmation. Stars has the benefit of that F2 to shoot through walls, so he just found the lineup and he was able to get that elimination. Mike going down for this round. Jashang's still trying to get out of the Romy Yang depletion, though. He's at 3 eliminations. He's been healing up constantly. He has ultimate on standby. He's got 2.5 minutes left before Romy Yang depletion takes his life. If he could try to find someone into the back lines, it's going to be a notice within the bell that you're trying to find the spotting. But the Moonbane's going to be spawning in here in the Arcadia Temple, for hopefully to see whether or not Jashang can get himself a little bit more spacage in terms of just locking down someone in a close pocketed fight. Close enough. The Moonbane is taking this temple by the masses, so he's gonna have to be very careful. This well, we're back here again, somehow coming through here into the same corner, and Chishang is just making sure he can kite out before AIS, and then IS is gonna be coming, just going ahead and leaping over, doing parkour, almost getting through here. If you get caught by that blue focus, the Moonbane is still striking for another 40 seconds, and Chishang has ultimate. He's been holding on for this ultimate for as long as he could, just to see if he can not be able to use it in the defensive member that like we saw in the realm of Yang, and hopefully look for it on an offensive basis as long as someone's taking a lot of pot shots from the musket shots, from R&Bs, from the fist blades, or verticals for that instance, for you guys that are on controller, want to make sure you represent, and then having a chance for the players to kind of work off of, realizing that Keelan ultimate is going to be used in that manner. Because whether or not he's going to have enough time to activate the ultimate, it all depends if someone's low enough or they're not going to be able to escape by having no combo breaker or ultimate in active status.
Absolutely insane here. Let's see if they can keep that same momentum coming through here as Frostbus trying to see if maybe he can maneuver this out. Decides not to. Arano's up top finding this out with AIS. Looks like one's going to be able to take the flight away from all of this here. Looks like he's going to be able to take that and says, I'm going to dip out of here as fast as humanly possible. Definitely probably the smarter choice here within this moment here. He's going to take flight and max out all of his heals and his shields towards this Shazang, able to do very similar. Listen, getting caught in a Bane's Breath is already insane enough. Getting caught in a Brain's Belt in the temple is even crazier. Okay? Even wilder.
It's one thing too. Now I'm thinking about it. With V2 for the Liam, he's able to capture somebody. He can throw him in the Bane's Breath, bro. If he's finding the opportunity there, that could be his setup. We'll have to see. Chishang, though, procced ultimate, has around 12 seconds left. Star, though, just trying to go for the escape route here if he can. He's still going to be leaping out, and Star just keeps his momentum going through here and just having the post order with gold rarity. But he gets caught by that double slash. Chishang here at Keelan guard state, over for 4 seconds. Now is expended for his HP bar, and that is a armor pierce shot. That is something that I didn't even expect coming out here from ASC's XY. We're going to look at the Jays in a second, because that's 6 eliminations. And the one case instance where Keelan cannot do anything against armor pierce, because once you run out of the slashes, and you enter Keelan guard, you interrupt yourselves for the ultimate, and then that's when the realization comes out from an opponent, such as with XY, for him to get an armor pierce shot like that. That's where he gets the elimination for free. 6 eliminations, finds his armor for the standby in case he needs a reset here. TE Star, though, looking ahead to convert his fan into a dagger. Now he's switching up his playstyle and wanting to make sure he can go through with it. Not mistaken. I think that Jade is going to be that Cloud Weaver that we see into the second slot, so hopefully to see whether or not he's going to be able to go for the releases. Regardless, though, Pole Sword has always been a key staple for his option selection for a weapon. So swipes like that, just like what we saw with Arano right then and there, could be a chance. But Arano, like I said, V2 Liam and the Moonbane, it's spawning in here, folks.
Able to take that to another level here is Arano is just going to be able to dip out of this. He gets into a place, but Frostbus is able to find him down at the bottom of the lake here, and he says, hello, welcome to my swamp. It looks like Arano's going to try to see if he can dip out of this. Not looking good as he ends up getting hit down towards the bottom here. It looks like, oh, it's not looking good for Arano. Trying to see if he can maneuver this out here. Finds a gray shield swap towards this. Unfortunate, has to leave the gold. Decides he's gonna have to disappear off of this as best as possible. Maybe trying to see if maybe he can find a better shield potentially. So popping his heals. Oh, finds a sitting purple. Love to see it. At least he gets something better than going back to the gray. Looks like we're still gonna be able to go through this road. It's 5 seconds left on the Bane's Breath. Doesn't look like there's anybody really fighting that out inside of it. A lot of people not really trying to contest too often. It looks like now we're slowly going to inch towards circle number 6 for our game number 1 so far here. Honestly, great game for some of these players so far here as they're still taking their time. Not really forcing too much here as we see Frostbus with 2 eliminations so far. Still, you would think in the matter of the momentum currently that withstands, everybody's in a decent respective space where there is a lot of space to carry, and obviously that space is going to get smaller and smaller here. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a battle royale. If you're not following, this is a battle royale. It's going to get smaller and smaller. Hopefully you guys are paying attention more, because we're going to be asking some questions after this, so that way you guys can potentially get some prizes. Meanwhile, Arano, early in the midst of getting chased here inside of this next pit, that should be one question. What character got chased the longest?
In terms of hero selection, I think in terms of the circle, it's been so far between the Hotties. I think Hottie's been chased out here for the longest coming through here. I mean, considering AIS had been invested in his ultimate to dissipate from the fights, and when you're able to get that time to kite away, teams or especially players, they're looking to try to go ahead and lock you down post your ultimate running out of rage. And especially if you're taking the time to reset, you're slowed down in flight form. So while you're still mobile, you're able to move across the field of play. And when we enter into this moment of being able to lock down someone who has no ultimate, you can hear Hadi ultimate throughout the walls. And that's just where every single player can take a chance of chasing out. Now, Arana, he was able to find that shop purchase for the purple armor as he was able to kind of capture it. And he had that secondary armor on the standby. Now we're outside of the zone for that armor. So right now, 3 minutes on the clock. He's getting caught by the Rupture Gale Orb and getting caught by the burn as Arana's going to be looking to kind of kite this one out at 60% rage. Looking to keep that fan's movement alive. Gets caught by another Rupture Gale, losing the healing proficiency for his armor powders down to half, as Frostivus is going to be the reason towards that. Now, Goldfist based on Frostivus, we know that it's going to be a V2, so if he goes out and gets a freeze, he's going to go for the R&B release, no questions asked. And we know that AIS is rocking Cloud Weaver for his fist blade, so that's going to be one thing for him to look out for. The only thing that's going to be into his endgame circle as a clause is whether or not someone's going to notice that if Arana goes for that for the orb and capturing somebody, they can go ahead and sneak with the kills. Matari is an easy example of that. She can F2 charge up, XY can look to her gold focus with the gold weapon, deal at least a minimum of 400 damage, and at the kill potential for the opponent, that would be where it comes down towards in denying Arana that kill, or even the setup and trying to get someone out there, because he's closing in on ultimate right here. He's at 93 percentage points. He's getting heals off. He's at 1 vitality, 4 armor powders. So he's got to be really careful about whether or not he's going to get caught by another burn, because otherwise he's going to have to burn that last vitality.
Might have to here, as everybody else is still going to be able to rotate towards this overall, as Frostivus and Yuan is going to be up top. Same with TE Star. Zorano is going to be down at the bottom here. They're both really not trying to force this out. It's going to be interesting to see how this is going to go. Most of the time, I feel like everybody's most likely going to be able to go up top here on this roof and fight this out. But it'd be interesting to see if someone actually decides to fight within the under section of this temple part. Either that, or it might end up actually being it to where the circle ends up going on the outskirts. And it looks like they're going to be in the grass potentially. Is a lot of room to find and cover, but 30 seconds left on the clock for them. So that way the circle slowly starts to kick in. This is where things start to get a little bit more hasty here, as we see 3 players with 2 eliminations to their name, TE Star with 4, and Yuan up top with 6 eliminations overall. This could be huge for the people at the bottom of the pack currently here, as some players are already eliminated, and Akami is down at the very bottom inside of that section where he could get kicked out real quickly, especially with TE Star, who already has 4 eliminations. And he's got, you see what he's doing though. You see the maneuvering coming in from the blade. He's got it. It's going to be real dangerous though if someone gets caught in his drawstrings here inside of this here, as the circle's going to slowly start to close in. Ladies and gentlemen, game 1, here we go. AS ends up getting his first strike here. Not looking good for him though, as he's going to try to see if maybe he can capture the stun. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to succeed on it, at least in terms of this one. Oh, and they both look like they're going to go on the underside here. As Yuan, it looks like he's just going to stall as best as he can here. Ace ends up getting some nice strikes onto him as well here towards this. Let's see if he's going to be able to capture him. Oh, Yuan is going to get sent all the way towards the outskirts here. Not looking good, as he looks like he's going to try to see if maybe he can go for the invisibility inside of this, as they're all going to go off the outskirts here. Circle slowly about to close in with nothing left to do, as both of them, the blade's going to be able to come through. The next takedown off of Star. Star's going to get some nice strikes, captures the first elimination. Ice is able to capture 1. Frostivus actually ends up getting no elimination. Nobody actually gets him eliminated towards this though, as Star ends up holding strong towards that very end here, and looks like it's going to go to the top of the leaderboard here. Gale's AS looked really good towards that final circle here, and it looks like that's basically what he did. Was able to capture that, gets the finish. And with those extra eliminations, obviously the 6 eliminations, he was in 12th place. It's obviously going to put him up much higher into that leaderboard here, depending on the difference in points. But he ends up taking that towards it. I'm excited to see what 2nd and 3rd place looks like.
Yeah, and this is what happens when you don't contest the Hadi. Hadi has endgames to his palm of his hand if he has ultimate still held onto. He had the pressure of Cloud Weaver. Any ranged gamers that are, not say range gamers, but rather players that are within the vicinity of it, they'll get caught, so they try to avoid it as much as possible. It's a lot of damage for Cloud Weaver, but it's also coming with a knockback effect. Inside of that corner right there was a lot of terrain manipulation that can be used of knocking your opponents into the zone and having a lot of verticality that works in your favor. So for AIS to work into that zone and have it being on the outskirts of that wall then allowed for him to succeed getting last hit confirmations in Hadi ultimate. We saw XY get fully demolished into that moment of peacekeeping. Now for some of the players that were there in the endgame circle that we didn't necessarily see at the very end to get eliminated, such as Frostivus, he died straight up to the zone. He didn't get hits by any targets. He just made sure that no eliminations be earned. Better better not to give the elimination to your opponent so that way you can get a better chance of catching up. And then for everything coming through there, right? Having to go ahead and worry about if whether or not there's a Keelan into the board, there wasn't, right? But there was the Akos, and you saw how the Akos was being performed out there for the F2. I mean, I'm looking at the V2 Akos as being one of the good counter picks here into the final round selections pool process. And something that comes out here is that even if it comes into the play style, if a Keelan is still alive, Akos still has domination against the type of opponent coming through for some of these players. But question first, I want to make sure, Dobby made mention if you guys paid attention. I'm hoping you guys are paying attention.
Tell me what you think about this. Who won the games or won today? Is it Wolves? Is it WL? Is it OUG's Mike? Is it JD's Jose or is it JLL's AIS? It's tough because I want to say like A's, but like I'm like that doesn't sound right.
It doesn't sound
Eyes.
Right. Doesn't roll off the tongue. Man, you saw his little insignia on his shoulder. It said AS. So we're gonna call it as we see it.
As we're gonna call it as we see it. I see what you did there with the pun. Okay, I know you're smart. Okay, I saw that. Okay. Nice little spaces here. But who won the game for game one? Make sure to answer that question in the chat so that way you have a chance of getting a win. Make sure to have your DMs open for your Twitch so that way the mods can DM you. They will tag you in chat to let you know that you are the selected winner so that way they can see the pack. And that way you can get your rewards while you're watching these games. Like I said, we don't have just one. We have 5 more ahead of us here. So make sure that you're paying attention. So that way when these questions come up, you will be able to answer them with much confidence. Now, obviously, a decent amount of these questions are pretty easy, nothing too crazy, but they will throw you a curveball, and hopefully you will be paying attention. They usually throw you the curveball in game 5. Usually game 5, game 6 is when they throw it. It's like hot ones, where like it's not the hot sauce at 9 and 10 that's gonna be hot. It's gonna be like 6 and 7 that's gonna throw you off. The brand for number 6 is the one that's like, whoo, that's
so we're getting into it. He's like, we're getting into it.
No, I didn't know it was like this. I didn't sign up for this. So,
how much Scoville this bottle got, bro? Like,
that's a lot. A lot. And then they just act like, oh, it's not a big deal. But anyway, just as hot as those hot sauces are, these players are just as hot within their game and how they've been playing so far here. Obviously, AS was able to secure that final elimination with a lot of those points. It's gonna be good to see what the standings look like, at least in terms of the first game. But overall, though, very solid set of games. Now, obviously, heading back to the top of the order, where we're leaving Padoria and we're headed to Alarov. Another fantastic excavation. A lot of great places to land here. Expected good materials for a lot of these playstyles. So hopefully it'll be good. But it's really good to see the new character really start to really put in effort, especially towards like the beginning, especially with those fist blades. Goodness gracious, those fist blades are very dangerous.
Yeah, and in Keelan, our new character coming here, killing John, his biggest benefit coming into these endgame circles has been, or into the games in general, right, has always been being able to survive even into the endgame circles with no apparent claws. Now, the problem that comes out of it, this is where the teams are going to be making them to go ahead and burn him out, is because of that Keelan guard. And it's something else. You mentioned curveball earlier, and I don't have a baseball with me. I caught it. But thing comes out here for Arana. He goes ahead, he catches somebody, and he tucks them away in his pocket, holding it for Christmas. And then he throws them whenever he goes through. He's like, oh, I got a gift for you. It's like, oh, I didn't forget it was your birthday. It's our anniversary. Here, he pulls them out, and there's not going to be anything you can really do about it. It's like, all right, I guess so. And it's crazy, too, because I'm always looking at seeing underutilized ultimates. Recently, we're seeing into the CM players being able to play that ultimates coming through, and hopefully to see, considering Mike showcased what it got last week or for the first day, it's coming out here more and more often. Scoreboard though, 7.8 points, reminds me of yesterday of day 1 where we saw Fong at first place with 7.8, and then with Wufong catching out second place is 7 points. But that's going to be where AS is short run is going to get it. He's going to have 7 points in second place, 5.5 for Star, 4.5 for Frostovich. Shishang's going to earn 4 as well as with the Rana from EWG, 2.5 for OUG Fong. Going to be DRG Wang Liang. Going to be, is that the joke? Because I saw that earlier. We're going to see Wolves Wang Liang coming through here for 1 point, and we're going to see Mike getting 1 point, 0.5 for Akame and Wufong, but 0 points for Slows, getting caught out through here. We saw it from Mike. He was able to knock him out from the game, considering that musket shot that came out earlier. And Hope to see what's going to happen here. We got some clips and highlights brought to you by Thunder Robot, Born for Gaming. That'll be taken away from what happened here in the beginning of the game.
I mean, a lot of aggression immediately off the rip here as we do see the ults come in as they're absolutely flying in. And sadly, Arano getting caught in that corner here with the purple shield coming in from Arano. A lot of good dives coming through here. Surprisingly, really tough to see Mike really try to dish it out for some of these play styles here. And sadly, just was kind of unsuccessful in some of the fights. You know, usually we see Mike really play well through a lot of these here, and he just got smacked like a New York City rapper. Like, what are you doing, son? What are you talking about? Meanwhile, we head back towards the other orders here. Mike's still able to do a little bit of some magic here and still getting some really nice eliminations to get him back in the game here. But sadly, it wasn't able to do enough here. It looks like Yuan was able to capture a free two-piece as he was able to get himself a little bit more ahead of the pack here. But look at Mike, steady pushing towards this. Wufeng trying to hold on as long as possible, but not gonna be able to do enough. The falling parry able to do a lot. Look at Yuan, able to capture a freebie here while everybody else was really scattering around, trying to see what he can do here as AS using the flight, ends up getting caught inside of that moment here. But then look at AS, able to capture a decent amount of eliminations from that and still was able to capture some stuff from the pistol. It seems what's happening around him and really being smart towards that final push was able to give him exactly what he needed to not only clutch up, but have a good, solid foundation for a really strong start for these first sets of games here. But obviously, let's not talk about the entirety of the game. Let's talk about the leader who ran that hottie up and down, left and right, diagonal and downward, everywhere in between. 10,000 damage, 4 eliminations. The Cloud Weaver, Sap, Soul Jade, Blistering Edge, Ripper Step, Phantom Step, Suna, and Slow Shot and Sunwing Shot. He had a little bit of everything here. It even had some two pieces in there as well from here to keep the game alive, but obviously still able to do well. Fans and Fist Blades, and look at that, the Plum Blade in third with 2,200 plus damage. So overall, still a solid performance coming in from our first game for AS, you know, as we proceed to give you what you need.
Yeah, I was gonna say, this man got so much purple on his Soul Jade bar. He's got Scissor on the standby first MVP from AS. Pulling in that Sap Jade is kind of a clutch moment. Tuna as well for the sustain. Kind of hoping to see it, whether or not he's gonna find his fluff or what is kind of coming through here. Because AS, man, listen. I know it's AIS, but we're still gonna call him AS. It's gonna be regardless. And for catching the dub here for his first MVP for the MVP and having the chance to just be able to do 10k damage, it just really came down towards those last hits. I mean, listen, Wufeng got I think a double kill or a triple kill game in first place. I'm pretty sure it was a double kill. And he only did like 7k damage, right? It really came down towards his survivability into the endgame circle to just earnestly put himself for the placement points on top of the only multiplier being given for first place of that 1.2. I mean, for Wufeng in that game, it was like 2.4, right? There wasn't really much he can really get off of it. But when you get more, like, you know, a little bit each stride comes out here for first place. If you're placing second to below, you ain't getting no multiplier, yo, right? And there's no chance for you to actually figure out how well you can snowball by a certain point in the game when you end up with so many eliminations. I mean, the kills are so now more important than ever because you can't just go ahead and having 3 kills and go in first place with a 1.4 and then expect to beat out someone with like 7 eliminations nowadays. Because now if you have 7 and you're in 4th, you can still take MVP, or even 5th. You can take MVP still. You can take the MVP for the round. That's what we saw with Spider, right? Where he was able to get himself 6 eliminations. I think he got eliminated in like 5th place or so. Yet he still caught MVP even against the odds from it and was able to get himself that game. And this is sometimes the case scenario about, and you know, finding the eliminations, but you know, if you work out for placement, it could work out in your favor just so long as there isn't a high kill leader into the top 6 bracket.
And yes, it's fair that you and your stats and all that,
The math,
really, you know, all the math actually. But what about the passion? What about passion? Just drop it. What about the passion? What about the moment when it really counts in that final circle when nothing else matters? Who gonna clutch up when it really does matter? Now, when we talked about those stats, talked about the standings, like I said, 3 out of the 4 people that were in that last fight were down in the it's time to get out of their zone. Okay, they were all in the non-qualifying zone. Now, at least one of those players has successfully gotten out of there, and it's most likely to kick the Kane down to the bottom. Now, some of the other players, though, they're kind of safe. But let's check out that scoreboard. I'm actually genuinely curious on what the scoreboard's looking like. A 7.8 coming in from AS. Meanwhile, Yuan coming in with the 7 points as well. 6 eliminations. just sadly just able to cut it just a little bit short there. Star with 4 eliminations and a 5.5. Frostivus with a 3 eliminations and a 4.5. Shazang with the 3 eliminations and a 4-point game score as well, rounding out the top 5. Unfortunate for some of the plays in general here. Kami was able to get a 0.5 inside of this, but it's still not looking good for him though. It'd be good to see how it looks in the overall standings leaderboard, just to kind of see what it's looking like towards the bottom here, because that's the one thing that I always love to talk about. Sometimes it's not always about the top players in terms of how they're playing and going back and forth. Now it's about focusing on those bottom players, who is going to be qualifying, who is going to just pull themselves out of that sticky situation in order for them to get back to the solo grand final.
Yeah, I concur with that statement. I always like seeing in terms of the days 1 through 3, who's getting out of the bottom 6, right? Who's going to be able to hit top 12? My favorite moment, and you and I were here casting for that moment, was when Pace was able to get out of the clutches. Like, was it 16th or something, 17th, right? Something really, like, he was down. He was down to the guards. He needed like an 8-kill game. Guess what he got? He got an 8-kill game. He entered himself into the multipliers in the past season with spring season. He absolutely put himself to 10th place in a span of 1 match last round at a Morris Aldous. And now it's just him playing Akos and him actually have a chance. This is during the Justina, meta coming through, where Justina was just doing some, god tier work. That was the play that happened where he was just able to kind of keep himself mitigated with using V2 from the Akos just to keep himself immune through that statement, and just trying to make him sure that nothing was able to CC him down under in the zone. Because like Dobby said, you have the zone ticks. You got to be able to not put yourself in the zone when it comes down, and that's where that comes through for knockbacks from opponents that can just lock you away. That's why Hottie, he has to be targeted by selection. Well, that's why he's double pick round 2 selection. No one's gonna stop a man who's gonna be coming through here at this point in time in the meta where he's doing a lot of damage, but on top of that, he's able to put yourself in a knockback state. And if you're on top of the cliffside, you're Spartacus, and guess what? This is madness, and nothing can stop you when you get knocked away. Hopefully to see, because if you guys don't understand what's happening here in the season, we're at the Mid-Autumn Festival season coming through here for this patch. Plus, I don't know if you saw the skins. They rocking it with the Zai, with the with the Nezha, man. I'm gonna be 100% honest. I was not expecting Zai to actually get that skin for what it is. If you need to take a look, I'll send you what it looks like, man. That thing is baller.
Show it to me. Show it to me.
I'm sending it for frame 1, because if you guys don't know, we're going for the moon. We're holding it down. I'm hoping to see whether or not Star is going to be coming here for the first round selection choosing Zai. I mean, as a guilty pleasure, but they are on the patch on it. But if you guys in the live service, I'm making sure again you guys going through. It's in the Yang pool right now, currently trying to find and see whether or not we're going to see a chance of that skin showing up after the patch gets updated. And for everything coming forth, kind of curious to see. We got Liams in the first round, got Kylan's in the second round, and maybe even seeing Matari's in the third round. Of course, it is going to be coming through for this round selection for third round. Frostivus decided to ambush himself through with the Hottie as it's been available. And for everything kind of coming out of here, I don't know if they're going to allow for a 3-man Hottie rotation. They are. It's going to be the case. XY locking in for that Justina for this game. Now, Akame, he can be the third Hottie. Wang Liang, he's already on it. He doesn't want to take any chances of letting that one go, especially coming through here. It could be a double pick option for him for his gameplay. But
makes sense for Hottie.
Yeah, it's just allowing it, allowing it to go through, or like taking it or leaving it.
I'm surprised they don't gatekeep it, if I'm being honest with you. With me personally, I'd have been like, yeah, none of y'all gonna be Hottie. No. I'd rather for y'all to suffer and use Hottie somewhere else. Y'all not gonna do it around my block. Not today. At least that would have been me. I would have been a hater. I would have been a Hottie hater. Oh my, is that a Temmie?
Oh yeah.
Is that a Temmie? A locked in Temmie for JDG's Shazang? Excuse me? I like this.
Skill dips. He's in skill dip zone.
I like this. I like this. Sounds like it's gonna be fun.
Yeah, and now we got Fu Fang under Justina, and that's just something he ran last year. This is his MVP game for day 1. So now if he anticipates to try to go up here, Temmie though, that was a counterplay. So hopefully to see what's going to go through here into the game, because considering that he's going to be able to go ahead and having only 1 Akos, that's going to be his biggest benefit of fighting that opponent. But it also just comes down if you can try to find a lockdown to Rong Yangs potentially. But for you guys out there, you guys don't know into the season, it is the Mid-Autumn Festival. We got ourselves happening on the 17th of September, so make sure you guys celebrate with your family and folks. Anyone you kind of know about, like, hey, yo, you know the Mid-Autumn Festival? And you're like, yo, I didn't know about it. You know, I'm gonna go ahead and let you guys know, because a lot of folks in the culture are gonna be able to go ahead and realize that, so we can get that going through and just being recognized throughout the season. But selection hero points, selection hero picks, Mike trying to make it happen for the V2 Liam, and as he's able to pick it up, I'm looking at the other skills. There's the V1 for XY from AS. Or ASC to pick up the V1 for Justina. And I'm hoping to see if that V2 coming in from AIS or AS, just say, comes out to play, because there's another Justina. There's double Justina V1 and there's double Liam V2. Man, he could get caught out like we saw with Chushang. We saw it happen. Chushang couldn't even do anything against Arano, who took the time to reset in front of his enemy's eyes and throws him to the corner. So whether or not that's going to end up happening in the Roman Yangs, we'll see. This is Hallroth. It's really going to be the hotties that are going to head the domination rounds. And there's only 2 of them, though. So luckily enough, only one Matari, though, can be on the field at the time. And that's going to be Akame, who could have this game be worthwhile for his effort. We saw XY do crazy with Matari in the last round. Hopefully he has the same pace coming through into this round.
Gonna be interesting to see how they're able to lock in, but let's see where the landing spots are gonna be for Halaroth. It looks like it's gonna be a decently spread circle here. It looks like it's gonna see JDG Shazane. It looks like it's gonna see Wolves in the center near Salvation Podium. It looks like it's gonna be a puzzle fight in between that though, but it looks like it's gonna be a nice little line starting from, looks like it's gonna be starting from Ancient War Grounds all the way to City of Tang, but over to the left side. Looks like the Fortress of Kaviani is going to be a very well thought out location for at least 3 players. Meanwhile, at the edge of Leisure Hall near City of Tang is going to be where it starts, but it ends all the way towards the back section of, it looks like Beast Pen or Ancient War Grounds and near Imfriel Village. Anything in between that, Cinnabar Valley, Ridge of Thorns is definitely going to be the favorite for some of these playstyles, especially for JD. Looks like BBE is going to land there, 5-2-1. It's going to be a very fun excavation to see what playstyles are really going to come out of this moment here in terms of how aggressive they're going to be. But for some players, it's going to be just a simple 1v1s. The others, though, it's going to be a lot that they're going to be going back and forth with. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, Mike making sure you can get as much loot as possible. Finds some fist blades, blue armor, blue fist blades, and has a spear as well. Got the Banhammer spear here. That's the report spear. You guys don't know, 30 reports. So, someone is cheating and everything. He's like, easy enough. And then, of course, Frostvus spawns here as well. He does not have the same luck here on gear and tier loot. But Mike is going to be able to cross the guards here in the Gen Armory. We do have DRG Fong to the northeast corner, just looting up his own side of things. And Frostvus is making a rotation on a clockwise circle. He gets spotted out by Mike. Dodges out the first hit, so avoids himself getting caught by neutral. He's going for the whole check and hopefully to see whether or not the fist blades are going to come out here for the Crouch LMB. There it is. Going to be for Mike for the blue focus. There's going to be the pelvic thrust. And making sure you're going to worry about whether or not DRG Fong's going to show up at any point and go for the yoink. As Frostbus is just keep kiting here with a common fan. Not being able to find any common armor swap here for the grounds. Hasn't really worried about hearing what's above him because there's going to be DRG Fong, a purple Hong sword, but a single toes to the nose coming out, a parry coming from Mike, and Fong losing a lot of that HP, goes for parry mode, delay, and keeping Mike on this moment of just keeping that chase down. There's a scare rush, there's a confirmation, there's a parry again. He can extend this. Jump LB, no secondary one, a blue armor right there, and Fong is going to get died to the roller, and Mike did not actually get the kill confirmation. Another armor swap here for Fong, gets caught to the parry, F1 and pre-investment. Mike has that V2. You remember what happens here, right? If he finds himself to catch her a V2 or there's going to be confirmation hit, he can just go for an R&B release here with one heal. Let's take a look, see if he's going to get a hit confirmation with that. The F1 comes out. He calculated the time frame for that cooldown, and Mike goes for a second grab. Don't tell me he yoinked it. No, he did not. That's going to be a potential escape here for Fong. Is going ahead and getting a reset done.
Reset definitely could be the advantage, though. Definitely a good look, as well as it looks like Fang is going to try to see if maybe he can continue that as well, but it's not going to be well made up, as Mike is going to get some amazing strikes onto Fong here. It looks like he's going to try to see if he can find him on the rotation outside the window. It looks like he's able to, but it looks like Fong is able to find a shield swap just in the nick of time. Ends up catching Mike inside of this circle here. A nice step back out the window here. Nice little bit of a reset coming in from Mike here. And it looks like it's not looking good, though, as Fang looks like he's going to give it a key, try to see if he can keep the pressure. But this is AOW's Mike we're talking about here. OUG's Mike, sorry. OUG's Mike really does have that opportunity here to solidify a nice little bit of a push. He's able to find the blue shield. He's going to go right back towards in the middle of the desert. Let's see if they're both going to be able to strike towards it. Nice defense on both sides here, but it looks like Fang is going to be able to lose out on the first bits of strikes here from the blue strike. It looks like Fang's going to keep the same momentum. Nice little bit of a stun to step back. And it looks like both of them dangerously low. Fang able to put in a nice little bit of that. Oh, catches him on the juggle. And Mike is out. Fang Nice find. Gets the finish. Gets the knockdown. Fang shuts him down. What a switch up from Mike.
Yeah. There's a big blind coming in for Fong to get that kill. Now TE Star, City Tang with a purple greatsword. Arano has him in the corner here looking for the Stoneform proc. Finds a nice common armor swap, so he's able to mitigate a little bit of this damage, but this is a purple fan as well, so any RMB is going to be like at least 200 HP, maybe 150 at minimum. Now for Arano looking to try to go ahead and keep the chase going for the scare rushes. Could see a little chance here for the Stoneform proc from TE Star. Now, of course, like I said, TE Star, he is going to be locked through here. He does have Liam, but he has no ultimate, and Arano's playing out F1, so there's not going to be any sort of F2 shenanigans coming out again like we saw from the last round. Forcing Clinks into the sidelines. Now, switching over towards into the Misty Forest or so, XY getting himself caught by the grapple bump by Wufang. Wufang getting his feel for the game. Again, XY actually, I think, hard eliminated from this round. Yes, it is going to be a hard elimination. He's the 12th player to go through, and now Wufang finds that elimination to be earned out. Hoping to see about the goal to be earned, and back into the city of Tongue into the zone. Going to see TE start getting caught by the V2 Aquas out of Arano's hands. A purple is coming through here for the damage spike with that zone tick damage. That's what's going to kill out Star here, but an F1 confirms it, and that's Arano's second elimination, taking this into set 18k gold. He's going ahead and having the farm out here. He's got the purple greatsword. He's probably going to convert it into a pole sword as it's the most optimal option nowadays for solos gamers, and that's it should kind of be, considering that unless you're playing a specific character off of the greatsword, that you would have more value off of it. Regardless, though, the momentum of it is going to push him forth. I should say. To Shang, though, golden unis earned from the Salvation Podium. He's got only one elimination so far. He's playing the Temi pick. He is the only Temi into the game, and having nunchucks as an option for him is going to be a so great whisk throw into the armor, to the meter dump, if that character that he's going up against has nothing to lose against it.
See if they can keep that same momentum going into it, though. They still have a lot more of an opportunity. Let's hit towards it here. Mike. And try to go back for the reset, though. He does have some decent stuff on him, though. Gray fan, unfortunate, but a blue longsword. Sorry, purple longsword, actually. No, that's a dagger, actually. Looks like Mike's going to try to see if maybe they can go for the realm. Inside of this first circle is going to be pretty crucial and also super, super helpful, though. See if they can find it. See if they can keep going towards it, though. LUG's Mike just waiting out this this circle here. Meanwhile, DRG's Fang looks like he's headed that way as well here. See if he can keep towards this, though. So far, maneuver for both players so far has been pretty susceptible. And it looks like Fang's going to decide to join in on this, too. Let's see who gets it. It's gonna be Mike. Mike is able to successfully get one. I remember when we first started this, Mike couldn't get Chose for the circle to save his life. He couldn't get Cho. Everybody else was getting it but him. He just, each time he's like, all right, I'm ready. And they just gave it to the person that arrived. Mike's like, excuse me? He just would not let him go. So it's gonna be interesting to see if he can get this out of this fight here. Or if he's gonna be susceptible towards it. Oh my goodness, I take it back. Did Fine just take that away from him and then?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, took him out. Took him out the game completely. What's crazy too is that the slash went through for the Keelan. The proc for the V2 orb came from Liam, but it wasn't in time as that slash just telegraphed right past the orb. And as he was getting captured, his slash confirmed him through the frames. And that's why Michael was like, oh my goodness. But listen, that's where a lot of players are using the Liam, but they're using him for V1 to try to contest into saving himself through Romy Yang's. For the chances of it, we have to see whether or not Romy Yang number 1 is going to be occurred towards between AS as well as with Wufang. Wufang, blue weapons across the board, but he has that purple armor. He's got V1. He's got F2 and 7 grapples. Whether he's taking high ground, he's got musket to go ahead on standby. And obviously right then and there's a hit confirmation number 1. Potentially goes for Clink, and now in a close quarter fight against Fistblade's toes are in the play in the works from Dale's AS, and he's got pistol shot to be ready to go through as the close gap position comes through. Wufang looking for the R&B. There's going to be double hits for the vertical to the crouch LB, and looking for the stagger. Not going to happen. The F2 or F1 comes out here to play here for AS. And he's looking to charge up. He goes for the hold check. He goes for the preemptive Keelan ultimate. Wufang have all in time to roll here for that F2. Has ultimate ready to go, waiting for that investment for the dash, so that way he can mitigate it through with activating ultimate did not occur. He gets a freeze. That's going to be a lethal jab. No LMB can be confirmed after that, so he's going to be causing himself to get himself across the field of play here for another dash to be available for Wufang, just in case if AS takes a chance. There it is. And look at this. Look at the momentum here for the kiting. At least for Wufang, he's just trying to go back and forth and trying to go ahead and expend ultimate timer. And there's going to be AS's ultimate depleting for that 25-second duration. Now Wufang going for 1 armor heal has himself no freeze confirmation. He's got to cancel his ultimate to get his combo breaker up, because if he gets caught by AS's 1-2-3 or even a hold tech, there's going to be the release. There's going to be a chance here for the parry as Wufong gets it caught out here and tries to anticipate the F1 and none swap out here for AS in the reserved pocket pool. He's going ahead and getting the RMBs. This is too late for Wufong now, as the nunchucks could come out here for some hits, and that's an RMB release back and forth, and that's going to be the victory that he takes into the room.
What a finish, though. It looks like we're going to go right back into it between Arano, and it looks like it's going to be a nice strike here, trying to get it for Wolves here. It looks like Arano trying to see if maybe he can take the time. Both blue strikes waiting for it. Harry trying to see maybe they can collide to it, but not going to be able to do too much here. And they're already really deep into this fight here, so they got 20 seconds left on this clock for them to be able to capture elimination, or both of them are going to end up leaving with empty-handed and with a whole lot of energy that they need to be able to capture some type of elimination here, as Wolves dangerously low. And it could be the same thing that I was talking about earlier here. Wolves might have the opportunity here, catches them on the juggle, not looking good. Wolves able to be a nice little switcheroo towards this, gets the finish, and Wolves is able to leave with some prizes of Vermilion's Bird's Might. Oh, it looks like he's got a gold dagger on him as well. Will be a nice little switch up for him too. Let's see if he's going to be able to keep that same momentum going here. But goodness gracious,
Man's on the push. He's pushing it out for all the fist plays got, and now he's got himself gold longsword. So that's going to be an interesting play here. We see DRG Fong though in an offensive as Arano is going full send it energy. Post from a Yang loss, it's necessary. Fong, he's just looking for a tap dodge. He's still getting caught. There's the F1 investment. This is huge for Arano. There's going to be the Keelan ultimate. And there's the V2 to buy out time. He's going to be forcing out Keelan guard, maybe, hopefully so, because that's a huge advantage that he would have over a DRG Fong. If he can burn that Keelan guard, there's nothing that's going to save Fong unless he's trying to go ahead for a reset here. There it is. Get inside the cave. This cave is available. This is a purple, blue armor swap if you need to take it. That Forbidden Seal, though, just out of the cusp. As DRG Fong is outside of the ultimate zone, he's going to go ahead and disengage ultimate anyways. Has F1, sees the F1 coming out from the Octos, backing away for the Wind Blast. No parry attempt to be had, and Narano makes sure he can just charge up here to try to defend out the placement. There's going to be Wang Liang here in the distance. He's pushing into this area. He saw the fights. Guess who's in the distance? JL's AS is also seeing this blue bubble on the field of play. It's like a giant beacon of hope, hoping to see whether or not the players are going to be able to spot this out and just try to close in. Akame here, also here for the action, but no one's entering this cave just yet. They're looking to see where these fights are happening when they don't realize it's underground. And for Fong, going for fist blades, going for scare rushes, has to get that parry. He gets it. Wang Liang burned out here, losing out the Hong swords on the ground. Arano's game now here to pick up the weapon. That's going to give him a damage spike. And as Fong just keeps the RMBs, he's keeping the Shadow Steps alive. He runs out of energy. The V2 burn might be what's going to kill him off here, but he's got Vermilions. That's his insurance policy. And Arano gets rid of his Romuang depletion, and he gets a double kill coming from Fong and against Wang Liang.
looks like he's going to be able to do just that, as Akame sadly pushed towards this and gets the finish. Really, really unfortunate, though. Wu Fang able to do a lot of that towards it. It looks like we're going to be able to go towards the crossfire here. But Arano with 4 eliminations in towards this, though, still has the opportunity for a bunch of really good stuff here. Let's see if they're going to be able to keep that same momentum movement going, and if it'll work out for other types of things as well. Let's see if they can keep that same momentum maneuvering towards other spaces here. As Arano and Frostus are near each other, Fung is going to be down low. I don't know exactly what he's doing. It could be trying to maybe open up maybe something new potentially. It looks like Frostus looks like he's going to push in towards the circle here, so that way he can go to the next realm of Yang. Wolf, Shazang, and Star. Looks like they might be fighting it out to see who gets picked as well. There is other areas. I don't know why they try to push towards like one specific one rather than going to all the other ones at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, some things lead out towards Romuang's where teams or players, I should say, take the opportunity of just waiting as long as possible to enter it. And that really does come down towards even after the gate of Yang opens. Like, you have a minute after the startup of the spawn of it occurs, and then after that you have another 40 seconds or so before you want to take the entry. And some teams, some players, they want sometimes to contest it, sometimes they just back away just because they know that the team is going to be looking to try to go ahead and farm out for kills, and they have the insurance policy of entering Romuang for a full reset. So it's not really an invested fight that they can take coming through. And of course, everything comes out for Wu Fong. He's looking to try to go ahead and making sure the ultimate cast comes out from Frostus, and that's the case scenario. Frostus going ahead and, of course, taking a reset in midair, try to go ahead for the full investment. Wu Fong going to be looking to try to, hopefully wait this one out. The Romuang pass still in Frostus' hands. He's getting a full reset as a result for his ultimate strike, but Wufang hasn't procced ult just yet. You got to remember here, he's at 99%. He just needs a couple of more seconds, and Frostfist knows that he gets himself right into the Roaming, and Arano is going to be his opponent, and that's a gold Hong sword that we saw from the pickup as he gets the parry from Wang Liang, as Fang was able to parry Wang Liang, and Arano would be able to pick it up, and then picking up a two-piece. Roaming fight, Arano launching himself to the sky alongside with Frostfist for this round.
See if they can keep that same momentum working for a lot of different types of things. See if maybe they can start to figure this out here. As Frostfist is going to try to see if maybe they can close in towards this. Both of them with full shield here. Is going to go maybe for the scale rush here. Oh, tries to see if maybe he can get it with the cannonballs, but not going to be able to do enough here. Oh, tries to go for it. No, not going to be able to do that as well here. Both of them trying to balance this out here. No, nice strikes. Going to be able to finally connect on something. Frostfist able to put a nice little decent combo together here onto Arano. Arano now coming through with the scramble. Oh no, the parry comes through, missing out on all of that momentum. And just like that, now they're both down low towards the same amount here. And it looks like he's going to be able to pop the ulti and try to see maybe he can maneuver it as well. Oh, nice dodge strike. Just trying not to get caught up towards this. He's going to be able to pop the shield. And the question is, does he have enough time to get another strike going though? Waits to try to see if he can find it towards it. He knows that the Tiger Strike was coming, so he was taking his time towards this, making it a lot harder for him to be able to connect towards this. Oh, nice strikes. Frostfist is just trying to time this right just a little bit while longer, dangerously low. He's able to get him towards this off stretch here. 30 seconds left on the clock. Arano, dangerously low. Frostfist able to catch him with the Frosty. Gets the finish and said, see you later, buddy.
Man said it's wintertime. We're below 0. So now for Frostfist to get the elimination in his Roaming, now it's up to between Star and Wang Liang. Wang Liang already invested ultimate, and Star is just chilling out. He's got V2 ready to go through here. If he needs to hold it, there it is. The release for the knockback. Goes for a jump parry. Goes for a jump parry again, and goes for a jump LMB. This man is risking it all for the biscuit and gets himself to get a tab dodge for the first cast. He gets an ultimate cast, or going ahead for the parry, and decides not to throw the ultimate here. Maybe, potentially, who knows? We got to see whether or not Wang Liang's going to be locked into a corner where it's going to be a full ballad. The combo breaker is done in a second tab dodge. There's no ballad, but he goes for the 2-on-1. Going for the jump LMB, making for a bow shot for a headshot. No parry opportunity. There's the RBs, and that jump LMB telegraphed from Star, knocking out Wang Liang from that first seconds of the fight where we saw that Hadi ultimate to be invested. Hope to see whether that was insurance or just play aggressive because of it. Chushang, though, underneath the salvation podium, he's going to have DRG Fang, I think, hunting him due to the no armor situation he's in, but as well, there's another target on the play forward. And it's going to be AS from JL. Meter dump has occurred. The F1's invested for the combo breaker now for Chushang to try to kite away here. There was a common armor there, but he does not want to lose out on the armor that he has on hand. Chushang still keeps his momentum, keeps his push, keeps going ahead against jump LMB. Might be getting himself out of there. No, he's safe. Thorny Roller is not going to agree from here today. Cast a curse moment, hope it doesn't happen later. Because Chushang has to keep guiding out of here. He's got F1 available. AS is still continuing the pressure, and he's got fist plays for the gold rarity. And as Chushang just trying to avoid getting staggered over and over again, he might have been able to kite out here so long as DRG Fang is there. But guess who has arrived to the scene to Frostfist? Yeah, he's got himself White Tiger's prowess, and that's going to be the last hit confirmation he's going to get. And he's going to get the elimination for number 3 on the board. As long as that Thorny Roller doesn't come through and Grief's chance of being able to get another elimination, he's going to loot the body that has been on the receiving end from Chushang.
Takes the time to be able to do exactly what he needs to, though. Even with that, still is able to work towards other pieces of momentum here. And it looks like, check this out, AS is on the chopping block here, but he was able to keep himself ahead of the pack for certain instances, so that way he doesn't get caught up. Let's see if they can keep that same momentum towards other pieces here. He's able to find it for a lot of different ways, but man, was able to solidify it in a really, really great time here. A lot of different things to capture it. As Arano trying to see if he can close in this finish onto Wufang. Not able to do a lot towards this, as Wufang is going to be able to potentially dip out of there. Oh, wait. He had him for a moment here, but sadly just missed out. It looks like he's going to catch him up top here. Ooh, nice strike towards this. Oh, but he ends up catching the freeze, though. He says, no, not today. Oh.
Man.
Catches him flying. He says, no, not today. You thought you were going to catch me, but I'm ice cold, baby. Ice, baby. You thought it was going to be me, but it's not. You lost me. Now it's time for me to leave. I'll see you later, big boy.
Reminds me of that time I went to an ice bar in Spain. It was just ice cubes everywhere. You know, it was a whole bar. You had to wear a polar jacket, and you got a penguin somewhere around the corner. But it turned out it was just a sticker. For Justina, though, Wufang going to be going ahead in the zone. This is a deep zone position that he's in. So he's going to have to really show up here with a full health bar because everyone's finding out north of the Achilles Gate. And Arano just looking to try to guide here. If he can, he got 2 minutes on the board. Hopefully to see whether or not he can try to snag up, because all the players are looking to hunt him down. He even has ultimate at this whole time. So I'm kind of curious. The Akos to be pressured out here is a target power selection that I would take, honestly. But it's also to the notion that even if there's a kill on the board, I think I would take the Hottie as well. Yeah, Wang Liang is on that push. T Star still has White Tiger's prowess for a couple of seconds. He's fighting up against Fong in the background. I see the no armor in the position, but there's going to be a Arano taking himself to keep kiting through. He needs at least one armor powder heal to go ahead on the offensive, but you're going to see GSG Fong in ultimate status, and now Arano's like, whoa, hold on a second. There's going to be the chance here for him to force ultimate, and he sees GSG Fong is low. But then again, now he's getting struck by 2 swipes coming through here. Swipe or no swiping as Arano gets caught through. Wang Liang almost caught by the V2, has that burn to be procced out here, gets caught by the knockback, so no confirmation on that level 3 slash, and an F1 preemptive from Arano captures himself to be locked away if the teams want to come through for a stagger. Arano keeps leaping around here, hoping to see whether or not Wang Liang has the opportunity of going ahead and catch to the strike, and that's going to be the case. Last hit confirmation though from Frostovitz, and he comes in for the 4th elimination. The Soul Bloom picked up for Wang Liang though, but Frostovitz, man's the yoinker of the century. 2 yoinks in 1 round. Can you believe it?
I mean, he keeps yoinking it. I'm definitely not surprised by it at all here, coming towards this, just because the amount of strike that happens towards this with, all of the momentum really does become like a hectic piece with everything that's like really happening. So obviously it becomes like kind of one of those things where it's like, okay, well, are you doing this because it's like this, or does it work out in your favor in another way? As we're able to push towards this though, look at Zhu Feng all the way up the top in 3rd place with that 29.9. Looking really good as the circle is going to slowly start to close in here. Question, for some of these players that are down low at the bottom, what is the next steps that they need to do if they're going to have an opportunity to get in the qualifying section?
I think one thing we have to take a look at mind about is investment of the other heroes. I mean, if they see a hero trying to go forward, they have to be in the backline ready to strike. Range is going to be the most absolute option. It's safing from the distance. We saw it coming through here multiple times when the range comes out to just pick up that last hit confirmation. And if not, they have to use whatever they have in terms of J selection if it comes into close quarters combat. I mean, I know we see Octa Slash Blade coming in for DRJ Fong. That's the case scenario for Jay to be a menace for a gold focus after a certain point in time. But you also have Kabloom, right? Mobile blue focus for the dual blades, and capturing somebody in the backline with that could eliminate them outright. The only problem is we got hyperactive ultimates of hotties, and being able to capture it out, if you're on the bottom board, you need to be able to capture him straight up with no contention from another player just trying to go for it. For instance, Wang Liang, he got no armor, man. He's got no ultimate. He's got no sauce. He's got to go ahead and go for a full reset, but no one's going to be able to contest this because they didn't realize how far he pushed back, because everyone's now focused onto the Spirit Well. And this is like, it's coming back and forth, like just keeping in mind about the game sense about where the parent opponents are heading off to. And that's just something that comes with over the course of time for these players. And they'll get a good understanding of their players and their peers and just trying to fight out against one another. But Frostovitz, 4 eliminations, gold armor. He's going to have to keep himself here because remember, he is technically in the bottom of the leaderboard. This is his first day of playing. But of course, if he catches at least, I think, a 30-point average for the points to be earned from today into his day 3, he should be good. As long as he can get a pop-off game now and just trying to go ahead and just succeeding for a couple of points here and there between rounds 3 to 6, he would have no issue just trying to go ahead for the qualifying and just making sure he doesn't get caught through with his, with his second week of not playing the finals. And I'm really hoping to see this man hit into the finals week. I'll be honest. I'm biased commentary coming in here, considering the last week he was able to capture it for it. But a ballista shot coming from the backline, that could deter his whole progress here. As you can see, he gets caught by the Scorch, but he doesn't get hit by the strike. And yet somehow AES is still on that ballista. Who is not stopping this man?
Oh, looks like Frostovitz got hit with it this time. And it looks like he's not going to be able to do insane a lot, though, as he ends up getting caught. Oh, well, he ends up catching another person, though, right before he ends up getting hit off the backstretch from someone else here. As Frostovitz trying to see if he can fly his way out of this section here. Really looking kind of hasty for him here, as he's going to be able to take his time here. Trying to close in that gap little by little here, just to try to see where he can kind of close in on the outskirts here. But he's just going to try to stall for as much as possible here. It looks like Frostovitz will get caught by Fang. Fang trying to see if he can keep that same momentum, but Frostovitz is trying to dip out. Oh, it's not looking good for him, though, as he does actually get shredded. And now Frostovitz is on the run. Doesn't want to get caught. Oh, no, he ends up getting caught. Oh, no, he ends up getting caught at the bottom, right in between the rocks and the stairs. No, that's so tough. I mean, personally, I'd be mad. I'd crash out here. But it looks like Fang is going to continue. He is that monstrous of destruction here. Let me try to see if he can go for the shield here. Both of which ends up getting grappled. Okay, Fang, don't end up getting caught the same way he just did.
Bro, I don't even think about it.
That's tough. It's really tough.
He's trying to kite it out. he tried to find the line, and that line was denying him that whole scare rush. The whole animation just left him in place, and right then and there, that's going to be where Phosphorus goes down. He goes to 6. Well, he has 4 eliminations. This is a nice stat. This is 4 eliminations to game 2 so far. So he's kind of going ahead and matching out with Star as well, who is still alive, so they can still play the placement though. Blue Focus is being thrown out here. You know who I wouldn't see here being thrown out with Blue Focus is Lolo Bombo in chat. I know this man is saying I don't throw blues whatsoever. I could be NA. I'm like, all right, this man's a global player coming from the EU squad. Of course, Fong. He's holding out for blues and baiting out, but he gets caught by a 1-2-3 by Wang Yang, so there's nothing going to stop him from getting this action. Fong looking to try to go ahead for himself. Almost caught by the jump LMB to the R&Bs from the fan. Got to be very careful that he can lock himself in place, and that's free pistol shots from everyone in the vicinity. That's free damage that Wang Yang is able to get himself secured. But a parry like that from Fong. 2.0 release here for the vertical. F2 investment. No Hep the detached proc coming out here. Fong gets caught by TE Star for that leaderboard position where he's able to yoink in that kill. Now he's in 12th place, or no, he actually skyrockets to 11th here with that 0.3 difference. And for the placement alone, for the 0.5. And now with 4 players still left alive, that is double gold armor, 1 purple. And I'm trying to find the 4th one here, and it's going to be double purple armor. Yeah, Wu Fong still here with the V1 Justino ultimate, and the B holding on to that for a little bit of a while unless he's forced to use it. This is where endgame circle comes out. We have to retain our ultimates. It's kind of a problematic situation though for Wu Fong. 3 eliminations, but only 1 armor powder into his endgame circle. So if he gets kept getting pressured, and the teams or the players realize that he's not able to heal up the armor, they can be like, oh, okay. And now Fong on the ballista. Man's beaming.
See if they can keep that type of momentum going here. It looks like we're down to our final 4. Looks like Fong looks like he's going to be able to try to see if he captures 1, but sadly, that one does not want no smoke in the middle of all this here. What is AIS just doing out here? Middle of nowhere. Got all his stuff outside. He said, who wants it? Who wants it? Who wants to say, who wants it? Who wants it?
Oh,
if they can find it here as TE. Looks like he's going to be able to find some nice strikes here towards this. It looks like he's going to be able to scale rush, at least on the outskirts here, pushing them on the outskirts of the circle. Let's see if they can find it. Gonna do a pretty good job of it, though. See if they can take it. Close it, do a better job of it, though. Kind of putting it towards it, though. Let's see if maybe they can find it. Definitely a well-placed moment there overall to push them outside of it. It looks like it's going to be right on the outskirts. Looks like there's going to be no area there where there's really going to be no height advantage. Like Fong, looks like he's going to have to force himself to move off of that towards the top space for it. A lot of weapons all the way around. They don't really want to engage as fast as possible here inside of the circle, knowing that it's just the final 4. We have DRG's Fong, X1's a Wu Fang, TE Star, and JL's AIS. Outside of this, I will say this, though. Star and JL definitely will get themselves a little bit higher out of the leaderboard here. So that way they don't necessarily have to worry about getting on the chopping block. Definitely going to have them have the better score so far, but they're going to have to catch up knowing that Frostbus is at 4 eliminations. Yes, they got out early. Those 4 eliminations are still going to be great, especially for Arano as well towards this, as they're both playing super well. Going to take their time here towards this, trying to see if maybe they can time it right. 25 seconds left on the clock for this final circle to close in. And they're just trying to feed off of the energy just to see who is really going to be it right now. I'm not going to lie to you. My money's on Fang.
Honest, yeah. I think he has a good chance so far. I'm not going to say that so that way we don't have the cast of Chris moment. But Fang has a good chance trying to capture through. He's keeling. You know, he's got himself at the detach. He can lock someone in the zone if he finds it. It's a go long sword too. So the DPS is not one thing. It's a sustain that comes out from this, from head the detach that works in his favor. He takes a little bit of hits here and there. He would just go ahead, throw a blue in the opposite direction after the first initial one, and then just go ahead and, you know, and get the hits. But then again, he also has a cannon. This is proximity shots that he can get. So I'm not sure. He has twin shot. Yes, he does. He's going to be able to hit a double range weapon. If he goes for the bounce shell increase when hitting multiple hits, there's going to be more damage as a result from the rupture of it. No rupture gale orb. Still going to be working out here. Here's Fong though, caught out here. V2. Okay, this is the other thing too. I did notice that there was a V2. They threw him in the zone. They said they tried to yoink him out here. Fong is still into the fights though. TU Star throwing out AS into the zone, and this is going to be a possible last hit confirmation. That's Keelan Guard. That F1 knocked out from Star is last hit confirmation. Fong finds a kit up against Star. Soul Bloom pickup's not going to save him, and that's going to be another elimination that DJ Fong takes. Wu Fong fighting out the Keelan Guard from Fong, keeps him alive for 4 seconds just because that's in the character's kit. And this man catches MVP. He takes off the glass. He's like, all right, I'm chilling. I'm chilling for this round. He got MVP.
He said, y'all know what I be doing. You know what it is.
He's on the caution board. And shout out to the moon in the background. Man, that moon is massive. But just like the moon is massive, DRG Fong, massive game. getting a 6, I think, elimination game, coming through here in first place. And of course, taking that 1.2 multiplier with the placement points, just securing more and more across the leaderboard in first.
I mean, he does a good job of it towards that final. And like I said before, I saw that coming a while ago. I was like, this is looking pretty good. I mean, he's got already a decent momentum kind of ahead of the game. Now it's just about, you know, really putting in that effort and just kind of seeing like where that whole thing goes towards. So I'm happy to see how it goes towards that very end. Strong ending. I will say that. Very, very strong ending.
And now it comes down towards this choice as option. I mean, Keelan's 4 seconds of invulnerability, that is like, I'm not saying it's an insult to injury, but it is part of how it works. And he just held on toward using that at the very possible end moment, and then he just kept himself alive. There was nothing that could be done. If no one was pressuring him out, he was going to make that pressure. We did see a chance there in seeing whether or not the Justino's going to have a full valley, because you got to remember, right, with V1 Justino, she's going to find the redash, she's got the freezes. Didn't occur for the fights, but then we got to talk about what happened in the beginning of the rounds, right? We got to look at what happened in the very beginning. Well, we saw the spawns coming out between Fong, between Mike, between Frostbus, all of the Jin Armory, how it led down towards gear difference in the very beginning stages of the match, where Frostbus got eliminated, but then when Mike went to challenge Fong, got eliminated himself. And then off of that end, we saw between outside of Rome Yang, Mike getting caught out and getting eliminated early on, and that's like something that you don't necessarily see. I mean, Man was playing the Liam, but the moment the ultimate came out here, I think from Keelan, there was nothing that could be done for himself. I mean, the slash just be earned. He abled himself for the V2, but it was too late. We got a question though, going through the board.
Yeah,
it's a little bit
question.
Curveball.
Wow,
this is a question for you guys. Oh wait. What if we're colorblind? No, which player wears a team uniform with red elements? Yo,
I love how you immediately think of the negatives.
I know, it was a first round thing. I was like, uh-oh. So is it A, CD, is it CD Wolves with the Wang Liang? Is it B, OUG Mike? C, JDG Chashang? D, DR3? Okay, I'm gonna knock out 2 of these, okay? I'm gonna knock out 2 of these because I want to make sure for the folks out there, if they can go for the 50-50 shot. So Wang Liang, definitely gonna be a color, not the one choice, but Mike and Fong, I'll give a hint, you know, between them and Chashang, one of those ain't what it is. So that's all the hint I'm gonna get. That's all the hint I'm gonna leave you through. I guess you could say as I guess you could say it's double C's down.
That's crazy. That's actually crazy. That's actually crazy. Even with all of that though, we're still able to go right back towards the top of the order. Game 2 is done. We're about to get ready to lock in for our game number 3, and we're close to the halfway mark for NARAKA BLADEPOINT for our solo game so far. There's been a lot of different things thus far when it comes to just how these play styles have been and where they're going over time, right? In terms of with strike, obviously their aggressiveness, and then even just general play style has been really good towards Hollerov. Obviously, definitely not as much engagement as I expected, but scoreboard's going to tell us something different. Fang with a 10.2 game score, double digits. Along with 6 eliminations. Star and Frosted is tying it up with 4 eliminations and a 5.5 and a 5. Just as fast in how indifferent a game can truly be when it comes to certain things. There's still a lot of things that they're working towards, but man, oh man, was that really, really good to see, most likely. Overtime here as Wolfang is able to get the 4th place slot with 3 eliminations and 5 points as well towards his name, and Arano rounding out the top 5 with a 4.5 game score. Obviously still good for some of these players though, but man, definitely a difference though. Fong with 10 points, really, really good. Let's see what we're looking at for the overall standings here, and this is who's on the chopping block. Look at this. Both tied Akame and Frostbus with a 9.5. Both tied Xjin and Arano with the 8.5, but both of them are within a point of each other of taking each other on top. Meanwhile, Wolves, sadly, nowhere to be found. 3 points to his name in total. The man is struggling. He still has a lot of time to make up with it, but SS1's pace with those 10 points. And obviously, AIS and Star with those 11 and a 10.3 overall. Shazang, nice jump at 18.9. Definitely going to put himself a little bit higher up. And man, he's struggling right now. So far, Star and AIS is trying to prove and want to make sure that they stay up top. And look at the top. Taking the top of the leaderboard, 36.5. DRJ's Fang.
And it's cooking. this is the second day of playing. So this is going to be the chance for him just to make sure he can get the proposed that he can take into solos finals, and hopefully to see whether or not he can keep the team with the DRTU name into the stead. I mean, listen, Spider's second day of playing ain't happening yet. It's going to be in day 3. And Mike, he's having a little bit of, he's not going to get knocked out from the top 12. I'll tell you that straight up, because Mike ends up having 3 pop-off games, and then he's good to go from day 1. He's going to have probably 3 to 4 pop-off games, hopefully in the next 4, to make it happen, so that way he can get back into the top 3 leaderboard, as we usually suspect from the champion for Jacob as well as for Spring. And hoping to see what's going to happen here in the replays. This is going to be the points we're going to go through here. We're going to have some clips and highlights brought to you by Thunder Robot, Born for Gaming. Now, Mike, this is the kill I mentioned earlier, right? Frostus goes down, and then Fong found Mike straight up. And that's going to be where Fong, which is catching him after a jump. And that was a jump carry, a potential for Mike. But then, outside Roman Yang, Fong, the slash, we were making mention of it, end frame was actuated, and he caught the hit right when it came in time. And he got the elimination. He knocked down his opponent out the lobby. And Fong took to the Romiang number 1 against Akame. Goes for that extension here for that grapple bump into R&B, jump R&B. There it is with a release. And Wang Liang taking his fights, as we were able to witness between him and Arano with 3 seconds, I believe, on the timer. Nope, 7. And that's coming after the lucky number here. But Star getting that V2, not getting any sort of confirmations from it. But he went ahead and did skills shot alone with the 2-1 into the musket, to the bow shot, headshot, and then to the F1 R&B. And just telegraph that jump LB. Frostbus yoinking the kill against Arano, though, outside Romiang. Fong seeing Frostbus having a little bit of trouble in that corner of the scare rush, and took full advantage of it. Had the detach comes out from Fong, but it had no opportunities of any process. But the last confirmation from the F1 was the reason I think that we saw the elimination coming from here, as AIS gets eliminated by Fong. That's my reasoning for it. And he's going to be the Keelan Zhang here for that ultimate for the MVP. And that's just a sick animation. I gotta go through with it. That's a sick animation. It means the anime character, even though it's a live action show, but it still goes crazy.
With that, though, martial art Octa slash braid, assault captain detached twin shot and bound sap soul jade, and a cavalry bloom. 20,000 damage. And the fist blade's coming in with a decent amount of damage here. It looks like every weapon that he used really got a chance to really get some genuine action throughout those 20,000 pieces of damage. Fist blades with almost 5,000 damage. Skulls and ultimates with 4,600. And his fan coming in with those 3,400, though. I mean, it really coming through strong with this. As we see a little bit of some of the face cams.
Face cam. That was Frostbus with the scare rush. That was a scare rush for Frostbus,
of course, of course, Fang comes in with a smile. Nice big old smile.
Man's always ready, always prepared, ready to troll. But then again, he's always ready and prepared. That's the most important part coming in through today's game, and that's going to be his MVP for this round. And it's going to be in round 2, right? We got more to look for in terms of the 3rd round. Hoping to see where the turnaround is going to be had. Now, Morsal kind of creates, awakens something for some players where they just go ahead and just go ballistic sometimes, or it ends up putting players that are already at the lead to just go ahead and getting, caught out. It's things happen in that nature between spawns coming out. But we'll be right back here for a short break. We're gonna get ourselves a little bit situated, get your rest, go to the bathroom, take a little bit of a chance to stretch, have a chance to get some water. We're gonna be coming back through round 3. And ladies and gentlemen, we are back out here for the NBPL Summer Split, Day 2, Week 2. And we're entering into Round 3. My name is Severio, alongside with BLADEPOINT with the Ambush King coming through here on Twitch for you guys to kind of keeping track of it. With that being said, have to make mention throughout this round that, you know, we're going into Morrisout. We're all approaching into the full time of the Fireflies, or at least for 2 rounds. And that's what's going to be actually happening. But for right now, let's see how the team's going to manage out before we enter that. And if you guys don't know, as a quick mention, it is going to be the Meta Autumn Festival coming through here on the 17th of September. So keep that in mention about, you know, the gathering element of it, you know, considering that you have friends and family, people that you really enjoy company with. Just keep in mind about those guys and just shoot them a message saying, hey, happy Mid Autumn Festival, you know, and that way it just keeps them in your prayers and keeps them in your mind, because everything is called about giving thanks, right? And if you want to give thanks to your peeps about them being around, that's a way for you to do so. Plus, in NARAKA, there is an in-game event if you guys want to take part, making sure you guys get as much as you can for your players, just to keep themselves, you know, nice and tidy for the rewards. But Game 3 is going to start out here. Selection hero points going through, and there's that moon I was talking about, man. Look at the lanterns as well. That shit is beautiful. I'm gonna be honest.
I want to actually go and see it, like, one day. Like, there's a lot of things that I do want to do.
Yeah, because like coming out here for the live scene of seeing a big moon in the sky, man. I mean, I've always seen it like
with the lanterns,
at a distance, the lanterns, right? I've seen it at a distance. I'll say that, but when it's
the fact that you've seen it at a distance is phenomenal. I've never been able to see it. Like, you know, at least you could sit there and be like, hey, I've witnessed it, I've seen it, I've gotten a chance to see it. Like, that's beautiful.
It is a beautiful sight. I wish I could see lanterns in the sky, though. I'll be honest, in person. So hopefully that happens soon. Rage in the chat, because I'm aware that when these guys are playing out to keeps, they themselves are looking for the victory. That's their lanterns in the sky, right? Making sure they get up to the end game stage and just being able to stamp their name, their team branding, and just making sure they can represent who they are and what they are. Because first round selection has both ASE's XY with ALL's Frostvis into this round. Now, this is a Keelan round pick selection, so hopefully we can see the turnarounds here for the players, right? I know that Frostvis had a little bit of a rough outputting with that moment in the sterile. I know he's looking at it and he's like, I don't want to think about that moment ever again, but it's always something to reflect upon, because now it's for him to go crazy as well as XY. But man, Liam picks off the first rip. Akame, Wang Liang. What do you guys choosing?
Yeah, they don't want that smoke.
I guessed it.
Oh,
I assumed it. I assumed it. Guessed correctly. Not rigged.
They also don't want the smoke either. He said, nah, you got it. We're not here for it. Honestly, it's understandable though. So we look back at it towards it. I mean, still, it's like I wouldn't want to be able to keep that same momentum as well. As we're gonna see the pick coming in from the 2 hotties. They are sick. They are sick of the hotties, man. They are sick. Yeah, sick. Okay.
But this is
random.
I mean, not random, but I seen a Tessa into daytime is something I wasn't putting on my bingo bar for 2024 for this season. And he's going to be the one Tessa, still having an available Matari here, 4-star to lock it through. Mike, either he goes crazy like he did in day 1 for 1 round, and he goes for a killing spree. He's on full assault, and that's going to be his Temmie game here. And that might be the way for him to rock it. I mean, listen, Temmie on Mike is something you can't mess around with. So for right now, having a counter pick against Akos is one thing, but double Tessa I think it's for the first time we have a double Tessa before even we get to the halfway mark. We are at the halfway mark right beforehand, and this is a Sunny Time map that 2 gamers are choosing Tessa as their option select here. One of them being Fong, and that's like his key component, character when it comes down to just both disengaging, engaging, finishing people off with the army or the fan, and then backing away, and then coming right back in. That's what he did last time. That's what he does all the time. If it's not a dagger or a fan, what is it really? Stick. Some metal on it.
I mean, still able to put that one together though, just because. What? I'm so. What? Huh? Man, sometimes you gotta give me like a slow version of like, because then I can understand it sometimes, you know, because you get depth into it, and then I'm like, yeah, I'm listening, and I like what you're talking about, but then sometimes I'm like, I'm completely lost. I ain't even gonna lie to you. As we're looking back here for
like a frog crossing the road, you know, back and
Yeah,
forth.
seriously, like
left, right, up, down, left. Okay, Chico, so what are we doing out here?
I'm like, yo, no, what? Hey, yeah. Wow. And then yes, so we're able to run it back towards this one though, as we love to see it. But hey, listen, you know, we talk about the different landing spots. You know, we've been to Pandoria, we've been to Holoroth. But you know what's really great? It's going back to a very old school, a very classic. You know what I'm saying? To call it an old school is a little weird because we're not old, but it feels like it because when we look at this map, we go, wow, we know this map very, very well. Morris Isle, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to see a nice, decent spread. Actually, that's a complete lie. The only people that are nice to spread out is JL and another player that's going to be near Shadow Jade Mine. Meanwhile, everybody else, nothing but Celestra, Sunvale Dwelling, Servant's Grounds, Artesian Grove. This feels like 2022 Naraka.
Yeah.
This is 22 to 2022 Naraka landing right here.
Without the zippings, right?
This is yes. This is about to get absolutely hasty. A lot of fights happening. I don't think there's going to be a lot of moments and timings where people are really going to go back and forth. No, they're going to keep that same momentum. They're not going to switch up anytime soon here. This is going to be fun to watch. I will say that, as we're going to be able to lock this in. The timing is of the essence, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see if they can keep that same momentum pushing strongwards as we're going to lock in for our game number 3.
Yeah, Mike getting himself the blue weapon, blue armor, getting dual halberds, and just going ahead and full aggro right now. He can. And then Arano's on the same boat with blue rarity weapon selection. Not going to be the same weapon, though. Spear has an extended LMB. There's going to go for the Jeff LMB to knock back and look for the armor powder. Maybe hopefully to see if there's any supplies there for an armor swap. Not seeing it. Arano backs off. Gets caught by the RMB. This is exactly what Mike is looking for. Create that pressure. Look for the armor swap. There's going to be the F1 into that armor right then and there for Foxfire for the knockback. And the common armor is left behind onto that pallet. So if anyone wants to go to that trove to pick it up, they could. 1, 2, 3s, though, are released or re-release those. Mike finds his first elimination. So does ASC's XY. So does JDG Shishang. So a lot of fights happening across the board between all the places. We might get replays later on. Who knows? But we have into the Artisan's Grove. BRG Fong finds Frostbus, goes for the LMB immediately upon inspection. There's going to be the check for the RMB. There's going to be the whole check. There's going to be a double blue focus release. Cancel grapple with it to the RMB to the crouch LMB. My man is holding the blues. And then there's going to be DRG Fong getting caught by a parry. F1 still available for himself. Frostbus looking to try to farm over rage as often as possible. There he goes for the grapple bump, but the terrain manipulation there gives Fong a little bit more energy to go ahead and keep moving forward. And while Fong is looking to go ahead and backing off here, I don't see any of the players coming through vicinity towards the Artisan's Grove. This is definitely going to be the economy spawn, but with Frostbus catching as much staggers as Fong, lock him to this corner. A scare rush has happened. Now Fong keeps the kiting going through, looking for the armor, sees it, common, swaps it, and he's going to be able to keep this fight going on further. Frostbus is just slowly but surely receding the health bar.
Either they can work towards this though, as Fong's gonna be able to try to see if he can keep this fight out on towards the outside of the sector. Nice hits though coming in from that, and is not gonna be able to do it as the defense is gonna be able to come through. Is able to at least catch him with the stun here. Ooh, waiting for the parry, but not gonna be able to do it. His Fang actually falls for it twice. Nice little bit of a stun here, but now here comes the fight. Both of them gonna try to see if they can capture on just long enough, and it looks like it's not gonna be able to do it as he captures the stun. Beautiful momentum to be able to find it. Oh, nice switch and the maneuver. Frostivus just short of being able to stop that momentum before it got worse. But it was unfortunate. It wasn't able to do it. And just like that, he's back at it, gets the shutdown, and he's back at it on top.
Yeah. And he also has the blue armor there if he needs to go back for it, if any sort of fights or chases happen throughout this time period. Celestia's not too far away from Artisan's Grove, so he could make the rotation out there. But in the meantime, TE Star, still having double lives available, is on his first at the moment. And he having a chance for use for the F2, trying to go for the closeout, goes for the pistol shot, goes straight through, making sure he can go for that stagger if he can. Trying to make momentum happen here. The F2 comes out from Wu Fong, the back off here. Alchemy is still looking for the chase as well, just looking for eliminations, right? He's on the keel, and he needs to make sure he can make this game count for the amount of play that this character can make. Jumpability comes through. The toes to the nose comes out from Alchemy. He gets that elimination. That's exactly what he needs, but TE Star has to disengage from this fight just in case that chance from that keel comes out where he goes in full offensive duty. Now, Star didn't want to take a chance. Not at all. So he's going to make sure he can just keep going for the loop pattern and just backing away before he reinitiates into part 2.
Let's see if maybe they can keep it going towards it as Mike and Fang fighting this out yet again. We've seen this fight many of times here. Ooh, nice dagger strikes just to be able to capture this as well. He's going to be able to miss the parry, though. Unfortunate. Fang's going to be forced to back off this. Meanwhile, Mike wants to be able to continue this fight. He says, come on, let's get back into it. We're not done yet. I'm not through with you. As he ends up catching with the juggle, the piece to be able to capture the finish and finalizes and signs the deed to Fang going back to go resurrect himself as Mike is able to clean up. He gets a nice and clean finish onto DRG's Fang.
Yeah, 3 eliminations on the board so far from Mike, and now he has a chance here. Just having that superseded lead that he's been looking for, maybe looking for the shot before he enters, before Romy Yang to get purple armor, maybe even a weapon of rarity that can be a purple rarity just to have him on a superseded points. Now for Wolves, Wang Liang Shattered Shipwreck Expanse, this is his second life. He lost his first one. Not sure as to who, as to where. I didn't get a chance to take a look at the kill feed in the beginning of the match, so I was mentioning those 2 eliminations for XY as well for the other opponents, but for right now, bounty on BB slows to make sure that he can find out JL. He's going to find out AS here, whether or not he likes to or not, with a purple armor, and he backs off completely just to see what he can try to muster before this chase happens from AS. Bro, let me tell you something. AS has 20 grapples. He can take this chase for as long as he needs to, and he has a purple weapon on standby for the spear, and he is an Octos, and that's a combination that I'd rather not see my worst enemy go up against, because he's making that push for them, and hopefully to see if he hits a bell, see if anyone's a day pawn, but who knows, man? The Romy Yang's going to spawn here about a 2 minutes time frame. Might make it away towards his S winery, actually in a minute time frame. So we're cutting that in half. Whoop. And JDG, Shishang, and Slows are going to be right next to each other over by the Gamma Mine. Hopefully they don't take a fight too soon, because right then and there you can see the objective moment is going to come down towards this Romy Yang and into Spirit Well when it does show up for acclamation for the rewards.
Are the rewards going to be worth it? Absolutely.
That's right.
Absolutely. So you better push in and get that amount of momentum, because you just never know. Obviously, coming into this, though, let's see where it really starts to come forth. Some of these playstyles, as both of them are going to be rotating towards this here. It looks like both of them, looks like they want to fight this out here, as Mike looks like he might be in the middle of maybe going for a chase. Decides to back out, realizes it might not necessarily be worth it. Actually, I take it back. He's seeing Wolves getting bullied here by Wolfang. He's going to take his time here, and he's going to pay attention to what's going on first, though. Get some nice strikes here. As the nice strike comes through, comes from the back. Ooh, trying not to get caught up into this. It looks like Mike's going to catch it first and says, hey, guys, I'm going to let y'all do y'all do. I don't know why Mike didn't just push into that circle here. I don't know why he did that, but he did steal the chosen one. He stole the chosen one. Because he is the chosen one.
He said, I'm a what? You're a wizard, Harry.
Meanwhile, as Zhang Juan and Fang come through towards this, let's see if they can keep that same momentum towards the final circle here, as it looks like Zhang Yu trying to see if maybe they can get some nice momentum towards this. Zhang Yu was successfully able to get an elimination in order to steal the circle away from one of the players, and that happened to be Mike from earlier in last game. Let's see if Yuan can successfully be able to snatch it again. Timer on the clock here as Fang's on the outskirts of the circle here. Looks like he's going to be able to push in towards this. Nice shots from the cannon. Trying to see maybe they can get some connection off of this one here. Looks like Fang decides to back off this. He wants no smoke. Yuan's going to be able to get in there. Looks like it's going to be Wu Fang meeting up with Mike in the realm of Yang.
It's a lot of blue weapons. He's got dual halberds, and he has a dagger on standby in case he needs to kite around. Mike, purple arm, I mean, he could have a little bit of time. If he fetches a parry against Wu Fang, that purple dual blades, definitely going to do some work here as a Temulch. Now, FOS comes out here, looking for the F2, whether or not it's going to be coming through. Now, Mike could set up some shop here, finds a parry, there it is, dual blades in his hands, and hatches a plan of just going ahead for the horizontal. Another pair of dual halberds, this is going to be purple rarity. Goes ahead, tries to go for the ultimate, tries to set it up, does not have the occurrence to do so, then he gets caught by the double RMBs. Now, Mike going right back towards the circle, trying to find some defensive capabilities. He gets denied, and Mike just with it, clean with it, throws the whisk throw, has a time for one heal only, and that's going to be the chance where Wu Fang can take the engagement with the teleport from the V2. There's going to be the second one. Now, Wu Fang going for the 1-2s. Based out for the 3 hold check coming out here for another blue focus. Not going to happen here. There's going to be a release coming out from Mike, and they're going to be the F2 recast. And there's the uppercut. No RB confirmation. The F1 investment. Nice scare rush into an RB. Goes for the horizontal, baiting it up here. Wu Fang just hopping into the corner and getting the elimination against Mike. Like it's going to be coming through like night and day. Now, as XY comes out here from Team ASE up against EAWG Zarano, Wu Fang takes his Romy Yang victory against a key hitter.
Hitter. Let's see if they're going to be able to find it. As Yuan able to try to see if maybe he can get some hits. Unfortunately, gets destroyed by the dagger here. Nice movement and momentum coming in from Yuan. He's both going to be able to time it right on both sides here. He plays that super well. It looks like Arano going to try to see if maybe he can time it well. Nice stun just to be able to get him off his back here. But it's crazy enough. The shots are able to ricochet and still gets a decent amount of damage onto Arano, and it's not going to be enough. It's AS He's able to get the finish off of that inside of the realm of Yang, gets the prize, wins it well. Beautiful Egyptian looking the skin. Amazing skin here towards this as he's able to pop that. He's able to capture towards this time. Oh no! Oh, how was he able to get out of that stun? The timing to get the finish off of that stun though was actually really, really flawless. I will give that to him.
Yeah, he's
I mean, that couldn't be any better.
Putting himself with the whisk throw. I was actually curious about the ultimate. I thought he was going to dash through, but he was safe out of it. Now Wufang here in the beta fight against Mike for round 2. LMB's getting held out here for the blue focus. Hopeless to crouch LMB, look for the blue focus initial strike, and Mike is anticipating that as well. Throws his whisk, immediately tries to get that skill on cooldown as fast as possible, but there's going to be the other cut. There's a grapple bump. There's an R&B. Oh, no, goes for staggers and knows that terrain is not going to allow for him to get that hit. Now Mike is on his stead here. There's the uppercut. There's the grapple bump, and now it's going to be the turnaround for the horizontal release. He's going to get a chance for Wufang to get locked through the corner. Terrain manipulation at its finest. Mike catching out the beatdown. Hopefully to try to get this Vermilion Birds. Mike burned out here from his opponent. He gets caught with the F ability for himself to throw it against the odds. Throws a bow shot to a second bow shot. Takes his time to reset here. But Wufang just going to go ahead and just take the time to heal himself, possibly for a round 3.
I mean, you got to be able to clock that in and get ready for that next round. Like, is it worth it to do that? Yes, absolutely. You got to be able to know when it's better to back off that fight, knowing that you can still come back and absolutely dynamite for that next fight here. But let's see if they can, as Wufeng, they're trying to see if they can get some strikes here. Sadly misses out on both of those. Unfortunate. Trying to see if they can collide it well here. Not going to be able to, as both of them really well on the defensive side. Oh, beautiful parry to connect it on the mic, and that's when Wufeng is going to take that much action into it here, as he's going to juggle him all the way up inside of this hut here, making it really, really hard for him to try to be able to close in this gap here. And it looks like here comes the momentum. Once Mike starts to at least get away a little bit here, his movement speed is really phenomenal here. But these players have been learning. These players have been getting better. Their timing has been phenomenal. And he's making it a lot harder for any of them to really be able to connect towards it as he forces them out of it, pops the ulti, and is able to give him a little bit more time. For Wufeng, a little bit lost, a little bit stuck. And just like that, Mike is able to put himself back in a better position here for him to reshield, reheal, and now he's back right towards the fight. Is able to trade back towards the purple shield. Is able to go back right towards the momentum. Tries to see if he can go through the hut, but it was unsuccessful in being able to. And Wufeng is able to capture and give him the exact same energy he's been giving him this whole time here. Nice strike towards each side here. Both of them are going to be able to pop up and up top, making it just enough. But Wufeng stands in the same spot, lets the tornado, takes a little bit of damage, looks right at Mike and says, huh, you thought it was going to do something?
And gave him a beatdown like Terrence Howard and Hustle and Flow against Luda. You know, you're never going to have a chance of reaching that mixtape. It's in the toilet, and that's where Mike is going to be standing here for this round.
That reference is crazy.
I know, it's crazy. I told someone I was going to make the reference, and then I committed to it, so it got him. AES, though, making his chance for the V2 to be available with a pole sword, so he's scared rushing in and out. Over to see about the charge up RMBs as Arano is still going to be going with the purple armor. Backing away, XY with AS. Gonna have that shop, got purple weapon or gold weapon, and there's 2 gold weapon wielders, I guess you could say. Frostivus as well with that gold fan, and Akame just getting slammed, hammered down here. F1 initiated from XY, cannon shot back and forth, looking for 500 health, looking for the armor swap. Can't see it, can't strike it, and man, everyone's here running for Romying, and Akame is just picking across the field for someone to go ahead for a cannon shot. Finds an armor swap, so as long as he doesn't get caught in the burn, he should be good. But the vitality heals loud. Players look inside the building trying to see what is up with that, and Arano finds Akame inside the building, preemptive notion, and captures it. There's going to be the horizontal R&Bs. The cannon shots come out for the 1-2-3. Akame has F1 combo breaker, but no chance to open up the stroke. He's trying to get himself to save that salvation moment. And Arano goes for the horizontal release, and that's going to be the case scenario for that soul balloon to be picked up. He has the second ultimate ready to go through, takes the time to heal in the zone, and just trying to go ahead and avoid any sort of pressure from these teams by keeping himself as spaced away as possible before the second Romying comes through. And AS, he's the man of the hour. He's holding down that Romying pass. He is the Yakos. A great contesting ultimate to have, as well as for the character outside Romying. It's just all about what happens inside. Frostivus takes the fight coming up here against Wufang. Gold weapons, purple weapons, you name it, these guys got it.
See if they can rotate towards this, though. Let's see if Frostivus is going to be able to go airborne here. Takes his time. Is able to grapple just a little bit too early, though, towards this. Is going to try to grapple towards him again. He's able to get a nice little bit of a strike here, but Wufeng is going to get a little bit more ahead of that and get a little bit more aggressive. Let's see which defense is going to be a little bit better on both sides here. Frostivus is trying to see if he can time the parry, but was unfortunate towards this. Just trying to see if he can feed into that energy, trying to see if maybe they can fall for the bait. Nice invisibility to get a decent little bit of strike. Had Frostivus at least looking back like, whoa, wait, hold on. I didn't even know where you at. Meanwhile, Frosty trying to take his time here is able to get a nice little bit of a pinpoint on him. as Croft trying to close in the gap little by little here. Waiting for the bait, though, was unsuccessful. Frost was able to read right into that one, plays that super well. Pushes towards the front, is able to get a nice little bit of a strike, but nothing too insane, nothing too substantial. Ooh, nice parry to connect onto that one, and just like that, Frostivus is on the wrong side of the airborne here. Has nice strikes come through here. Frostivus able to get the finish, gets the shutdown. Just like that, Wufang is able to be the successor inside of the realm of Yang on this one. Meanwhile, back inside on the other side, AS and Wolves fighting this out. Not looking good, though, as Wolves dangerously low, but doesn't matter, though, as he's able to keep that same energy. The amount of blue focus is able to capture the strike. It absolutely has him twirling like Tom Brady throwing the football. Meanwhile, trying to take the same momentum and trying to see if maybe he can pinpoint this towards the strike. And AS is able to get the finish on the back stretch. He says up, down, left, right. Finish.
Yeah. Tried to fist bump his fellow caster, didn't get any response. The man was looking straight dead on and got the elimination. They're going to be coming through with the good set of gear. This man got Cloud Weaver into gold halberds. So if he finds fist blades, you know he's going to do it again like we saw in round one. But the fist blades is not going to be in his hand, I think, potentially. Got to double check that one. But these dual halberds, that scaling is going to be astronomical. He's going to be going ahead and rocking with it. Frostbus outside Realm Yang, 5 minutes on the clock, looking to find Wang Liang. Wang Liang going for the pitter patter, gets himself the last hit of confirmation for the jump LMB. Now Frostbus looking to hold check here, gets caught almost again by the pitter patter, but he spaces out. He's got F1, he's got V2. Kind of hoping to see V2 working out here, but Frostbus is in a tough spot. He's going to have 2 targets. Going to have the prior selection someone into the core scenario, and that's going to be the first fight. F1 investment early on to avoid that stanton potential from range shots from the region, and that's going to be AS arriving to the scene. White Tiger's prowess, all the sustain in the world that he's kind of hoping for to kind of work into catching the sacks as well for the mitigation. Now for Frostbus, Stone Form proc forces a shunt, but a grapple from the wrong target forces the whole lobby to set. Wang Liang able to dodge us out. Once you're in the midair, you get caught by RMB or you get caught by a musket shot, and that's going to be where Frostbus finds himself here, trying to find out and finding a grab. He launches this. He's getting against the heel. No, he's not. He's going to get a horizontal release, though, and a bow shot from Wufang. This is going to be a point where it's going to be leading out towards AS getting focused, and the lobby is all around this area, and just trying to commit towards it.
Commitment is still going to be very strong, though, towards this. He's still going to be able to find the momentum, but he is going to just try to see if he can dip out of this as fast as possible. Definitely does not want to get caught in this, but sadly, he looks like he does as the Wolf Strike is going to be able to come through with that Tiger. Absolutely slams him back, though. Not looking good, though, as Wolves might decide he might have to retreat off of this, though. Yo, who's in the Ballista right now?
It's good.
That Star in the Ballista. Trying to see if maybe he can get a strike off of this, but not enough as everybody starts to scatter. Listen, I love what happens when all this momentum and all the fighting happens. You hear a Ballista, just go, and you go, everybody just scatter. Crazy.
Oh, weird. They're like, huh? Looking up to the sky, like, where's the next shot? And then 1200 armor goes down. Can't do anything about it. So for everything coming out, Star being the menace on top of the Ballista, he's hiding inside the tower now. So I don't know if anyone's going to seek him in through there. But Wang Liang, still no chance of finding a solo at the Realm Yang depletion. We see Wufang finding a bounty scroll off of Arana, though, for right now. So hopefully to see whether or not Arano is going to be taking the fight if he gets chased upon. But otherwise, it's just going to be vision for Arano's guys of seeing that meter fill up. 2 eliminations for Arana, by the way. 2 eliminations for XY, as well as 2 eliminations for Slows. Surprisingly so from BBE. I mean, he's taking this game now for the points to be earned. This is his 2 eliminations that he's able to actually get today outright. So for right now, he is playing Hottie, playing it slow methodically. There's 7 players total, 6 for him to go up against. If Wang Liang doesn't have a chance of getting Realm Yang deletion in the next 2.5 minutes, it's going to be going down to 6 for endgame. And now it's going to be a hopeful moment of seeing if it will end up going through there in the next 9.5 minutes. Otherwise, we might just see some kiting out here for the tower, the council courtyard. Start just keeping himself spaced away from any potential aggression from anybody, especially considering how many cannons have been showing up here. And you can see XY being one of the recipients of that, having in the side pocket as his first slot. And hopefully to see whether or not he's going to get aggressed upon by AIS, who also has a cannon, and Arano with a musket shot. She's a whole bunch of heap of trouble at this tower at all times.
Even with it at all times here, doesn't mean that he still can't keep that momentum going as Arano. Let's see if he can get a decent strike, though, from somebody, maybe being able to gauge that a little bit ahead of time, but sadly wasn't able to find anybody. Wolves able to do so much maneuvering up top, though, really just kind of seeing what everybody else is doing. Wolves taking his time, not really forcing anything. Sadly, with 0 eliminations under his belt here, it's not looking good. Meanwhile, BBE Slows with 2 eliminations to his name, getting some points finally on the board. Successfully able to get something. I think one of those at least was elimination. I don't necessarily know if it was from points yet, at least, but they were to find something. I know that 0.5 was for placement, at least. as Wolves is steady going to be able to go airborne here towards this. All of them near the tower here is Wufong. Same place, super far out here. Does not want to really engage with a lot of people here. He's in a great space, second place, 5 eliminations deep. He doesn't really have to force anything if he really needs to here inside of this, but it's not about the top people. It's about that red line that you guys see here on the graph. That red line is going to be the qualifying number right here. So Frostivus currently is inside that qualification number. Arano is currently out. Meanwhile, Wolves trying to fight this out dangerously. Not looking good for him. He's getting slammed on 2 different sides of the equation, and he's losing on both sides between multiplication and division. Goodness gracious, it's not looking good for him as Wolves decide to back off this. He's going to need to go inside, go for the shield, go for the swap. He ends up getting pressure to buy the cannons. Going to be able to puff out on that inside here. Let's see if they can run towards this here. See if maybe they can run towards this. Nice little bit of some strikes here as Wolves trying to see maybe he can capture the timing and the momentum here as he decides to go down. Gets grappled, but nobody decides to push in on that fight.
Yeah. Did he just get last hit confirmation on by the musket? Yes, he did. Yes, he did. I think he might get given a kill. Maybe not. It's been enough time. No, Rano still yoinked the kill. Now he passes Frostivus. Wow. For the 3rd elimination. That's a placement as well for that 0.5 to be increased. 6 players left on the board. I was making mention. This is going to be where a case scenario comes up for AIS to make sure you can try to keep the Akko Stadium alive, but also for slows. Now, Wufong takes Spirit Well. This is gold armor for him to pick up. It's going to be a gold weapon. And as well as it being the buff, no one contesting the buff early into this area. It's not the same as in trios where we're really tight knit and where the players are gonna have to want to contest it. In solos, the buff comes out surprising a lot earlier into the match around the 7-minute mark. So for players to kind of work their way towards that, if they have no contest between other players, they can have pretty much a huge spike in power. I mean, White Tiger's prowess is one thing in solos versus in the trios, but it does work out if it ends up going for a yoink as Matari is able to catch that. Now on top of that, Wufong has a full binding meter. Looks like this man has Dragon Roar as well, and having Gold Fist Blades, Gold Pole Sword, Gold Halberds, just to name a few, and forcing into a supply pool that is perfectly evenly balanced for what this endgame circle is going to prevail towards, because now he's chasing out the one key target. As we've been mentioning over time again, the Hottie, the slows, being able to come out here from the depths of last, just try to catch as much more points that he can against his opponents, because it goes out to 3.5 to Wang Liang, who just got eliminated. But even though X isn't playing up today, that's an 8.5. That's 6 points or a 5.5 difference for him to catch up through there. To be able to get 6 would be a monstrous feat in one round, but it will be something for him to look towards and just evaluating himself to get out of that bottom 6.
I mean, he still has a lot of timing to do that though, but definitely do not want to be any further. But obviously, I mean, I feel like even with these next 3 games here, I feel like it's going to be hard unless just 1 or 2 of the same players really do decide to pop off like crazy. I feel like that's going to be the time. Oh,
heard that. I heard
you
that
guys caught towards the edge, or at least it seemed like it. I was like, whoa, don't do that, buddy. Definitely do not want to get caught up by that one, though, because once you're in there and you're out of it, it doesn't look good. Oh, beautiful parry on the BBE slows, but sadly wasn't able to really maneuver and get that and capitalize on that moment here to really get some nice strikes here. Very, very unfortunate. No, and he ends up walking. He ends up running away. And then he gets caught by the brains. And just like that, he gets snatched.
Yoink. Yeah, Moonbane coming through here, giving the ASC's XY the elimination. And walking through and taking 800 damage. Now, XY off in the north end vicinity. That was the last Moonbane in the game for this round, at least. And now it's up to seeing about who just pick up that buff, the Spearwell at the very end for gold weapon, gold armor. Now it's up to AS to with XY from ASE to just really work out and keeping his position held. There's 5 players left into the board. Arano here at 3 as well as with XY. So kind of being the kill leaders here. AS from JL though has 1 star, still hasn't found his keepers for his for eliminations yet. We still have Wufong just keeping his guys and keeping his motion here with that Dragon War if he can keep it a high ground position. And he blocks off range shots. The only thing that's going to stop it necessarily is if cannon hits in the proximity. But we're going to talk about that. Wufong, though, has the sharp mindset to make sure he doesn't have any sort of forced fights here just yet. Look to just farm up rage if he can and burning rage per second. So that way he's able to go through and escape or even to full send ultimate strikes to get healed back. It's a lot of motions with V2 with the Matari with F2. Where you're able to kind of forfeit your aggression for sustain and utility process. So it just comes in many formats and how it comes through. Either you become an assassin, you teleport behind somebody, you throw a blue focus, or you end up having to spam your F2s in order for you to get yourselves a little bit of healing here. But like I mentioned earlier, AS from JL has the Cloud Weaver on standby. If he's holding out for Endgame Circle, I'm hoping to see that's the case because that's a Jade you do not want to mess around with.
Towards this though, let's see if they can keep that same momentum in the top 5 here with some of these players. Star officially in qualifying with 12 points. He ends up popping off towards the end of this. This could be massive for him though. 12.3, 12.5. Definitely has a chance to get himself a little bit higher up and away from that bottom line. Because like I said before, if you're looking at the red line towards the left here, that's the place you definitely do not want to be in. That's where the contention is going to be for you to either be whether in qualifying or out of qualifying for the finals for solos. Looks like they're both going to try to see if maybe they can fight this out here. Yuan trying to force a little bit of some habits here towards one of the players. It looks like he's going to catch one of the outskirts here. Wolfang on the outer, ends up getting stunned on both of them, though. Yuan is able to capture a free one. It's a frenzy on the outskirts of the circle. Yuan attaching so much damage on the outer. Harano catches a risk and takes it and then wins with it as well here. And he ends up catching AS with the absolute strike coming through from, oh my goodness, Harano playing that so well, so timed. Absolute flawless. I gotta give it up to Yuan, at least able to risk to at least get another elimination out of that. But what are you doing, buddy? You didn't need to do that. Just like that, 2 players are out.
It's a Oonga Boonga, bro. My man went full send. He went full send for it. Now 3 players left through. Star still yet to find anything out, but Arano playing it for keeps, closing in, potentially in catching himself enough points to kind of keep himself locked into the top 6 for his first day of playing. Now, of course, you know, we had to keep the notion going. You know, Stars being the lowest health target here. This focus could come through here from AIS, and hopefully with JL's team made to make sure they can go through with this player. If they can capture him to get this MVP, that'd be sick. I mean, he needs 3 eliminations, but regardless, Perry from Star having that chance. Is this man on a survive glyph board? Yes, he is. TE Star rocking the survive glyph board for that Perry activation for a siphon for 20%. 10-second duration every minute. Make sure you guys know how the glyph boards work, because that glyph could save, make or break a situation here. Hoping to see whether or not AIS goes for it. There's going to be the jump, there's going to be the R&B, there's going to be uppercut. No confirmation from there yet, but we see AIS in this active motion where Star just gets caught by the V2 even before the F2 proc. Seeing the Tesla ultimate only connects towards JL's AS. Now the F2 comes out here from Star. The ultimate comes through and getting to sustain back. Now AIS is caught by the stun. We can see the horizontal release into a soul break for an assassin's lunge, into another crouch LB hold from Arano, into a AS dreadful whale, too early for the parry. AS goes down, 5 eliminations for Arano here, 1v1, and it looks like the soul bloom is going to be picked up in a teleportation into the zone, forces out Arano to go ahead and pick up the soul bloom. He's going to have another cast with his ultimate ready to go, and TE Star in a motion, try to keep himself mobile, goes for the F2 midair for a free RB release into the zone. Arano into the stock position, goes for another dreadful whale. No parry here this time from Star, and there's going to be Star really working out whether or not the Tesla is going to come out. He dodges it, he taps dodges it, he goes for the lethal jab into a rampage, and that is Star getting his first kill that game. But with Arano with the high 5 kills, he's going to get himself the MVP and earning himself that round.
Man, that was actually an incredible performance here. I'm really surprised by how that ended, especially with Yuan deciding, I'm just going to start some problems here. I'm just going to get somebody out of this, and if I go out, meh, it's whatever. I'm already in top 3, so it's no real issue for me. I just want to make it a problem for somebody else. Kind of diabolical, a little bit, not going to lie. It's a little crazy, the fact that he just decided, you know what? I'm just going to cause somebody else some problems. I'm going to get somebody else out, get a free point. If I get out, sure. Imagine being the other person. It's like, bro, what are you doing? Why did you pull me into your mess? What did I do?
What treachery is this?
Diabolical.
Moment.
That moment was diabolical. Absolutely diabolical. At what point does that just become a personal targeted attack?
He's like, I feel
personal.
I feel threatened. I feel threatened. Your presence alone. Extinguish. Gotta make sure it happens for the next couple of times and seeing these fights, because you know Arano, man, last week when he came through for finals and activating himself a Zenkai boost in the final round, he had the most points earned that game and just absolutely kept away from the match point for gamers. So he has it in throughout this time, being able to be in the scene for as long as he has, just to try to capture out some moments in here and there. And this is going to be an MVP that he's taking in for keeps. And it's really good to see him, you know, kind of forcing out through. I mean, it kind of blew when we came to finals in the round 8 when he didn't have match point. But then this man comes out with like 8 kills or something, like 7 points to kind of be earned out. Now, if that was the case, if he did end up having one last kill in round, I think round 7, in order for him to get through, man would have been popping off that round on top of the victory with everything in mind, and kind of working the Matari in its best, you know, or the with the Tesla ultimately coming through out here. The Tesla coming back in a daytime map, right? I made mention that, like, a daytime Tesla again. This is kind of an occurrence that maybe she is going to be the 4th round pick selection or even the 3rd round pick selection. If she does come out of the woodworks again, this could be a lot of contention for players to kind of want to work about how to fight against her, because she succeeds in very well into that 3rd-party selection. She gets herself into Realmy Yang's. She's able to convince somebody to take a fight outside of Realmy Yang and then turn the tide around. And since she's able to invest so much heavily with the combo breaker, she can clap back with an R&B, right? There's a lot of combinations that can work through. Hopefully catch neutral, right? And depending on the target that you have, whether it's a Liam, you burn their ultimates, meaning that you can able to kind of work off of the rage and seeing how many casts of the ultimate to the Auric Swords come out, and just being able to like tap dodge, and that's an investment that just threw the other player in the receiving end, where they couldn't do anything but invest that said ultimate, like for what the case is for the Liams into their 1st round selections that we've been seeing. So hoping to see what happens there for the other players. They're going to be choosing her out, but congratulations to Arano earning out that round 3 and getting the MVP.
Man, still a lot of that happening. Absolutely. The way you were able to explain that, though, was actually really spot on, though, especially towards that final fight, and them really trying to capitalize on like real moments here, but definitely a lot of defense. I feel like the defense was really the name of the game for kind of this game. I feel like there were definitely some moments of heavy aggression, but a lot of people was kind of waiting for people to strike so that way they can really capture them on like the wrong side of being attacked, and then starts to watch this 3rd-party frenzy of everybody else trying to dive in to maybe steal that elimination from somebody. And I saw that, and we saw that a few times, whether or not that was WL that was at the tower, and he ended up getting caught low, and then everyone else started to dive on him, which he ended up living at least lastly towards the end of the circle. Or whether it was earlier in the game, right after one of the players went out of the realm of Yang, and then towards the end of it, the same thing. Xian Juan able to come out of there and really capture somebody and hopefully catch them in that 3rd party and gets a free elimination out of that before he ends up getting out of it. Now, obviously, looking at the top 3, Yuan still gets in top 3, even with that really aggressive and somewhat a careless push. 5.5 points with 4 eliminations. X1's Wu Fang with 5 eliminations, tying it up with Arano. But that game rank point is going to be so beneficial. So obviously, Arano's going to take that lead with 7 points. Those 2 ranking points able to take him off the top. And obviously, that 1 extra point is going to put him in second place with those 6 points. Still, strong games, strong momentum, strong with everything that was happening, though. I mean, I feel like they did a really fantastic job with it, and just massive hit. You just never know. But man, oh man, was that a good moment for them to really be able to see that and kind of go, hey, did a good job.
Yeah. You know, it's crazy too with like Star, right? He just kept himself away from the fights at 0 eliminations the whole match until the last place. And even with 1st place there, he got himself 1 elimination. That the 4.2 total score just came from the placement points of 3, right? That's essentially 3 eliminations he took. That 1.2 coming in from that 1 elimination he was able to get. Now, looking at towards the gatekeeper right now, and it's going to be JL's AS at 12.8 for this day so far for his 1st game of playing. T Star here at 15.2 and 11. EWG's Toronto at 15.5 and 10. Since we don't have GG Shaw playing today in verse, they have the next 2 roundups from 17 and 19, but 19.9 for Chisheng. 2nd day of playing. Hope to try to secure himself here for the next remaining 3 rounds. With 13.4, he was able to accrue in the 1st day. TT25 not playing, 6th place at 24.1, 25.4 for OG's Mike here for his 2nd day, as well as with 26.5 to AC's XY here for 4th place. WBG Spider not playing for 31.5, but 36.9, double play for Wu Fang into catching 2nd place, and DRG Funk still heating it up, 37.5. It's a close position between 1st and 2nd. And for Fang to have himself a 0.6 difference between Wu Fang, who is new on the block, at least towards the Nbpl, it is going to be an interesting notion of seeing how this is going to end up for the next 3 rounds. But we're going to have some clips and highlights brought to you by Thunder Robot, Warfare Gaming. That we take it away.
Nice strikes coming through from Shozang, and Shozang was able to find at least the 1st piece here that really gave him that amount of confidence and the momentum that was absolutely needed here. Spong, look at this though, was able to capture this moment here of getting that stun right before, as Frostivus was just trying so hard to maybe get the stun to be able to go off at the worst timing. Same thing with this one. Look at Wolfang, was able to capture the nice strikes. Now check this out. Mike is gonna be able to come through with the nice strike, comes up top. Wolfang stays in the same location, waits for the moment for Mike to potentially attempt to strike, and then uses that towards momentum. Same thing with Wolfang doing it again in the house of the Frosty. Is able to do the exact same thing, catch catches him with the juggle, gets the strike, gets the finish. Yuan absolutely goes crazy and gets some nice revenge on the Wufong, especially in a place where he was absolutely, there was no reason for him to really push onwards towards that. But man, oh man, did he say, you know what? I'm going to ruin this game for you. And he does just that. And look at the strike coming through from this one. You definitely do not want to get caught inside of that moment here, inside of the tornado. Catches Star on the outside here, says, hey, buddy, you thought maybe there was an opportunity for that. Star held so long for that moment here, but does end up getting eliminated, but he's still happy with his performance. He still held strong very for a long time here. And obviously it shows with him being that MVP of this game here with 13k damage, a Dreadful Whale, Sap Soul Jade, Assassin's Lunge, and another step. Fire arrows, target lock, damage reduction, and a Starfall. Can I tell you that Dagger was his best friend with 7,800 damage alongside the Dreadful Whale? Oh yeah, not only was he putting in the work, he was putting in that damage too.
Yeah, and Dreadful Whale control right there for the gold focus right after a couple of seconds of the blues. Just commits towards fully locking in. And we had that one change, right, where Dreadful Whale got buffed and everyone was like, huh? Because then all of a sudden he just keeps track of no matter which way you move, you're not locked into one spot. And that just keeps helping out for tracking for solos. If someone gets knocked away, maybe from R&B from somebody in the back line to kind of commit towards trying to third party for a kill steal, doesn't occur, he'll still keep track of that target into the background. And Starfall Jade, not used. Assassin's Lunge, that thing was spammed, bro. He was spamming every single Assassin's Lunge for go for the horizontal into another horizontal and just capturing those extra staggers came through for Arano to really work it out. And this is going to be the MVP that he's taking through. And obviously taking the chance of actually, witnessing throughout, the J selection he was able to kind of crew over there. It was kind of interesting to see that notion about where he saw prediction period to potentially happen there from Star, but that Rampage really worked out in Star's favor. Quick action motion J that just gives you a fast, it feels like it's a faster blue focus that comes out, and that was with the anticipation that I don't even think Arano was prepared for that one, for the Rampage to come out that fast. I wasn't prepared for it to come out that fast. I saw the lethal jab coming a mile away, but the fact that it came out as fast as it did put Arano to his placement where he wasn't able to catch that multiplier for first place, and just giving the Star that 1 point.
You gotta be careful about that.
Always.
Those types of strikes comes through. All of a sudden it comes out real strong. You got to be able to dive past it, or you got to be able to dodge it so very well. Ooh.
Tap dodge, and guess what? I got
hit him with the hit him with the just like that. But sometimes you listen. You don't want to get caught up. That's all I gotta say. Sometimes you end up in these situations, especially with those final circles towards the end, and everybody is just waiting for that moment to really catch you in a bad space. You don't want to get caught in a bad space. We do have another question though for the community, so that way you guys end up getting some prizes and all that other stuff. The questions are usually very good, just so everybody's really locked in on making sure that everybody's paying attention, right? Timing is just as good, but I'm still thinking about how Yuan just was so rude with that kill, just pulling somebody away and just kind of saying, hey, there's no reason for him to do that. Absolutely not.
Hi everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to the post-game interview. And now I'm standing here with Fro and let him say hello to our audience.
Hi guys, I'm Frostivus from Team Alliance.
Yeah, welcome Frostivus, and I know a lot of audience really accept you are here and long time no see. So first I would like to know, so for the off season, so how's your journey for the off season and maybe because with the new season, although it's the second bi-weekly, but how's your feeling so far?
During the off season, I think I'm getting lazy too much, and the first bi-weekly showed it. That's why I didn't get into the bi-weekly final. And so after that, I started to try and get back in shape, practice more.
Yeah, I need to say that again. I'm really surprised that because Fro, in my opinion, always a talented player. But I would like to know, so for you, because you'll say in the off season maybe a little bit lazy, but now you are trying to practice more and also back on track. So anything you just adjust from the last week till now?
My fighting skills, the week before, I lose every fight I take for some reason. And so this past week, I'm trying to get back my fighting skills. And so I was asking a lot of people to practice 1v1 against me. And today, it kind of shows that I can still win against some people. So yeah.
Really, I think really a lot of friends help you. And may I ask, who is the player that fighting practice with you?
I was fighting against Star, and then there's also Jux from X1.
So it seems like so this season, the more things we can see is that you have more friends now and more fighting and more practice you can do.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great news, and we will pay attention to your status really. And let's move on to the next part. Answer for treasure. Okay, so let's see the question on the screen, and if you know the answer, just type them in the chat box. After Fro counting 3, 2, 1, we'll take a screenshot and find the lucky guy. So after you just send the answer, please don't leave the screen room, because if you leave that, maybe you will miss the treasure. Okay, let's see to this question. How many kills did Aliens Fro get in Game 3? Okay, so I know you already know the answer, right? But I would like to know, so for the Game 1, Game 2, I was like, oh, my Fro just come back, he's strong again. But I would like to know, so what happened in the Game 3?
In the Game 3, I wasn't patient enough, and so I lost the second realm of Yang. Even though, like, if I just play a little bit more patient, I think I could win it, because I was against a Matari, and as a Liam, I should have just played slow, and I think the Matari will just lose eventually.
I see. Really a pity, but it's okay. Not a very big mistake. We still have chance, okay? And I think you're prepared, right? Let's start counting.
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, so please, Fro, what is the correct answer for us?
The correct answer is A.
Yeah, the correct answer is A, and congratulations, our lucky guy. Okay, and also let's get back into the matches again. And we know that so for this season, we have a lot of new players, and also old players, some our Nbpl players really surprise us a lot. So for you, Fro, who really surprised you this new season?
For this biweekly, Wu Feng kind of surprised me. I was watching him, but it seemed like he is not very confident. But somehow he gets a lot of kills and even wins as well. So it kind of surprised me.
Really a good player for us and new for the Nbpl, and also maybe a very strong Nbpl player. Okay, thank you, Fro. Thank you for interview today. And we also like to cheer up because, you know, your score now is qualified. It's around the qualified line.
Yeah, it's okay. It's not too bad.
Okay, your confidence?
I'll try my best.
You promise we will see you on bi-weekly final?
Yeah, I'll try.
Okay, try. Just cheer up and good luck to you. Okay, thank you. Thank you for today's interview, and we'll take a break and be right back later.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're 3 games down and we're 3 more to go into NARAKA Blade Point for our solo games. So far, the games have been really surprising with some of our players, okay? Mike, not really popping off like we usually see him do, like we're used to. Meanwhile,
I know.
Juan, a name that we've been speaking about frequently, has really started to turn up, both with kills, eliminations, and even getting at least 1 first place for today.
Yeah.
Now, some of the other players as well, also, keys are the way up top. Currently, we have a nice little bit of a nice juicy battle down towards the bottom. You know where the fingers are, like right there. It's a nice little juicy battle between who's going to be able to get themselves into qualifying and who is going to have to get ready to plan for next week's games and going back to the day 1. But currently, it's still with that. But let's not forget to remind everybody, make sure to have your NARAKA and your Twitch enabled, so that way you guys can get your summer drops. So while you're watching, you're also earning rewards just by checking out the live streams. Obviously, you get some silk, some tay, and some a trial choice gift as well. But if you're here during the bi-weekly finals, oh, you get some goodies. You get some goodies that you can only get here when you're watching the live. So make sure to be tuning in and make sure to have your account linked so that way you can get those rewards when they do come up. Currently, Cerverio, thoughts on the first 3 games? And then obviously, as we had the interview with a really bummed out, a little bit of a bummered, Frosty, you know, he's coming into it not with the best of confidence, which is unfortunate. You know, he's not playing his best. He's been getting caught in some tough situations, and now he needs to get his mental back out of that. You got to get out of the funk, and he's got to get back into the work. If you're in his position, what do you think is the best thing he needs to do?
He made a good point at the very point of the interview about saying and mentioning, I mean, he's a player that understands, you know, when it comes down towards it, being patient is a very key part about it. I mean, Wu Fong is a patient gamer. You saw this man holding blue focuses for as long as it came down, and he eliminated Mike as a result. Now it's up to even to Mike, right? We making mention of him, about him having to be patient as well, because the aggressive that comes out from Mike is well known across the verse of NARAKA, and everyone kind of understands about his mentality going through each match. If it comes down to where he finds the position to have a lead to work through, he would try to go ahead and just force out as much from the opponents. Frostman's case, he was talking about that Remy Yang fight for number 2 against Matari. Now, obviously, right then and there, Liam, like I said, he's in a very position. If he gets caught out by a stagger, he is propelled, right? If he's locked down from any sort of CC control, Matari is notorious for being aggressive against any of those kind of characters, where they would want to try to disengage that fight by using an ultimate while in stuck position to then be forced out. And then the tap dodge, right? You see in this patch, right, white focus is available for everyone to kind of worry about seeing about the iframes. So now it's up to Frost just to keep in mind about how long this person is going to be waiting out for that initiation for the ultimate for the cast, or for them to just be locked in. Because a lot of points to be mentioned is that as much as avoiding damage is part of the process for one part, right? Frost was taking notes here, I see it. One thing to keep in notion about it is that you can afford to take some damage. You can't afford to take all damage, obviously, because then you're going to go back to lobby. You have to afford to take some damage, and that's where that patience mentality comes into play. You can eat up some to then gain major, right? You can major clap back against your opponent from that point through, and then when that time comes, when you're using an ultimate like for Liam, that setup could be beneficial to the whole utmost extreme, right? Because that's what a lot of these players are using V2. We saw V1 for just one team, one player to rock it through, but V2, it's a fully, you know, beneficial ultimate of his getting huge value gain back. It's just, you have to risk it for a little bit and just being a little bit of times on the sake to be patient. And hopefully to see that coming through here for the recipients of the players alongside Frostmas to hopefully find their gaze and to make the matches far more in terms of the equal balancing of the player skill set to be matched to the tippity top, and everyone to be standing at the summit. But like we always say, there's only a select few, and that's going to be the top 12 for these days to be played.
See if they can keep that same space going, though. I mean, there's still like a lot of stuff that's really happening here, but I think it's just going to get good in general, especially towards these final 3 games. Still a lot of momentum happening, still a lot rotating towards the next phase. And now it's just about, well, 1, being smart, 2, being smart, and 3, not doing what Juan did. No thirsting. No thirsting kills. No. That is not what we are here for. I mean, technically we are. Actually, keep doing it. Actually,
W
keep
key
doing it.
moments. W key moments.
Yeah, actually keep doing those W keys. We love to see the surprise where all of a sudden people get too comfortable and you say, excuse me, what are you doing? You having fun?
My baby. I can't. No response needed.
Did I just catch you having fun? Meanwhile, see if we can get that going here, as it looks like we're round selections are here. And it's going to be a comment and WL is going to be taking the first picks. What are your thoughts on the first selection? What do you think they're going to pick?
Man, Wang Liang has a chance, I think, of double picking here for the for potential for just keeping the Liam, but at the same time, I mean, honestly, for the first 2 rounds, it's always going to be having that selection. It's just whether or not they're going to want to run it into a double pick round, or even just waiting out for Matari. The amount of timing of selections that go into rounds 4 through 6 can just get very wavy very quickly. So for Wang Liang, this man is at the bottom of the leaderboard. This is his first day of playing, so he's got to fully commit in terms of what he's going to try to accomplish here. If he's going to be the patient gamer that needs to be happening, he's going to be making it happen on Liam for sure. And then Kylan comes out here from Frostivus and XY from Team AC. That's going to be the case. It's always going to be the case for the first 2 rounds. Now is where the things get a little bit, changed up. Fong opting in for his key Matari here. This is Fong's one of the strongest player, one of the strongest, heroes besides Tessa and whatnot. For him to come through here to showcase what it means and be mobile. AS though from JL opting into Stina here in a 3rd round selection pool process. Now this is where Mike is coming through, but no, it looks like he wants to get the hottie in, which should have been the prioritization there, because now it's up to Mike, it's up to Sar, it's up to Stina. They're going to be going for the double hottie pick, and they know exactly where to go through with that. If they're going to lock it in, they are. That's going to be 3 hotties on the board. Round 5 selection for Arano into Wufang. I'm seeing probably a Temi or an Akos, maybe even some Tessas. Arano knows how to play Tessa to his full marks. He's going to play Matari. He's going to be available for a double to a triple. If Wufang wants to try to opt in, he's going to go for the Temi. So that locks it up for the ban for Matari here for round 6. Slows and Chushang. Hopefully to see what they're going to be coming out here for the Woodworks. I'm not going to see a target here. Definitely going to be a tumult here from Slows. Chushang still waiting out here. He needs to catch up a lot of points to make sure he can be secure for his day of playing. And then having to chill out for a second day playing. It's going to be a Tessa pick. So nice, comfortable picks across the board. Playing with what you can work with. And I know Slows, man, had some nice eliminations to be earned out in the last game. And just hoping to try to see if you can keep it going, because I always love seeing the competition between the players. I love it to be when it's on even grounds. It happened in trios in the first week where everyone was like on even grounds, and solos is even more so about the case, because that means that each player kind of matches up to each skill level, right? But it really just comes down towards who's going to be aggressive, who's going to be patient, and who's just going to be able to take that mantle, because we're sitting in here for Firefly match 4 Hollow Rock. It's going to be round 4, and we're going right through here into this game.
See if they can make that same momentum work, though, as we're going to head back to the top of the order and my favorite place so far here, Perdoria. Heading back to a very classy location. Very classy location.
That's right. I'm always thinking it's trios for the master rotation. I get it mixed up, guys. My bad.
That's understandable. You expected that in terms of the hero pick locks here, obviously. And, the way that they were really diving into it is pretty much expected. I mean, you pretty much engaged in terms of the expectancy of like what everyone else plans to do. Now, do you think the landing spots are going to be different? Because I'm gonna say yes. I think it's gonna be a vastly different change for Predoria, and I feel like I think they're gonna be a lot more together. I don't think it's gonna be a spread out. It's gonna be interesting to see if I'm right here towards this. There's so much terrain, so I don't necessarily know where the favorite's going to be currently in terms of the map. I would love for it to be near either Azov's Peak or Mercury River. Maybe headed towards like Sky Gaze Cove. It could be a center section type of fight, but let's see what happens though towards this section here. As it looks like we're going to see one in Imperium, and it looks like we're going to see a nice little scatter. We do see some people near Azov's Peaks, a little bit further past Azov's, and it looks like we're going to see. That looks like Ancient.
Yeah, Ancient Stockade going to be.
Yeah, it looks like that's going to be Ancient Stockade towards that space, and obviously Arcado, that Moon Soul Temple is going to be a really solid space for some of these playstyles to be able to fight this out. But only one person is going towards the Hall of Eternity. One person. Everyone else is going to be scattered around. Far back section where Jaded Outlook is going to be. Is going to find at least 3 players. DRG's Fung as well. Also going to be there. Our top #1 player so far within this game. DRG, Wolves, JL, and a few other players are going to be heading a little bit downwards towards Ancient Stockade. It's going to be near Imperium, but not necessarily in the same predicament of where it is. So game number 4 is going to be a fun one here, as all 4 is going to be scattered around the center section. You know what they say? Great minds think alike.
Yeah, and then, you know, Twilight's Pass is locked off due to zone potential. So right now, if they go north towards the bird cages, that would be the occurrence. Wang Yang, though, absolutely stacked. First, seconds, purple armor, purple nunnies, purple pole sword. Has a tether for that healing for his health bar, but the range resistance as well, just in case a little bit things happen here. And that tether for that tree, for the tree to keep it on standby is kind of critical. If a player decides to take that, I mean, if they go below armor threshold, they're gonna get a little bit of healing. I mean minuscule. I'm talking like millimeters of healing to come back. So for everything coming in from Wang Liang, it's just a little bit more about that defensive measure, just in case things get into position. But over by the Jade, I think we see DRG Fang looking for the fights against Wu Fang here. I'm hoping to see if it's going to be a chase of the purple armor from Fang, because he's getting caught by the dash LMBs. The 1-2s come out here for Wu Fang. Looks to charge up the R&B for that katana. Got to be careful because you're in place, and that blue focus comes out here from the scare rush. It looks like Fang makes sure that it goes for the horizontals, but the whisk throw comes out. Wu Fang has to be very careful here. Disengages from this fight, has enough time to try to kite around. Not another missed scare rush, because now it closes the gap. Fang catches the R&B, catches Wu Fang to LMB. That's the elimination for number 1. Fang getting his first kill in this lobby.
Fang doing what Fangs do best. Absolutely becoming the unprecedented, unpredicted player. We've talked about this so much, especially when it came to last year, and just how unpredictable a player like Fang can really be in terms of how versatile he can be, in terms of his playstyle, how versatile he can be with all of the weapons that he gets a chance to fight with. Frostivus coming through with a lot of aggression momentum here. Look at all the amount of ways that Fang was able to take that amount of damage, was able to do some decent amount of strikes here, and just like that, he's back inside this fight here with Wang Feng. At least nearby here towards this, but let's see if Fang can keep that same energy here as he decimates the rest of Frostivus' shield. Nice timing to be able to do exactly what he needs to, though, with the fan, but he misses out on each one of those strikes here as Fang absolutely gets thrown back here, and now he's getting spliced and diced from the fan coming in from Frostivus. Frostivus is going to try to see if maybe he can keep that same momentum. Not going to be able to do a whole lot here as he takes his time. Beautiful strikes on both sides here. Does have those fist blades as well, but is not able to do a whole lot as Frostivus is able to keep the same movement. He's getting real sick and tired of getting these eliminations early here. He wants to capture an elimination here. He wants to get this fight. He wants to end it on something really sweet and strong. Meanwhile, Fang just trying to maneuver, and he does a really good job of that as well here. Meanwhile, Frostivus is going to be trying to dip out of this. Oh no, ends up catching him closer towards the side here. Takes his time here towards this. Nice little bell is going to be able to get rung. Frostivus finds a great shield towards this. Oh, nice strike to send him back. Says, see you later, buddies. Fang decides he's going to back off this. Looks like he might have the opportunity. Here's Wolfang. Looks like he was going to potentially strike off of one of the other players, but decides not to, as Frostivus gets just a little bit of a whew, as he's able to save himself. And he's able to go back for another fight.
Yeah, you know, it's crazy too, since Fang was forced pressured out here from Frostivus. That purple armor has been picked up by Wu Fang by the Verity Retreat. Switching out over here, got Arano to make sure he can try to work out with the F2. Does not happen. Mike shot him with the pistol right in the face in the dome, and Chu Shang's going to be going ahead, try to look for the hard check. There's going to be the release. We see Mike get caught by these dual hoppers again. He's not letting him have it again. Hopefully not. But we're going to go towards Imperium into the west side gate. Of course, for Mike, catching on Chu Shang here is going to be one place that he may be able to catch. This amount of kiting and the amount of potential for scare rushes are immaculate, but we see a catcher, slice number 1, slice number 2, looking for level 2 charge up from Mike, or even a level 3. As he catches out Chu Shang for the level 2, all he needs is 1 strike left. He disengages the ultimate because he had no longer no more rage to come through here, as Mike has to really just look for a pistol shot. That's all he needs. And in the distance here, we know that Arano was spawning inside of the Imperium and towards the Eternity Hall. So hopefully, whether or not he's still here for the bell strikes, just be up to the potential, because JDG Shishang here for a Tesla. That once he ults procs, people in the distance can hear that now. That's going to be his only single proc for the rage to be necessary for the casting. And for Shishang, caught by a horizontal hold, Mike gets elimination for number 2 inside of Imperium.
Imperium able to do so much for some of these players. You know, it's like Christmas. Lots of surprises along the way. You don't know what's going to be under that sack. Pause. Pause.
Pause.
Pause.
Hey, yo.
Now, let's figure this out for OUG's Mike here. OUG's Mike did see Zhang Yuan. Ends up losing him. Circle starting to close in as well. Our first circle. And pretty soon, within the next 30 seconds, is going to be our first Realm of Yang as well. Try to see who's going to take advantage of that as well for the first set of the games here. of that momentum is also doing well too. Some of the players are going to end up going shopping as well, just trying to get a nice little bit of resources for themselves. That way they can stack up. Low on heals, but a lot of shield on Fang. Fang's going to need to be able to get himself a little bit more heals here. He's going to get that confidence to be able to walk into the next, our first realm. Kame finding this out as the bell starts to ring for the realm. Momentum starts to come in terms of who is going to get chose, who is going to be chosen, who's going to be the chosen one. The chosen one.
The one ring to rule them all, and then the darkness bind them. Oh my God. Yo. Hey, yo. I was about to sleep paralysis even from Scary Movie 2. All right, listen. If anything comes out from this scene, we know that Frostbus is at Heaven's Rise looking for reset, but everyone finding out Azoth peaks for full sending this one out. Wan Leon catching those armies and just spacing out for Fang, though. I mean, listen, he's over by this eastern side. The altar or the Hall of Profundity into the top side is one thing, but if any one of players want to disengage, they just go straight to the altar or body on the ground. So, I mean, no one really wants to take that yet. The opportunity here for this Romyang is too high to count. Wu Fang has that purple armor. He needs to take any opportunity he can with the lead. If no one has the purple armor, we know Mike can purchase one out from the shop here from the west side of Imperium. Now he's towards the northwestern side. This is not going to be a closed position where no one is here to contest, you know, but he's still going to wait out as long as possible. I mean, potentially. We've seen his man go frame one in Romyang. He is on it, and he's going to be waiting for a second. But if he does decide to wait, he just wants to ensure that there is a fight to be had against maybe someone who's been waiting at the end time of the circle. XY from ASE on the same board here, having blue armor, blue weapons. But for Wu Fang with purple weapon, purple armor and dagger, he looks like he wants to dissipate away from this. Maybe even going for a buff if he can decide to go ahead for a spear buff for some weaponry and whatnot to have on standby. We got a couple of seconds here. I think around 15 right now for the Romyang to close out. So for Mike, there's going to be a chance just for him to see if anyone who's having less of a gear opportunity than most to be able to take the fights against it, because only one person's in there and it's start with blue weapon, blue armor. This is going to be the Romyang 2 slots, and then this is going to be ASE, XY versus TE Star, Alliances versus Fight to Kame, and now it's going to be Mike up against Wolves Wang Liang. This is now Blue Jade's territory, blue weapons, and Mike's going to be coming out here for his first Romyang fight for hopefully Elimination 3, and if not, for Wolves' Wang Liang to come through with elimination today.
He goes airborne as Mike is going to be able to try to fight him. Let's see if they can keep that same momentum going towards it. It looks like it's going to take the time. Oh, nice dodges coming in from Mike, though. Mike able to read that really well here. The timing on both of them couldn't be any more phenomenal, except for WL, that sadly is going to miss that. Nice strike to be able to go through that. Nice little bit of momentum coming through to go around that. Nice little bit of an F key to maybe save himself from getting caught on that momentum. Both of them doing so well with both the Tigers, both the blue strikes, and both being able to go, okay, can't do that. Take the time to go exactly where they need to. See if they can remember it towards all of that here. So UG's Mike is going to be able to try to find it. Taking his time on each space here. Oh, almost is getting able to connect towards it, but he's able to get away. WL able to do so much, though. Mike's able to find the strike. Gets the nice momentum to be able to get a nice little bit of a clean crisp onto UG's Mike. And just like that, now he's forced to use his ulti here. Going to try to see if he can use the momentum here to be able to get the hits. Oh, WL is able to get a little bit of momentum to try to get out of that. Oh, nice strike onto Mike here, forcing him to be able to pop the shields. Just be able to get him just a little bit, wee bit closer. 34 seconds left on the clock here, as now the ulti depletes. Let's see if they can keep that one going here and figure out where that type of momentum goes. As OUG's Mike is going to try to see if he can find it. Both of them are doing well with the defense. Not necessarily trying to engage as much as possible, seeing the blow focus and understanding that one of them is going to push for the parry. And then speaking of the parry, WL is going to find it. Is this going to be the winner? Yes, it is. He finds it. He takes the time. He acknowledges the moment of when those strikes come, but also when that moment arises, he's able to take it and use it to his advantage. And when he finally is able to catch him airborne and catch him slipping. Look at that momentum there.
Yeah, there's a lot of back and forth about the blues and just being able to space out and timeout and just walking away from each one. And then now that one motion that Wang Liang was waiting for. And on the other side of things, though, ASE and TE, both the teams for the players, both went for the Romyang depletion timer. So now they're both on the board. And Sean Yan is going to be up against Mike who's also in that rumbling completion that we just witnessed. So for right now, Mike goes for the horizontal release. You're going to see that Heroic Thrust come out for the purple focus. Got to look for the stone form, looking for the R&B. Is the best case scenario for Mike, a pole sword versus the fist blades. He could tap dodge every single horizontal release that comes out from the fist blade, from the pole sword. So it's really up to Mike to really win this out, unless the situation is in dire circumstances, and that's going to be the unpredictable motions, the jump R&Bs. Nice armor swap that Mike gets. He's going to have some healing over time. I may mention about the Willow here. I'm having that buff. It's going to have that little bit of heals, millimeters, as I mentioned. You don't even see the HP going up here for it, but he's going to get an ultimate status. He's going to get some healing back over time. The V2 coming from the Keelan as it comes into the sky. Arano also onto the field of play. Looking to try to make his appearance here to try to go for some kill steals, as XY is going to be losing out a little bit more armor that he can chew. And with everything coming out from the Keelan guard, having to be worried about whether that's going to be procced out from Mike, and that's going to force the other players to look to focus him. There it is. It's going to be Keelan guard to be forced out here. Shuang goes to the sky. He has one hit, and he is struck by Mike in midair. And Wang Liang looking to try to go ahead for that soul bloom. There's going to be a pickup right there and there for the hits. They were both trying to purposely wait out for that soul bloom, because that's a huge benefit for the ultimate to be active for Liam. But also, since Mike was looking to get the Rummy Yank depletion rid of, Forbidden Seal's activated. Mike has no issues with this since his ultimate is already depleted, and the fights just continue between all three of these targets.
And all three of these targets are, or at least two of them are looking at the third target, which is Mike. And Mike is just trying to deplete himself and get out of here as much as possible. It's not looking good as the parry comes through. It's not like, oh no! Man, oh man, would I not want to be a part of that? I'm good.
Sorrow, grief.
Y'all got it. Y'all got it. Would not want to be caught between all three of those players that are absolutely dishing mix out. Like I said before, Wolves caught in a very tough situation here. Like I said before, he's going to fight this out as much as possible. He's going to make it look like he's not hurting as well inside this one there. Harry trying to come through as well towards this. Ooh, nice strike just to try to be able to get him out here. Definitely does not want to get caught in the worst situation. And whoa, Wolves. He has that Vermilion's Birthright, so it's okay. He's back at it. He's going to try to see if he can get a nice little bit of a strike here towards that, but surprising to see Mike get out of there that early. What a phase. I was not expecting to see that towards this game.
Yeah, and then he has 3 eliminations, so he's going to be carrying some points here. Frostfist, though, taken out. Gold weapon is now given to one of the opponents. They're going to be given it to Fong. Fong went for an armor swap there in the middle of all that points, so finds a common armor, considering that he needs to try to keep himself sustained, and hopefully to see a Kame trying to work out here. He did have V2. He was the reason that Frostfist got locked away from the zone of living, and since he was able to launch him away from the fights. Now AS from Team JL finding out whether or not Fung has what it takes here for an armor swap. If it's there, nope. It's going to be come through here for the blue focus spam, and there's one clink to another. But that's a double set of R&Bs. F2, another armor swap right then and there for Fung to find, and he's backing away. Grapple sacker has occurred. A bow shot coming from the backline. The Forbidden Seal going to bed being activated. And if Fong just keeps guiding here, he can just get out. This happened yesterday on day 1, but we're entering into Arcadia, and the zone is right there towards the broken sections. Finds another armor swap in the zone. Very risky move, considering he could get caught to the Saggers. But F2 to get himself out here for the charge up. Has around 16 grapples. Has a lot of rocks that he's just finding that terrain to scare rush off and kick off of with the fan. And I don't even know this Rummy Yang portal is going to be available for him. Actually, it is potentially for him to take it. But he has common armor, like I stated, and that's going to be a lot of mitigation that he won't be able to take in this step, because at the end of the day, his opponents could be having purple or greater when it comes towards it. He finds a purple armor. I can't believe it. And this is Mike's purple armor from when he swapped it out here for that common late early on. So the circumstances just keep adding up for Fong.
Keeps adding up. Let's see if that momentum really does start to pour in more and more here. You definitely have to be a little bit more careful with certain situations and see if they can take that time to really stutter it through. Definitely have to be kind of patient with this one as well as TE. Just trying to maneuver it super well through this space. And it looks like Wufong is able to do the exact same thing as he was trying to just get pushed onwards towards this. He's able to get out of there in just the record amount of time here. And obviously Star does get eliminated with no time, but wasn't able to really get anything as he ends up getting caught into this. Now Fung is on the inside of this. Definitely does not want to get caught into this as a Kame. Ends up catching the beautiful parry onto AIS. And now AIS kind of going for the reset here. Nice little stun to be able to back off the bow stretch. And it looks like Fung comes in. He wants to be able to capture a little bit more of a problem towards this one. But it looks like they're both safe on the inside of the circle. They go on the outskirts. It's not going to look good for them, though. Let's see if Akame is going to try to see if maybe he can maneuver this just in the nick of time. Oh, Fung almost gets caught on that backside here from the Bane's Breath, but it looks like Akame is going to just try to dip out as fast as possible here. It's not looking good for him, though, as he tries to time the strike for the stun. Wasn't able to do a lot, but just enough. Now it's just all about maneuvering and just playing that to his advantage here, as it's just not looking good for him, though, as he ends up getting absolutely shredded, sent all the way up top. Oh, it's not looking good. He gets double flipped. every which way, shape, and form, and just like that, he is out of this game. Meanwhile, Fung still trying to fight this out here, getting caught on the tree here. A little bit of heals doesn't hurt nobody. As Fung just trying to maneuver this so well and just trying to get away here, both of them nice and hungry. They want to get into this fight. They want to get into the action here, but Fung is just not giving them the easy introduction into this fight here. As Wolves also trying to get some maneuvering onto Shazang, as Shazang gets absolutely destroyed, and now the shoe is on the other foot. Now he's got to get out of here.
Yeah, he's got a double Tesla proc roll, so that's a 200 healing, and it's not enough. Arano here with a yoink with a pistol shot from the distance. First elimination in this game for Arano, so he's just trying to make this one happen, and of course, just kiting around here. I don't think anyone took Romyang, except maybe for Wolves, maybe for Wang Liang if you got it for free, because the majority of these fights that we've been able to take a look and partake in, I don't see anyone in Romyang depletion right now. Wang Liang looking to try to go ahead with the R&Bs, has V1 for that Liam, right? One of the two, but is going to be using the V1. And for right then and there, this is going to be that patient ultimate, right? Where you come out here for the Auric Sword, you go for the flash, you get the teleport, you can get close skip, you can close gap, or you can distance yourself away. That's the biggest, indication of where Liam stands here for that play. And now Wang Liang takes the chase to his own stead as Arano gets himself an ultimate status, pulse sword for the swings, gold rarity. Switches up the nunchucks in case he needs to go for, on a horizontal plane. But if he needs to go ahead and go vertical, then he's going to be trying to go ahead and switch out for the pulse sword. But F2 coming in here. Arano gets himself locked through here for the lead retreat. Now, of course, if Wu Fang has the chase potential to capture it, he would. He has Temi ultimate. It's just whether or not he wants to use the Temi ultimate now or, hold on for NARAKA 2. Who knows? Because whether or not there's going to be a chance for Wolves, Wang Liang to look into that scare rush and just try to say, okay, let me hold him down when he's on the ground. This is where it's coming out towards the Temi, who could just go ahead and close gap his distance. Look, Fang on the set. He's coming through here. He's looking for Arano as the F2 comes out, double strike, as it comes down with the White Tiger's prowess from Wang Liang. That's just going to be presence known. And for Arano, he's just going to go ahead and reset inside the building. And for the Limitry, no one's going to stop this action. 5 players left on the board. 2 kills so far for Fang, 2 kills so far for Wu Fang, as well as for AS from J-Up. But Arano here for 1. He's just trying to earn his keep here for some eliminations and hopefully some last hit confirmations.
Confirmations are still coming through very strong. The question is are they going to come strong enough that's going to get them the dub? Is it going to get them the W, though? It's really the unfortunate part, though. Will it make sense?
Okay, curious. So, we're going to Twilight's Fall here. I don't see any. There is a floating platform inside of the Mercury River down south, but depending if there's a firefight there to be available, I think all the players have been able to secure this out. If I'm not mistaken, I do see Dragon War onto Fang here potentially. I'll double check that for you guys. But he also has a Sap Jade, right? So if he does find a parry, he'll end up having that sustain to come back into the game, and then all of a sudden it starts releasing it out. So for everything coming through, if he finds himself in a locked corner and someone's throwing blues and he catches one parry and it's a double hit, he's able to capture that one back. In the meantime, Wang Liang for himself, double gold pole sword, a purple spear for him for his kit, and coming off of the ends from the Romyang, taking a free victory is something that he just get a whole stead into holding the ground for his own sake. Now, for what he's got for the for the legendary Jade, we'll have to see how that reveal goes out. I think it's a dreadful whale, to be honest. So if he has that too, he's gonna be looking for a dagger. But we are gonna just chill out here. Wu Fang here just rocking out a Juggernaut and hasn't stacked any stacks due to having 2 eliminations pre-pickup for the Jade. And then for Arano, having a purple Hong sword, it's going to be having to go ahead and just pulling out the Batari as it comes through. He also has double Vajra grip, so he's going to be holding on to those 2 J's in case he does get parried. He has an Earthshaker. He's not going to have really a chance to utilize that, but for the time being, hopefully to see if he could just not, I'm saying he not get parried, but more so about him being able to retain a gold weapon if he happens to get parried. That way he doesn't have an issue of that, and hopefully disengage. But by the time you reach 4 parries in your face, you're either really lucky that you're not getting cornered off by a range shot from pistols, or your opponent just goes ahead and drops it because they're trying to set up themselves up for a combo and they misinterpret the LMB from the mouse button.
Meanwhile, AS trying not to lose that momentum, much momentum up top here. Meanwhile,
DJ.
Yeah. I was losing it for sure. AIS here inside of the spread here, but let's look at the leaderboard so far here. So it looks like almost everybody is eliminated from this middle section. So Frostivus, Akame, and Star within that 15.7, that 12.5, and 11.55. So in reality, Star is pretty much safe in this moment currently. And then kind of go from there towards the rest of everything else in terms of how we're able to do it. See if they can make the same momentum happen here as Fang trying to see if maybe they can find it. trying to take its time here, as both of them are going to try to fight this out inside of the circle here. Arano trying to see if maybe they can keep the nice strike towards it here. As Wolves is going to be able to find him inside of this. It looks like, ooh. Does he have what I think he has? I might have signed it for a second there, as WL ends up getting caught by Arano's blade inside of this, as AIS is trying to see if they can find it. They're going to take their time to be able to roar towards this. It looks like everybody's going to time it right into when they actually show up for everything. Oh, yes. There goes that bloom. Coming through, though. Oh, Fang trying to see if maybe they can get some nice maneuvering towards this one as the final circle starts to come through. It looks like they're still going to be able to go through with that. It looks like now they're still trying to time it a little bit more. Fong ends up almost getting caught off towards as AIS ends up catching a little bit of some karma, though, as Arano's going to be able to push in towards that. Fong trying to keep that same momentum, almost blocks out from WL here. It looks like they're both just trying to time. Wow, look at that. Oh, the timing couldn't have been any worse for you to be able to land in the middle of that. Meanwhile, trying to time it a lot more here. They're both fighting for it here. The question is, who's going to get it? Who's going to get the rewards?
Yeah, Fong was on it. Fong was on it. I was like, man, this man procced over before him. He's guaranteed to get this one now. And now he has a secondary Matari Ultimate on standby. And yeah, Dragon, like, not Dragon War. What am I talking about? Because Fong now is going crazy ballistic mode. Hoping to see where the Hottie heading, because he's going to head right towards him. He's got a beeline straight for the shot for the R&B with the teleportation. Catches a clink, though, as the target comes in here, and AS is able to catch some more kills. F2 investment. I hope Fong doesn't invest a second ultimate for this Hottie ultimate, but if he does, you know, it's going to be for the worthwhile effort, try to get 3 eliminations before the second time of this round. And if anything comes out for AS, I mean, he's just going to have to really back off here. Fong, though, close guarded position. Arano right behind. Looking to try to find a lockdown potential for just trying to go for R&Bs in the background. Pistol shots coming in for the west side. I saw that from the top of the ridge line. AS is going to spam out these blue focus for the vertical, like we said, right? Sapjade is on Fong's hand. If he catches that chance, F2 to get the invulnerability to avoid that F2 from the second Matari. Going to get some scare rushes here and just probably going to kite out into the Moonbane, to be perfectly honest. This is a huge deterrence for players, and this is going to be a high risk, high reward maneuver. There's going to be the Moonbane. The risk is there, though. He's getting caught by one slash, and there's going to be the R&Bs. A scare rush to get the stagger, and that Moonbane confirms the kill for Arano. Oh, man, there's a lot of Moonbane strikes coming down here. DRG Fong looking to try to get himself out here. He has ultimate available. If he needs to take the double dash, that'll be the necessary position. But he finds his armor swap in the thick of the action. He decides to take a look at the seat about the loot, about what's left behind. 4 players left. Arano with his second kill being earned, and it's hopefully they have the time to reset before we enter the 4.5 minute mark for this round.
See if we can work towards this one, though. Fong all the way down at the bottom. See if they can figure this out towards it. Arano. Let's see here as Fong trying to see if they can work towards this momentum here. And it looks like he's going to find Wolves by himself here. Might be able to put himself into a 1v1 situation potentially. Never mind, as Arano's going to be right there being absolutely nosy. And it looks like he's going to take that situation right towards it and takes his time here. As Fong ends up going on top, though, has all the stuff towards the bottom here. Let's see if maybe he's able to work towards it just to where it makes sense, though. Where maybe it makes sense. But Arano all the way down ends up getting drove in. It's not looking good for Wolves as he ends up getting caught in towards this. He's going to be able to take the F key and tries to see if he can give a little bit more of some rotation, but it's not looking good for him, though. Dangerously low, and he ends up getting sliced and diced by Arano. Arano taking his time here. That's his 3rd elimination of this game. A really good moment for him as well. Inside this fight here, inside of the top 3. I don't know how Fong missed out on that opportunity, though. He was going to hit them, but it's some reason the rock actually protected him for some odd reason for that. Meanwhile, Wu Fang is going to be able to back out of this. Takes his time. Doesn't make it easier. Actually makes it a lot harder for him to be able to work towards this. Let's see if he can keep that same momentum going, though. I got money on Arano. I think Arano's got it. Yeah.
Word? Yeah.
I'm putting it on
Fong,
Arano.
You know, the sneaky thing that Fong also has is Xian Fang, and that's a 1-2-3 Jade. He was attempting to use it. I saw that animation come out for his dual halberds for the 3-piece horizontal, but that's only if he's low enough in the armor where it comes out as a surprise, and it reaches purple focus, so it won't get paired throughout the whole animation. So the team, or if a player decides to go through here, Arano could just wank it out. Yu Fong, though, has flat terrain here for the circle, and he is a Tumult. So whether or not the Matari is going to invest their Fs to get out of the Tumult circle, they're just going to keep themselves aloof into the sky. Wu Fong, though, investing his F for the Wisp throw. Rana charging out the pole sword, a dangerous tool inside of the hands of Atari, especially with the V2, but he doesn't have it ready yet. He has 55% rage on the standby. He's going to go right back up here as Fong is just going to charge up and release out for blues. He's ready on the ultimate status. Now we're on to the final 2 minutes here. Staff in hand from Arano could be Merciless Havoc. Yes, it is. It's going to be a common staff, but it's going to create control here. There's going to be F1 again for Wufong. Gets knocked into the air, but he's not going to get caught by any sort of range shots due to having the F-Wist available. And for the case scenario for Fong, has high ground position. This is all about zone control at this point. His Endgame Circle. All the range shots can be denied from these Merciless Havoc strikes. So that's a really strong Jade right now for Verano to have. It's just a matter of chances of whether or not the player is going to be coming from the backside. Oh my goodness, he got a hit off of that. But Wufong still finds his grounding into the final minute and a half. Got 100 less seconds left to go through here. Dreadful Whale race from Wufong to knock Fong into the zone. And another Dreadful Whale doesn't connect it, so he can't get the auto aim. But the F2 comes out towards the sky. And it's going to be a time basis for Fong to get some time to reset and hopefully to see whether or not Arano can just come back here and catch that MVP that he's kind of hoping for the second time in a row.
Looks like he's not going to be able to, though. That Dreadful Whale could still be a very monstrosity, though, depending on the amount of time that he's going to take here. And obviously, he still has to pay attention, knowing that Arano still has that other Soul Jade on him as well that really could deter that Dreadful Whale, or even with the rest of them here. And it might be the perfect timing for him to do it right now as he's able to do it. Nice little bit of strike coming through with the spear. And just like that, is able to create a little bit more of a confusion and some contention as Wolfing wants to try to see if he can get some heals, but he doesn't really have the space for it here. So he's kind of fighting this out in a really tough spot. Forces the ulti to be able to slow down the movement, but it's not enough, though, as they both decide to chase this maybe. And it looks like Wolfang will be able to have just a little bit more of a safe haven in order to pop the shields. This is most likely going to be the last time that all three of these players are going to heal, as one of them ends up going airborne to try to catch the other, as Arano try to see if he can maneuver towards it, though, as Arano is going to be able to catch Fong on the outside of the circle here. Not looking good for him, as that circle tick is going to be absolutely lethal for him, though, as he's going to take his time trying to see if he can go for the strike here. Ends up catching him in the midair. Nice strike to be able to preserve it. Trying to see if he can capture the balance. Both of them are going to be able to ride strong here, but he actually gets thrown by the other character. Beautiful parry coming through the connected. Fong dangerously low, has nowhere to go, can't do anything, and Arano gets both eliminations and the dub for game number 4.
Man's like, bow, 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 bow. 5 eliminations, first place. He's taking, I think he's taking 9. No, he's taking 10. No, he's taking 9. He's taking 9 to the board here for the first place. Good set amount of points. Very much secure first, or very much secure to say for top 3 to top 6 at least right now for all the teams and the players aligned. Having 2 baller games, to be honest. And Fong, I mean, it was a case scenario for him to have Dragon-like Might Gold Halberds in the stereo. I saw him caught Wufong into the aerial, into the R&B release, and there was no continuance from Arano to kind of work off. He was a little bit fair distance, so Wufong just had much time. Love to see that placement for the Temi Circle, though, giving Wufong a little bit more time, and since that circumference was right at the edge of that cliffside, no one was really going to take a chance there to try to launch down here. I was looking to see about that pole sword for the R&B. Didn't happen yet. But once it came down to the endgame circle, about staying inside of that circle is a must. And you saw Fong taking on as much zone tick damage as possible. The Merciless Havoc from Arano coming in the clutch here, even against all the odds with a weak common weapon. The amount of pressure that Merciless Havoc does present itself is something to keep note of. We know that Dreadful Whale was available for Wufong. It was a gold focus at the end of point and a blue focus initial, but Wufong just tried to go ahead and try to line it up here to the targets. He got 1, right? But when it came down to the scenario of the players recognizing that Dreadful Whale was going to be something he was going to utilize, they create space and they create potential for trying to go for a react variation rather than going for predictions compared to what the skill set comes out of. Now, we got a question going through for you guys in Twitch chat, so make sure you guys are on there. I know you guys are in your YouTube chat, chilling out. But the Twitch chat question I got is here is this: which hero the ASE Chuan Yuan used in game 4 is it A to Mulch, B Liam Liu, C to Sita Gu, or D Colin Zhang? What you got, Dobby?
Oh, definitely don't get caught slipping on this one, though, for sure. I mean, I'm not going to answer the question. That's for Twitch chat to do, but I will put it in chat. I will answer it, though, because obviously I have a delay, so I'm going to get it a little bit earlier. But what I will do is I'm going to wait and be a little bit patient, so that way, when it is time, I can go, all right, cool, I got it. That's just about being smart and taking your time and going, all right, I see what we got to do. But obviously, I'm also not going to just like give it away.
Kappa.
I'm not crazy.
Yeah, like the double C answer.
No, yeah, I'm not crazy.
Hopefully to see if you guys are thinking I'm messing with your feelings about your answers, but no, they're gonna be the answer is gonna be Kylan. You know, I'm letting you guys know now, so hopefully you guys are able to consider that into the predictions. But you know, Kylan Jane not showing up to the end game circle. Surprise, surprise. You know, but at the same time, you saw the chases happening at the Azov peak. You know, the connections, like how Dobby's like, oh man, oh no, you know, like the Home Alone. You know, we're pulling out the stops for everything coming through. Once you see a headshot from a range shot, it really came down though towards when Azov.
I am for real.
Going through for the ravines. When the ravine fights were occurring, or rather the cliffside fights, terrain grief is a menace. Someone gets caught by an R&B, they get sent out. Someone gets slid onto the buttery rocks, you're like, oh no, you know, and then all of a sudden they get, you know, free stagger for the 1-2-3 blue, and then it can happen to anybody. I mean, Mike got caught out though at a really early point, and with 3 eliminations, that could have held him through, but he still has some points in this round at least. Arana though takes that 9 points I was mentioning with the multiplier and the kill points spread. And then with 9 points in first, you're gonna see Wolf is Wang Liang here for 4.5 in second. DRG Fong takes out 4 points here in third. X1's Wu Fong 3.5 in fourth. Mike taking that 3-pointer as well as JL's AS, and then Frostbus here with that 1.5, only 1 elimination and taking a 0.5 place of point. Chu Shang from JDG taking 1.5 for Akame as well as for Star. But ASEC is Shuangyan going to have Keelan Zhang game to V0 as well as for his recipient. Now for the standings, right? BB Slows trying to find his roles with 3 points earned so far. It's his first day of playing, still trying to get to the thick of things because Wang Liang here is also on the bottom of the board. You know, something I don't really, you know, something you really see, but 8 points there, 8.5 for Exon as well. But for the players playing today, right? Akame here in 14th place, 11.5, 12.5 for Frostbus for his first day of playing. Catching a stead, has 2 games to go, and hopes to see about him capturing at least 20 or some points to be earned between now until game 6 for his first stage. Star though, 12th place at the Gatekeeper, 15.7, and then 15.8 for JL's AS. Total score for 20.9 for JDG Shishang here in the 8th place. And then hopefully to see where the top 6 stands for the top double play teams. And it's going to be where we see Xiangyan going to go out here for 26.5 in 5th. But EWG Arano, I said minimum top 6. That's going to be where he's at 24.5, doing phenomenal today. And then Mike having 28.4 so far, 9.5 day. Kind of like it's crazy, right? But you have to take a look at the scene about the next 2 rounds to see what the performance is going to come out here, because X1's Wu Fong is doing crazy work, 40.4, and then just 1.1 point ahead of him at 41.5, DRG Fong, putting himself in the first and hoping to keep that lead, because then obviously we still have Spider to work out for day 3 for what he plays for a second day to try to see whether or not Wu Fong stays at the peak level for the standings across the Souls gamers for the 2 days of playing. And hopefully wonder what's going to be the choice pick here, because Fong did it 2 games for the knockout games, but now it's up to Rorana to try to catch that lead out. He's closing into the higher point threshold that Fong was able to capture from game 1. But you're gonna get some clips and highlights brought to you by Thunder Robot, born for gaming, for this game as game 4 concludes.
I mean, obviously strong start for some of our players, especially like Fang. And Wolves was able to really find some moments here with that momentum, and obviously with that new character, really able to put in a lot of work here. He's definitely started to struggle a little later on during those games here. But speaking of somebody else that was also struggling, we were talking about Frostbus earlier, who really was having a tough time with some of these last current games here, but he still was able to find his stride, capture some eliminations, at least get something. And there's one of them coming in from the realm of Yang. Meanwhile, Wolves back at it again, was able to get a second one inside of the realm of Yang, keeping that same momentum. He was able to find it, especially on a player like OUG's Mike, one of the top players in this game. Wolves really did play a really strong role here. WL really did a fantastic job, and he really was able to find his moments when he really needed to, shocking the world and shocking OUG's Mike as well yet again. And here comes Arano. Look at that, able to push them inside of the circle. Oh, catches them both getting stunned and shocked. And just like that, Arano able to dish it out on both sides here, is able to capture the momentum. Beautiful timing coming in from the parry, but was able to dish it out in some way to keep the game alive. And obviously, those stuns were going to be huge for Arano. And then speaking of Arano, that man's the MVP.
Yes, sir.
Is that not phenomenal?
7th MVP, bro. That's crazy. We're still in the 2nd week, yo. That's like a total of like 1, 2. Well, you gotta count finals. That's a total of like 20 into the round of 23 games. 7 is living out that ratio. And Avis absolutely with 15k damage coming through. Fan at 4500 and the skill ultimate secondary with range being 3rd. Found his process. Had himself quick charge as well for the Thunder Call for that increased damage with the quicker charge up for the pellets. And then Sap Soul Jade on standby. Rampage on standby Rogers kept as an insurance policy, and Poison Splash just in case things end down to the endgame circle. He's getting last hit confirmations with it, but more importantly, getting himself situated with the round. I mean, he found the gear necessary, and it really came in clutch there for him to kind of have his own control in his zone. I mean, if Fong wanted to for DRG, he could have kept looking to try to go for the Dragon like Might, protecting his own corner, right? Because when it comes down to endgame circles, and we've seen it pass before where players are just spamming out R&B blues or anything of that nature, right? We saw that earlier with the Octa Slash blade where you're just being able to knock down any sort of range shots. Merciless Havoc, like I said, is a zoning tool, Jade, where you're able in solos to hold out for your own sake of just being able to delay or to deny any sort of range shots coming through. But another thing on top of that is that whenever you have Merciless Havoc to charge up preemptive, it goes from blue to gold. So it's like I said, it's a zoning tool whenever someone decides to want to close the gap, or when the zone gets super close. Throw it in one direction, you throw it right back towards the enemy. And that was a chance where we saw DRG Fong actually lock down towards when Wu Fong got caught, where Orano just shows up here for the Merciless Havoc and throws out the gold focus strikes to be going for those staggers, and he gets both of them in one shot. And if he had a higher rarity, the amount of damage there could have turned around the position that Wu Fong would have found himself in, maybe ulting even earlier beyond that point, and then maybe even having a chance of looking for eliminations towards Fong. But who knows? We never see that. The timeline already passed, man. We're in the wrong one, because now it comes down towards Orano getting his MVP at 7th one so far, and he's coming through here for the win and just catching over a third of the matches, so nearly to a fourth for the games that were played so far into the league.
Checks out. Makes sense. Understandably so. Especially for a player like Orano. Orano really playing the odds very well in a lot of the situations here where, I mean, it looks like he was kind of on the wrong side of the tracks for some of those moments. And I think he's done a really great job of really being able to handle a lot of different things. And I think his timing has been phenomenal. Orano has really been somebody I've been like kind of paying attention to a little bit more. And also check out Wolves as well. The Wolves WL, Roberto knows Wang Liang, really has taken these last couple of games here and has been solid in both his attacks, but also his defense as well. I feel like we're going to see a surprise explosion coming in from whether or not it's game 5 or game 6. I feel like game 5 might be his game. Could be 6, but I will say I think one of these games are definitely going to be for him, because the way he's been playing, he's been doing this before, so we know he's going to get that one pop-off game that's really going to put him up there. The question is it going to be enough to get him out of contention for qualifying? Because right now, it's not looking good. He's about to lose in qualifying.
I don't want to think about it. Don't want to think about it, because what's going to happen next, right? He burned out his Liam game for the V1 play that round. You know, for potential, right? For locking down or even to disengage. But then he get caught. Once you get caught out by Liam, as a Liam, right? Once you're entering into the ultimate, they're going to be looking to try to burn you out as much as you can. Just like how Justina dashes work out, right? Because Justina is one of those characters alongside of Liam where they're the character that has ultimates that it replaces your F. V3 Aqua's being the only other one to kind of work off. There's there's multiple other ones, but those are like the two components inside of the solos mindset for the players or the hero selections. Where you burn it out, man, you're done. You know, there's no done. You're done, son. Once your ultimates are run out, that's exactly what someone looks to anticipate, and they burn their kit onto you as fast as they can to try to get the elimination, right? Soul Blooms in Immortal War, if you guys don't recognize it, double the rage gain coming out for here. 10% rage is still the initial rage pickup, but on top of that, it's 20% rage over the course of 10 seconds. So you're able to catch that ultimate cast to come back again, and if not, you're going to sustain out of it. And it's double healing, right? 500 armor, or 500 armor, 500 health. That's given back to you in the Mortal War rather than the 250 from health, the 250 for armor. So the amount of chances of just holding off for a Soul Bloom for sustain alone can be something that players go through. But if they're using rage-based ultimates where it's rage retention based, they'll just make sure they can go for the castings, because Liam, being one of the few ones to be the rage retention, he's going to be able to be also the insurance policy for those Rummy gates. And I'm seeing a interesting pick here. Orano hotting it up and leaving it open for third round selection for Kylan, and that's a double down lockdown. That's 2 for 2 for 2 for all the characters in the first 3 round selections.
It's gonna be good to see where this goes, though. Obviously, we're still getting some picks here, so we're not surprised by the roster here. In terms of where the round selections have been. Juan's going to go for the Tumult, the Tammy. Still going to see another one coming in from Frostivus as well. Curious to see what Akame and WL is going to pull out of as well. Okay, we're going to see the Tessa come out, and we're going to see Justina. Interesting.
Yeah, and that's double Matari pick for Fong up north. So he recognizing his potential to play that hero into the round pick selections would be a notion for him to lock it through. The performance he felt is like, I can do better for it with it. I mean, he's gonna be into Holoroth Dusk, right? So he's gonna have his chances here. Hope to see if it's going to end up going through in his works, because this is a terrain place that ends up going through the sands. And on top of that, if there's going to be Firefly cages around, I mean, that's just a rotation for Ultimates to make sure he can get that good synergy with the map, and just having that option for the spawns that hopefully contests to early game elimination or just early game gear outright. If anything, he loves to take he loves to contest Salvation Podium. So if someone else takes it, Fong could go ahead and just keep the Salvation to himself. But potentially, we'll have to see. Skill set V2 for Wang Lihong from Wolves, V2 for Chusheng on Liam Leu, and I think that's the only other one that's like out of the shenanigans. Slows is actually opting in for the V2 for Liam Leu, so that's going to be 2 V2s on the board. And with the outright pick here for Wang Liang, Mike opting in for his double pick Hadi into this game, being his main double pick for today. So pop off games between now and then. This is up to Mike and making sure it can happen for this round.
You can just tell too in terms of what makes sense. Let's see if they can figure that out though. Still have a lot gunning for them, as we still have 2 more games left. This is going to be our game number 5. Things are definitely going to get good here towards this, as I feel like we're seeing a very healthy amount of each play style, and then a few randoms kind of sprinkled in there. So it's nothing in the sense that like, oh, it's like really bad, or there's like a lot of the same character, because there was a point, when it came to NARAKA, we would see that, somewhat quite often. And it became a point where it was just like, damn, like we really not winning here with some of this stuff. And now we're really getting a chance to see the difference here. And that's kind of the great thing. So now obviously coming back to the top of the order here, back at it with the map in Holoroth, as we're going to see at least 2 people head towards Salvation Podium. Meanwhile, we got a few people headed towards Matab. It looks like that's going to be near Moonbeam Pass. Meanwhile, far back section, near Nbpl Village. Actually, I take that back. Yeah, near Nbpl Village, near Ancient War Grounds. And it looks like Shard Lake is going to be right towards that very center section of it. Meanwhile, the Quarry is going to find some people, 521. As EW is going to be in the far left section of Boomerang's Cliff in Yushan Ruins. Definitely going to find his own little space to do what he needs to. Meanwhile, the rest of the other teams are going to be headed towards, or actually, sorry, that's not Matab. That's Moonbeam George and Camel's Hump, all the way towards that left side here, a little ahead of where Matab is here. So they have that full desert section to themselves here. So it's going to be interesting to see who is going to push onwards, who's going to get really aggressive towards both these caves, and who is actually going to just play a little more passive maybe.
Yeah, and even to the Moonbeam Gorge, you can make their way through, but Star taking fights XY, hopeful to see whether or not it's going to be a Grizzly Rise or a Northwestern Barracks position. Parry nice and done as you start going down, and Scarewash is avoided, and it looks like he's going to be finding him that Soul Bloom, but he has no armor, so that is going to be a half value Soul Bloom. These are Fireflies over by the Quarry. I know Wang Lang went for the Fireflies frame 1, and he gets his V2. He catches the horizontal. He's going to go for the double LB to the R&B, misses it at the left twist, has himself another freeze, but he gets the R&B release for the vertical, and that's going to be the kill. That's going to be Wang Liang's first one. And then he has another Firefly on standby if it hasn't been picked up already. But we'll have to see. Mike takes his fight, though, against Frostbus. This is Frostbus' position. They can find that blue armor. He gets caught with the grapple one with the R&B release here for the vertical. Having to watch out for the F2 for the moon back, and there's going to be the R&Bs. Look for the Destiny LMBs, uppercut, grapple bump again, but the terrain's going to cause Frostbus a little bit more of a salvation period as he can look for the hold check, goes for the horizontal, doesn't go for the soul break, because allows it to be level 3 from slow at level 3. And in an early game, Bente to send for Mike as he tap dodges that horizontal. He goes ahead and sees it. Slows just going ahead for the charge up here for the stone form. Beta coming out for the Crouch LMB. He doesn't get it. Goes for a 1.0 release. Goes for stone form again and again. The great sword played like a pole sword here, it feels like. And there's gonna be another level 3 swing. Are you gotta be kidding me, Slow? You're releasing every one of those. And an army comes out here from Mike and has to look for a scare. He gets out of here, but Mike is looking for the chase because this is a kill he really wants after all that pressure.
Even with that, with all of the momentum and that pressure, still going to be able to do exactly what they need to here. Let's see if they can find the next stretch towards the imagination here, as it's only going to get a little bit more crazier. It looks like BB Slows just trying to see if he can keep the momentum together, but it's not going to be enough, as Mike is going to be able to absolutely use those daggers to be able to decimate. The question is, can he get 2 eliminations? This would be huge for him. Tries to see if he can go for the strike, but it's not enough here, as he does end up getting pummeled by the dual halberds. AS just trying to hold on here with the strikes coming through, but it's not going to be enough here as Mike is able to capture his second elimination into this game. Currently, TE Star in 12th place with that 15.7, but Frostivus down 12 points, 3 games away, so he has to keep working a little bit more if he really does have the opportunity to keep this going. It's going to be a hectic moment for him, but I thoroughly believe he's got an opportunity for it. Let's see if he can keep that same momentum going. As Wolfang is going to sadly get eliminated by Akame. Akame trying to take his time here, understanding the momentum in terms of where he's going, but was able to find it when it really mattered.
Yeah, one elimination for him so far. Arana arriving towards Ice Shard Lake. Now for Arana actually reaching out towards the scene XY from ASC. Oh, misses the grapple for the escape. So now he's forced into his position, is kiting around. Gets caught for the clink number 1. Goes for clink number 2. Looks for jump LB. Goes for the R&B as the clink number 3 is occurrence. Now is going to do the spam for the verticals. Blue focuses arrived from Arano. F1's back up for the 13-second cooldown. He avoids a chance to throw the wisp as the pistol shot comes out from Arano, and there is nothing he could have done about it. Akame getting himself into the fights against Arano with the ultimate. Has no Tesla ultimate to kind of deny the hottie from going in full swing mode for the level 1s and level 2s, but level 3 here for a burn will be absolutely beneficial for Arana right now with a purple rarity weapon for the swipes. It will also possibly just delete out the 600 armor that Akame has for that common rarity. And for right now, the F1's still available, so you can iframe through, or rather I should say invulnerability frame through every single one of the attacks that could come out if it's a heavy swing. But Akame looking to try to avoid getting caught by those staggers, gets that R&B. He's looking for the toes to the nose, comes through. He's looking for the charge of level 2, looking for the jump LB, doesn't get it. And Arana going ahead and scare rush, keeps a high ground position, so that way if Akame is there, he's able to reach around for a blue focus. There it is, voids it, looks for the whole check of destiny. Obviously Akame has an ultimate to come out here to try to throw it across the walls, but then again, all these pillars gives Arana enough time and space that he needs to kind of back away from this. And now he takes the time to reset. We got a couple of minutes, maybe 2, maybe 1.5 right now for the Rumyang to spawn through for these teams to kind of reposition towards it. Meanwhile, for it, there it is. The mark is going to be made for the Rumyang on the map. Having around 2 eliminations, Mike still has the lead, but a lot of one-pointers so far for 1 kills, and Slows takes the fight against Frostivus inside of the Yushan ruins in the village. And with Frostivus having purple weapon, there's going to be a Matari ultimate that hopefully doesn't UNBU. And there's his elimination against Slows. First one on the board for Frostivus this round, eliminating Slows from the lobby.
Frostivus needed that 13.5. He's able to get himself at least a point on the board, slowly closing this gap in between him and TE Star. Definitely going to need to pop a little bit more here, but this is the type of momentum he needs if he's going to want to get himself into qualifying and push the other players out of this. This is where things start to get just a little bit hasty. Should love to see it inside of the space here. Let's see if they can find this out.
A little spooky motion. Yeah, the Ignis mount? Yeah.
Lots of motion.
I think Star right now takes a chance of holding the ground here. This cliff side might give a chance for someone to kite around for young Rumyang pass towards the pinnacle, towards Ignis Mount, I should say. AS though from Dale, he's right into the scene. Ultra Tranquility, DRG Fawn got it. Frostwitch just kiting around here towards the Serpent's Pass, and then of course Akame towards into the northern side where that Rumyang is located outside the outskirts of Yushan ruins. And coming into this spot, obviously, like I said, Mike. He's not the first one here. I mean, AS has been kiting around here with Star. He's arriving for the point, and I'm not sure. I mean, purple armor, blue weapon, but you know, the purple pistol. I mean, Mike has a good set of gear to take this round frame 1. I mean, you know, we were waiting, like we always said, like they always wait out to see about the entry for a free round, but you know, I mean, he wants to get eliminations. He wants to be aggressive. He's learning to pay patient, man. It's a whole new man. I'll say that.
Say less. Say less. Say less. That's time to work through that, though. Let's see how this momentum is really going to go for him, though. It looks like Arano, I mean, he's gotten picked, though. Some, you know, you can go in at any time there, buddy. At any time.
Anytime.
Anytime. You can jump in at any time. Not, you know, it's nothing crazy. At any time. If you, when you decide that you're ready, anytime.
Take it, grasp it, take the opportunity, do it.
Use it. Do what you need to. Push it. Sorry, had to do that. You know, I had to be able to put that one together. As OUG's Mike decides he's gonna get up in there. He's gonna push himself. He's like, you know, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Now with that amount of timing and that momentum here, let's see what they can do.
Yeah, because 0 eliminations for Fong so far. I mean, listen, he's chilling. He's chilling for the placement of everything. It's just
He's chilling.
You know,
He's very much
denying the players that are key components into the mix. So no pun intended with the haughty English voice actor. But for the next 15 seconds, I'm not sure how fast frame one Mike went through there for the amount remaining time. But like we said, Romy Yangs are always entered late. Testing for Romy Yang passes for that circle, as well as just making sure to get a free round. Don't tell me, man. No. We ain't allowing it. Rano taking that. He's gonna have the Hong Sword. He's going W key forward. I saw that. Man's got the purple Hong Sword as well. Looks like Wang Liang versus Frostmas. I want to see that fight. We're not going to see it, though, but we are going to see this one between Arano up against Mike with a purple armor. This is going to be a fight between the resources because both of them are hotties as well. So let's take a look and see what happens here, Doc.
Gonna take that time and the momentum. Let's see if they can find it. Let's see if they can find that moment here that's really gonna be beneficial for them. As that time could be any better. As the time strike starts to come through, the blue focus gonna try to see if they can find it for both sides here. Nice parry. Timing couldn't be any more possible. Mike almost misses the opportunity for the strike, but was able to do it just in the nick of time before he goes airborne. And just like that, Arano is gonna be able to pop it, and now both of them flying out. It's gonna be a nice little bit of an airborne fight here. As they're both gonna be able to shred her through here. Nice little bit of a time strike, just try to be able to go on each side. And now it looks like they're just going to try to take the time here. Dives deep, trying to see if he can maneuver towards it, but it's not enough. He keeps missing out on it. Both strikes trying to connect, but not able to really connect onto anything here. As he takes his time, he's able to find the next strike towards it as Arano is able to work towards it, trying to see if he can tries to find it here. It looks like he loses out on his ulti just as much as the other guy does. Now with that in case of timing, the blue strike is going to be able to come through. Nice strike towards the end here. Trying to see if he can catch him off the backstretch. Not going to be able to do a lot, but just enough to keep it alive for himself here. Starts to get a little bit crazier. Holds trying just a little bit here. Timing couldn't be any better for the parry. Is Mike not looking good for him here? 30 seconds left on the clock here. Slowly closing in the gap little by little. Oh, another parry. Arano able to feel it out. Feeds him through. The wolf says, "What's up, brother?" And just like that, Arano shuts down OUG's Mike. What's going on?
Oh. Man, he got crouch parry too, and that's the crazy part.
Today just isn't Mike's day. It's just not.
It happens. It happens to the best of us. You know, I mean, listen. Some players can go ballistic, and then one day it just happens, and everyone's saying, "Oh, the worst." I'm like, "Dang, that's crazy, man." It's
just not his day.
This happens to. And Wolves actually got the victory against Alliance's Frostmas. He's at 1 elimination total still. Playing a Matari. Has to find that Sobel. Now it's up to the case scenario for Shishang as well from his Romy Yang fight. Just try to see about surviving here. Mike on the same stead. This is all onto the platform that we're looking through. And now, when it comes down towards it, Mike is gonna have to look in towards the light. The Valiant Challenger buff coming from, or Valiant Challenger, bounty coming through here from Wang Liang, but a parry against Mike from Fong with a sap. This man just keeps finding sap chase. I'm throwing my pen on the notepad. There's gonna be an R&B release here. Wang Liang gets himself into the mix of things and look for the parry. He finds it. Doesn't go towards his opponent. He goes towards Fong at the lower health target. There is a selection process he needs to do because Wang Liang is fully healed out here. Now we're gonna take a look and see about the armies. Fong gets caught with the uppercut. You know he's gonna grief this, right? Nice parry from Mike though, as you can see Fong grief back off here. Finds the armors back to purple, looks for the crouch on LMB and parry, and then invests his F2. He's got ultimate ready to go. He's gonna have to be careful. The F2 gets avoided. Now within both the rock and the hard place, it looks like Wang Liang is going to focus down towards Mike. The ultimate comes out from Mike as he's trying to go for the kill confirm. The ultimate cast coming out from Fong as he gets himself the horizontal behind Arano. Looks for the F2, gets the same back. As a result, goes for the R&B teleport for Mike, but he's already anticipating it. And there's Frostmas. He's also on Death's Door, having to take this fight over by the quarry. Now reaching out towards the north side, hopefully to take a scene about these fist blades. Hopefully doesn't capture Mike when he's trying to escape here. Has no time to find an armor here. He's going to keep scare rushing, keep kiting, keep going through with the fist blades. And he's going to be making the motion towards the tower. This is his best friend right now because now it looks like all the players are rushing around the corner on the other side, and a little heart attack for Mike, but cool under pressure for a little bit longer, and he looks to try to get the seal off his corner so long as the Ballista is not in use, and there it is. Wu Fong is going to go ahead and rock out the perimeter. Arano gets elimination against Fong. That Sobel is left behind on the ground. Now whether or not someone's going to be able to pick it up, it's going to be the case because Frostmas comes back through, and I think able to find that Sobel, he's back in the game, folks.
Maybe to do that just a little bit better. Times that strike here. Let's see if they're going to be able to pop the ulti and is able to keep that same momentum towards this, though, as Wolves sadly gets caught up in between so many people in between. But he does have that Vermilion's Bird's Might, so he's able to keep the game alive for himself here. Meanwhile, Mike still trying to find his next elimination, but he ends up getting caught by the Tessa. Not looking good as he will end up getting stunned towards it, though. And it looks like Wolfang is going to be able to find him, though, just enough time. Goes through the ladder, ends up seeing another player right on top of that ladder, and he ends up maneuvering just to get out of harm's way in the best timing he needs to here. And it looks like all four are going to land right towards this nice surrounding area here. Shozang ends up getting striked off the first one. Tries to see if he can capture her stun from AS, and AS isn't able to find one. Towards the connectivity. Shozang tries to see if he can go for the rotation here. Ends up catching him. It goes airborne here, trying to see if maybe he can hit somebody from it. As he sees somebody on the ballista, he's able to catch somebody from the ballista bow. Oh no, he's gonna get caught right in the front section. Don't get hit by that ballista though, because that ballista gonna hurt. Oh, and he just isn't able to pay attention to it. Just in the lick of time. And he ends up trying to see if he can maneuver and get out of harm's way. Not looking good as he does find him here, but the Bell able to spot him, but not enough for him to capture the elimination.
Yeah, pistol pellet shots coming out from Wang Liang there. Only caught half those pellets. One half hit the Bell, the other half hit him directly. Hope to see if that's going to be a position for a round 2 fight. Otherwise known here, 40 seconds on the clock. Mike, I don't know how many seconds, but for 40 seconds, if he's got it in less than that time frame, he's good to go. Because now we're down to 30. It's just a blink of an eye and it's gone. 10 seconds just like that. Mike has himself at 85% on the ultimate, so he's not going to have to find whether he's able to get a kill within now 23 seconds. Parry coming through here. There's going to be a chance into the ballista lineup. It's going to be over to this building, and there's going to be the denial from here from Zhishang. He's taking that 1v1. Goes for the exception for the uppercut into the corner here. You see it, but the Realm Yang depletion locks him away from the game. He's done. He's out of the game. Eliminated due to Realm. And now Mike might be in the same set, 2-for-1 here. And DRG Fang takes a fight against X1's Wu Fang, but Mike is heading out here to make sure no hit, confirmation for extra points, hiding to the corner. Hoping to see where round 6 lies for him. Now, switching it over here, Fang or Arano up against Wang Liang in the second Realm Yang. And this is Gold Halberds versus Gold Dagger. Two very strong weapons once you get the blues off to see who's going to be able to invest into the ultimate, into the skill set before the timer runs out.
See if they can keep that same momentum to push through towards it here. Taking his time, really. Ooh, nice little dodge here. As Wolves kind of playing with his food a little bit here. Oh, you should not be doing that, Wolves. Wolves, now's not the time for you to be playing with your food. You know exactly what you need to be doing. He ends up popping the ulti here, and it's not all right. Wolves, what are you doing? Oh, what's going on? Why are you allowing yourself to get caught in these tough situations like Wolf in here that's curling in the air, and DRG's Fangs has absolutely destroyed him in seconds. Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. Doesn't even give him the opportunity to get that finish.
Yeah, uppercut into the R&B Blues, just too strong here. Gold Hong Sword picked up, gold armor. I'm gonna say that's an armor pierce on the standby. Gonna have to triple check that and see about the availability of that. But Fang has that pistol as well, so hopefully to see what he's gonna do with the motion. But this gold fan doing work for him. Wu Fang on that Realm Yang inclusion as one of the Keelans left in the lobby. Frostivus here, 2 eliminations earned. Still waiting to see whether or not he's going to get through. He is on 15, 60.2 for Star. Star's still in the game, though, so it's really going to come down towards brass tacks at the final moments. Wu Fang hitting out here towards Bloom Castle, towards the Achilles Crest. Gets a bounty scroll, I believe, on AS. It could be Arano, it could be AS. We have to double check and see that. Bell strike to get a position known. Sees Arano. May not know who it is until he hits that grapple stagger. It's going to be a gold armor. He's like, yeah, no, I'm not going to. I don't want to fight that. But at the same time, Wang Liang hiding in the bushes here. Man has not the damage spec he once had with the dagger. The dagger is no longer in the hands. So for right now, he's going to have to work with what he's got. V2 Justina, lockdown potential. Wu Fang, though, gets spotted by Wang Liang. The moment you see blue armor, he's taking this fight, and he's definitely going to be wanting to release this one here, Davi, as it comes through. With the ultimate investment, who knows who's going to be coming out here next.
See what's the next bit of momentum for him here is Wolfang. Gonna try to see if he can work towards that a little bit more often here. Trying to take his time a little bit more because obviously that could be very, very hectic, depending on what makes sense. Wolves is able to capture the parry off of this Wolfang, and he sadly wasn't able to fully capitalize on it the way that he needed to here. Still has that 3.5 minutes left on the clock. Might be able to get himself at least a decent elimination here. This could be huge for him, as he does end up getting hit massively, though. He pops the ulti. Justina, that Arctic Wraith, is going to be able to at least do some type of momentum, potentially. He just has to time it right here. As he is going to be able to use that, and he actually ends up trying to maneuver and dip out. So he doesn't want to get caught in a tough situation here towards this game, like I said. Uh-oh, and he ends up getting caught with the no ult zone. Oh, no, not looking good for Wolves. They're both dangerously low. There's really going to be anyone's game. He loses out, and Wolves loses out on his shot. Oh, no, this is not looking good for Wolves, man.
That jump in Lamido was nicely timed from Wu Fang, so I'm applauding for that one. Just noticing the time for the F2. I mean, like Wang Liang is like he went there, but you know he understood the timing and Got to applaud towards his opponent actually catching that one for the jump LMP, but because that's a high risk maneuver, right? Because you get the clink off. Now Wufang's in the thick of danger. Arano wants to take the fight against him. Of course, Wufang goes for that assault smolder. Nicely done is catching some proc hits, goes for the forward thrust, and he actually capitalizes through. Gets caught by the dual Howards, but he's charging up. He's getting a lot of range shots here. Wufang has no ultimate. He's at 73% right now, so he's got to be careful, man, because that hottie swipe is going to come out. There's the burn. No armors on the standby. Going to keep cutting through with the fan as he has it on standby. Just keeps it going through. Sees the armor swap. Going to go ahead and make it happen because Arano's looking at the swipe again. This time the ballista is in play once more. Ballista Scorch is going to burn out Wufang's health bar. Cannon shot and pistol shot, whichever shot. It looks like Arano's going to go for the swipe here as TE Star gets the elimination, but no, Arano said, no, that's mine. I earned that one. 5 eliminations for Arano in this game lobby, and he is the kill leader so far. Ballista's in the range as AS just trying to find out where the players are because they're all hiding from him as he's wearing that center hat because, man, it ain't Christmas. Not yet, at least. We're still 2 months out. We're still 3 months out.
It's still 2 to 3 months out. Still got a lot of momentum to go. But let's see if they can figure this out. Towards the next bid here, which obviously is still going to be favorited towards other areas. Let's see if they can find it here. Is DRG's Fang going to be able to move her just a little bit more onto Arano? He's going to give him more bang for his buck here. He said, hey, listen, we had that fight. Oh, no, here comes TE Star with that ballista, trying to see if maybe he can cause some problems. Look at Akame. Akame just waiting in the warning just to see if he's going to connect to another strike because he's like, maybe I can use this one as a free bit just to try to bite off this, but it's not going to be enough here as Arano ends up getting wall grabbed and then wall kicked into the next one. That's pretty, not gonna lie, that's kind of unfortunate though. Me personally, I wouldn't allow that to happen.
Yeah, you said bang for your buck. I guess you could say it's a fang for your buck. I'll stop. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be back.
Crazy,
my TED Talk.
Crazy moment as Arano just trying to scramble, not getting caught up, and just trying to figure out how you can maneuver out of this, though. It's not looking good, though. He does have the gold dagger, so that movement speed is just going to be a little bit more helpful, but not enough towards this. Let's see if he can keep that same momentum going just a little bit while longer here as he's just trying to maneuver. He doesn't really have any more of a free space to really get any more shields. Oh, no, and he catches himself on fire by TE Star, and just like that, Star is able to catch him, and then another elimination, just like that. He is a little bit more further away from the qualifying line.
Yeah, you know what's crazy too is that in the case scenario, Arano with 5 eliminations here potentially could still catch MVP so long as the first place player has a maximum of 2 kills. To hopefully see how that ends up going through here. If it does end up happening, then that's the case, and it's going to be happening regardless. 75k gold though in the pocket. One of the finest proc from Pong to purchase out. Double sap Soul Jace, denying the sap for anyone else. Quadruple gold weapons coming through in his pocket. This man just stacked me out his mind, and this is one of the players I was saying, like, if he gets 3 though, he can get MVP. This is the case. Frost was still in the ring, kiting around to E-Star, trying to keep him going ahead and keep his cool. He is a key into the games. We're going to see a Jade here. I'm trying to think about the Jade because Frostmas has a staff as well as the fan. I think it's a stanchion sky pillar for his option selection for a Jade. I'm double checking that through here. No, but it is definitely going to be one of the Octaslash blades. Yes, it will be. So if he finds dual blades, if he gets a parry off of AS, he'll be able to utilize that one. I think it's a Rupture Gale Orb for AS here. He's dropping all his Jades though to try to pick up any necessary Jades that are pick up, and that's going to be it. Finding himself all the gear. No one wants to contest. This is a Mystic Might on standby. That's a Cloud Weaver as well that he is able to pick up. So for JL's AS, if he finds Fist Blades, right, we're set. We're holding out for Endgame Circle. Tessa, 6 grapples, now 14, finding 6 there. And for the teams, a lot of gold armors here for the players. This is 5 players left into the final circles, folks. And this is going to be going through here with the Ballista in range. And I'm kind of spooked about that one, definitely considering what's been happening so far.
Even towards that, still able to work that momentum out even more, and it still shows up towards that. Let's see if they can figure this out. TE was able to get a good first elimination off of this. Let's see if he can keep that same momentum. He's able to keep himself away from really tough situations, trying not to get caught up. Let's see if they can work towards it, as he does end up getting cornered though, but the defense coming in from Akame doing really, really well. Oh no, right in between both of them, the worst places that you need to be, but he has that purple just to be able to go for a nice trade. Ends up getting caught by a bow shot, absolutely decimating some of that shield here. T-Star needs to get away. It's not looking good for him. He needs to get off that wall. If he ends up getting caught by the Bane, it's not going to be good for him. Oh no! Right in the center. TE Star just takes a sip of purple Sprite. Not looking good for him. Oh no, definitely does not want that at all towards this one here. Don't get caught up yet again. That's ooh.
Someone get this man some scissor, man. Get him back in. He needs to lock in. Star and still needs to get that ultimate proc though, man. I don't know what's gonna happen for Star here. He keeps swiping in through the moon mates.
Even with that, still has to be able to show that off like a little bit more. And that's the crazy thing. You could still do both. You could still be able to be that creative and not get caught up here. But sadly, Star is going to get out. Sadly, in this game, with the amount of momentum, the amount of craziness that was going on, sadly, was not able to find it. But man, oh man.
Big upset. I mean, Akame, though, takes the high ground here. Goes for Test Enchant. It works out. Moves a skill shot from a distance to enchant on Fong. Tries to find as much vertical range here as possible, but he can still get caught by this Aurora Burst. Doesn't come out. The Clink comes through from Frost to deny it. F2 from Fong that goes close towards position here. Frost was making sure he can look for the crouch. Let me nope. He's backing out for reset. And AS, he's taking the fight to the fights. He's making sure that this army gets caught for a parry, but you can see the Aurora Burst is being charged up here every so often. So all the players have to be realizing that teleport's coming out from Fong. Has F2 again due to the cancellation of the ultimate. Now he takes the time to get some resources off of AS's body. I mean, for Star's body, I should say. And for Frost was kiting around here, this is still going to enter into endgame circle. We still got a Valiant Challenger. The vision is going to be needed for the players across the tower in case they need to find someone who's on the vicinity of getting locked out here. 4 players total. AS with that Matari. Hopefully to see whether or not it's going to come out here, or the test, I should say. Is seeing how there's 2 Mataris, 2 Tessas, is what I was counting. Kind of curious in seeing how this is going to end out here, right? You got to remember, Tessa Enchant is it's a global type of effect. Once it hits into immunity, the other Tessa can't do anything about it. She could try to throw Enchant, but it's only going to stagger. There's no Enchant status. It's a game of patience about that. But also, since Mataris are out here to play, if Atari is able to find that Aurora Burst off the body of AS, then that's going to be a chance for them to use it against their foes and just teleporting behind them for a free Aurora Burst from distance.
Meanwhile, working towards that next set, especially with the momentum that they have so far, could be very hasty depending on where they go with it. Can really be hectic in depending on the situation as well. But let's see if they figure this out. Could be a little bit harder depending on what they're doing. Could be very much hectic as Akame, just trying to see if he can hold on a little while longer. He's been doing so well so far here. Let's see if he can keep that same feature going. And doing a very good job of it overall. Let's hope that maybe they're able to work and see where that goes. Oh no, not looking the best so far here as he does end up getting caught with that strike here. Rostovitz is able to at least get away from it in a tough situation here. He's down by 1 point. All he needs is one good elimination off of this. Even a placement point will put him into contention and knocks out GG into this fight here, as Fang is able to capture that elimination onto that one, which is really unfortunate here. All he needs to do is move up 1 spot here. So Frostovitz has a massive opportunity to really get this shot going here. He's been able to take his time here and do what he needs to. So that I know the strike is there, and that potential is definitely going to work itself out in a beautiful way here. Let's see if he can find it. All he needs is one good one. Not looking good on the outskirts here, as he's still trying to take his time little by little here. He's trying to work towards it. Oh no, AS is able to capture the elimination onto Frostovitz here. And he sadly, I don't think he moves up in the leaderboard here, but he could potentially. Let's just see towards the end here, but here it is. Fong versus AS. My money's on it. Fong here. I think there's going to be a nice little switcheroo of the dynamic here. Let's just see what happens as he takes his time here. Nice defense on both sides. He's going to take the clangs. Boo focus, trying to see if they can maneuver on both sides. Fung trying to see if maybe he can juke him just a little bit while longer, so that way he can maybe pop the heals, but it's not going to be enough as he ends up catching on the outskirts. I don't know why he walked outside of that circle. Definitely did not give him the opportunity that he needed. Has enough time to be able to pop the shield. Is able to go forth just a little while longer, trying to maneuver him just long enough to be able to pop a little bit more heals. As Fung just trying to maneuver it, trying to dodge it little by little, taking his time with it. He ends up getting grappled though, as the fire ends up doing a little bit more of a damage tick towards him. Not a lot. Expecting for the parry to come in. AIS able to find it. Oh no, and not enough time as AS is able to capture the moment, captures the time, gets the shutout, and gets the finish.
Yeah, and he's catching his first MVP. Well, maybe second one. He's catching his MVP though, regardless. in this game with 3 eliminations and catching first, so he's going to have at least the 6.6 points to be earned for first. Like I mentioned, Arana had 5, but he only had 5.5 for placement. So with the point threshold now for AES to capture at least 3 eliminations in first place, he's able to get himself through. Fong in second, though, with 3 himself. Working through that mode of the finals is one thing, and trying to get the resets is another. But knowing that your opponent has Assault Smolder, right? We know the procs of the burns is too risky to kind of handle. You can gap dodge those grapple strikes if you've been holding blue, if they're going towards it, because they know they're trying to go for the Assault Smolder. But then again, the pressure coming in from Tesla here out of AS's hands just goes to the full motions. And that's where we're going to see where the endgame circle ended out. A lot of players opting in for kiting as much as they come through, and as well as just looking for opportunities for themselves to yoink out kills. And the chances the yoink in the case scenario is one thing, but then you see a Warrior Burst, right? And then you're like, okay, wait a second. I'm not going to do as much as I kind of wish to do. But at the same time, you look towards the animations from a distance, you think about whether or not you want to take those initiations. Now, Romy Yang fight, we got to talk about it, right? Wang Liang had a little bit of a dip into the Romy Yang in the case instance of the blues and whatnot, and being able to lose it out. But then he took a fight against X1 Wu Fong, right? Took the armor position. It's V2 versus V2. V2 Justina versus Kylan. That's a fight that comes out very costly against Justina, because Kylan, right? He's able to slash through dashes, believe it or not, for some players who may not realize that, for the V1. So like for V2 to show up, it was a really close guarded position. But then again, Wu Fong was able to find anything that he could, especially on the ground, especially with the armor spots. But then again, he able to kind of lock down, Wang Liang from Team Wolves, especially coming into noticing what the combo breakers utilize and just kind of understanding that, and still kind of surviving to a good point in the match. Everyone in the northern side of the Plume Castle was still around there, Valiant Challengers included. And even with Mike actually arriving to the scene, he kind of went crazy in terms of how long he's been able to survive and take fights, but not being able to find a solo into all those engagements just came out towards where the players are just have so much pressure around them. But we're gonna go for a question, guys. We're back in for the question. I'm looking at it right now. How many players chose Justina Gu in Game 5? A1, B2, C3, or D4? Dawi, what's the hint? You better not say steak sauce.
I was gonna say soda. Maybe. I don't know.
It's a good hint. Soda.
Turkey?
Little bubbly?
Little bubbly. I need that bubbly. Go get that bubbly. I need that bubbly. I don't even drink bubbly. That's the crazy part. I don't even like bubbly.
Yeah, same.
I don't even like it. I'm like, nah, I'll just take a Sprite. Thank you. Anyway, like I said, y'all got to be able to make sure to get the answer right. And obviously, like I said, make sure to have your Twitch DMs open so that way the mods here, the lovely mods over at NARAKA BLADEPOINT here on Twitch, can DM you. So that way you can get your prize for you being a winner, because that's what you are. If you're watching right now, you're a winner. I just want you to know that. I want you to feel that. I want you to understand that. I want you to put that in your mind and in your heart and in your soul. I want you to hold it nice and tight. I want you to be like, yes.
Yeah.
You are a winner. Okay?
I am a winner.
Now let's go back to the scoreboard and see who else is a winner here for Nbpl. And it is going to be AIS with that 6.6 game score. But look at this kills, though. 3 eliminations, but Arana with 5 with that second place finish. 6 points as well. Fung rounding out top 3 with that 5 points as well. Frosty with that 3.5, and Mike rounding out top 5 with the 2.5. Timing couldn't have been any more phenomenal. I'm being honest with you.
And, looking at these, at least everybody got a kill on the board. This is kind of a nice surprise, kind of working through it. And, even with XY and ASC coming through here, last place with 1 kill, those little slows. I mean, these are points just to be earned out, just piece by piece, layer by layer, bar for bar. And this is going to be where we see the top and the bottom of the 6. Now, Slows still trying to find his role, but he did get that 1 point in that game and still trying to look out for BBE as a representation. Now, for Wolves, for Wang Yang, 10.5 here in this game. And today so far, he's got only 1 game to kind of average out for 15. If he can, then maybe potentially you can catch top 12, because that's going to be for the finals for qualification. Now, Akame here at 14, 16 for Frostvis. And right underneath the gatekeeper here, his shot is going to be at 17 for the Valley for his first day of play. Now, TE Star here, 17.7 into 11th. And with players playing today, JL's AS going to be coming through for 23.4 and 9th, and JT Shishang for 22.9 and 8th. Now with TT5 not playing today, the top 6, the brass tacks coming from here from the moments is going to be with XY from ASC for 27.5, 30.5 for Arano here for only 1 day playing, the highest scoring behind Spider. Now for the lead for a single day of playing for this week, Mike here at 30.9, and 42.9 for Wu Fong for a second day playing, and 46.5. So now Fong is keeping a little bit of the ladder and just making those rungs a little bit more when this games start to keep going through. For this day though, for round 6, kind of can't wait to see more Snipe being played out. I'm of course excited to see what about these clips and highlights brought to you by Thunder Robot, Born for Gaming, and seeing about where round 5 really took us in for Holoroth.
Man, definitely Holoroth was a movement and a movie as well. Look at some of the play styles here, and we're seeing Mike with that amount of aggression. Frostivus finally was able to capture some eliminations here. He ended up sadly with 2 eliminations towards that, but still was able to do at least something to keep the game alive for himself. Still was able to squeeze through with what they had and what they needed. As we see inside of this is Funk was able to capture the elimination inside of the realm of Yang. Meanwhile, Wolves gets caught up by that third party. Arano with an insane parry gets the finish. Wolves was playing with their food earlier from what I was telling y'all. I was like, why are you playing with your food? Risking getting eliminated for that. Just because I don't know if that was the best move. As Fong ends up getting caught towards this finish here, but he says, no, you're not done. I'm finished with you. As T-Star is able to get that elimination midway through that fight, was able to try to rotate towards that and maintain that same amount of aggression that was needed from earlier. And look at Fong. Fong just causing problems for so many of these playstyles. And finally, at the very end of this, AS able to get a really nice strike towards that to get the finish and does what he needs to. But what a completion coming through from AS, though. Very needed and honestly pretty important overall, just to everything in terms of how they've been playing. 12k damage. Hang Sword with 6,100 plus damage coming in with that Aurora Burst, the Assault, the damage reduction, the Quick Charge, and the Thunder Call, the Advanced Heal, and the Overlord.
Yeah, he's playing very good. Yeah, he's playing careful, especially off of just once he got Hang Sword. I mean, he was just going for those RMBs as long as he could for lethal jabs as well. But then the pistol came through clutch for the distance shots. I mean, we saw players to kind of work off of the tower and for him to kind of yoink out for some eliminations here and there. For the final kill to be given to him for Fong, it's going to be where he kind of takes the step. Now, for the healing, right? And an overall scheme of things, he's keeping himself sustained throughout the fights. This is one thing AS takes, and this is going to be his second MVP for the season, for this summer split. Before we head into round 6, hoping to see where the performance lies for him and alongside for his peers. Now, round 6 is going to occur. We're going to have some double picks here and there, or potentially just having some, if we don't have the availability for that character, we're just going to slot in a Tarka. I've seen it happen before. Players just show up with a Tarka randomly just because they don't have the heroes for it, and they can just hopefully see how he turns out. It's, all the CM players love to see Tarkas in the games and hopefully see it, but they just know where he stands in the Pro League stage. He can get caught out, and that's just something that can happen. Hopefully to see a motion to be occurred where he gets a buff that's not just his F2 and like we had in the recent patch, but more so about how his operations are in a solo standpoint. But then again, if given the right circumstances, man, it could be a terror. Everyone's saying he's S+ tier and then it's over. It's all right, nerf to the ground, and then it happens again. Because Tarka at one point was dominant in terms of the scene, but then you saw the stamina deduction, you saw the duration, and just like a duration that's been reduced, we're actually going to take a duration of a break. Well, you saw what I did there. We're going to have a good chance of going back into round 6 after a short while, and we'll be right back for the ending for today. we're vibing out here.
I didn't realize the song was just gonna stop it like that. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to NARAKA Blade Point, the summer 2024 edition for the Nbpl here. And so far, like I said, we're gonna get down to the final game. It is now game 6. The vibes have been incredible. The games have been so far pretty phenomenal for some of these players here. A big surprise for certain people that were kind of used to seeing some very impressive things, but sadly, and a little bit shockingly, was not able to really see the dynamic of certain things that usually we're kind of used to seeing. Like a player like Mike, 3 kills, 14k damage, but an average rating points of a 1.2. I mean, obviously he's at the top, so he doesn't really need to force anything too crazy, but still it's like, whoa, what's going on here, Mike?
I'm hitting with the AO, the fattest AO with capital letters with a question mark at the very end with a huh emote, because Mike has
with a huh.
Mike has it going for him. If he's just so slow rolling this week, we're chilling out. I mean, maybe he has some plans for the weekend, but then again, these guys scrim on the off days, so there's no chance to take a break for anything coming forth. And for Mike to kind of keep the stead, keep the roll going through here with his second day gaming. Last week was the average of 30 points or 31 points for placement. So now it's going to be case scenario for setting the standard for those double players for playing out today. For the first round selection, though, Liam making his appearance here. JLAS opting in with DRG Fong for it. Of course, Kylan is probably on reserves, but Mike, I don't know. I think he already chose Kylan. So he's going to have to choose someone else through Akko. Signature pick. Yes, sir. Star now having Keelan to be available for him. And now this allows for Keelan to be a double pick or even to the triple pick bar for round 3 or 4 selection. Kind of seeing how many players have been holding on for Matari. Hoping to see how many players are holding on for even for Tumultuous, right? Because we've seen that in Hotties being available gives Arana possibly that benefit of the moment, and Wufong holding it in for a choice pick, maybe for the people. Do it for the people, Wufong. He's thinking about it. Man, I'm doing pretty good. Goes for Matari, though. Wants to make sure he can safety net his picks. Are we locking that in here for round 3? Yes, we are. Now it's at the slowest. Chishang likes to pick Targa, you know? I'm hoping. But that's a Matari. That's a Keelan, because the Keelan has been allowed since round 2 selection process. So now it makes it the way to 4 bottom 2 selection pools. 5th round double Akko's coming in here from Wang Yang as being able to be applied. And we still have a Tumultuous to be available here, but Akame decides to get that Hottie that has been on reserve since round 3 selection. Now for Frostvis, now for XY. Hope for the C gameplay. There's Tumultuous from XY, from round 1, from ASC, I should say. Frostvis thinking about it. Can't go for the memes, my friend. We got to go for the Justinos. We got to go for the signature pick. This is his double pick, Justina, coming in the games. 6 and 1 for now. Here is what's the case. Because I'm looking at my boy, man. He's locked in. Posture check is on standby. This man already knows how this round's going to have to go. And he's just trying to anticipate where it's going to stem from, since this is going to be Morris Night.
Faster. Definitely going to go for the back and forth here, but it's going to be the last and final game of the night here. Let's see who's really going to be able to lock it down here and keep this going. See if they can work towards it and be smart towards it, though. Could be really, really good. It's only going to be good, though, as we're going to be able to shoot this out a little bit. Still very fair for a lot of these players. A lot of either duos or just kind of the singular.
Yeah, because double Akos is here are playing F1. They're not playing F2. They're playing the safety route net. I'm okay with that. That's mitigation. Base 30%, and we take a plus 10 each time, each target up to 3. Now, for the case of Frostvis, he is opting in for V2 for the Justina again. You know, we saw it coming up for round 1. We saw Wang Liang even use it last round for himself as a benefit for this playstyle, but it's only to the case that if we have an opportunity of capturing somebody, it's got to be Temmie. Temmie's got to be his key fighter, because if he catches Temmie off of the F-Wisp, man, off of a dash, that's free real estate. He can set up himself up for a Hong Sword, set up for a combo, and he can go for a TOD if it necessarily comes out here, depending on whether or not combo breaker is from anybody else. But TODs is what Frostvis lives for if he can get it for. It's a little bit more costly with a V2 variation, where you're not going to have 3 dashes. You're going to be going for a single most centerfold dash straight for your opponent. And the spawns here, I just look at Sublime here, Davi.
A lot of the spots are still going to be covered in, but obviously this map for Morris is going to be a little bit different. There's going to be some spread out moments for some of these players, but obviously it's still going to be a lot of togetherness. in certain areas here. As we look at Wayne Shrine here, it's going to find some people from JL all the way to OUG and also Akame 521. Meanwhile, it looks like we're going to see JDG, Frostivus, and a few other people heading towards that desert near Sigma Mine. On the left side, though, we're going to see Council Courtyard. And it looks like it's going to be Wolves near Spring Valley. It looks like he's going to be heading most likely towards that cave entrance and really trying to find like the angle that's really needed here. So let's see if any of that actually becomes like super complacent, depending on these play styles here and how aggressive they're most likely going to be, because there's going to be some people that's most likely going to play safe since it's the final game. There's definitely going to be some people that realize this is their last moment to strike. So now if the time tough gets going, the going gets tough. Let's make it happen.
That part right there. Mike getting himself, though, in a spot, trying to find some armor. Hopefully, all these troves are just filled with nothingness except for hopes and dreams. So he keeps rotating out. Got himself another trove. Hopefully, no, there it is. Common armor on the standby. Now, Mike takes his chance to try to be an engage-worthy target against T-Star. T-Star finding that one Firefly. In the kill feed, Fong finding a kill against Wu Fong into the stead. And towards into the seam about whether or not with Akame arriving to the points slows in the vicinity east side. Akame has a Firefly already gained. Here he is looking to try to go for the jump LMBs. A fan of blue rarity inside of that. T-Star immediately upon the pickup, knowing he's comfortable using that weapon more so than the longsword here, and just knowing how capable it is for both aggressiveness and the disengagement capabilities. Now Akame goes for pistol shots. T-Star goes for cannon shots, going for the pistol shots in the background. I saw that from Mike. It's going to be a chance for Akame to lose all his armor, gets caught with the parry. There's going to be a single R&B release for the F2 to be invested. And now for Star, hoping to watch out for that bow shot. It's going to be Akame in ult status to try to go ahead and be on offensive duty, try to push down Star. But Star is not going to be afraid of this. He's got an ultimate in just a couple of seconds. If he takes a little bit of damage, he'll get his ultimate ready. He's got F1 as well for the invulnerability. Hoping to see what's going to happen here. Star catches it, invests the F1 there a little bit too late, but it's going to be enough for him to get his rage bar back to full. Having an armor swap like that, going to go ahead and back off here for that heal to make sure he can reserve his resources. But Mike, he wants to take the pressure against Akame after that ult has been already consumed.
It's going to be good to see where that momentum goes here, obviously. It's just still got a lot to do more than anything, and obviously they're still going to be able to pitch out towards it. Let's see if they're kind of smart towards it or if they're really going to try to see what's like going to be the better angle for them in terms of where that momentum is going to go as Mike ends up getting caught. Meanwhile, Star is going to come through with the third party here. Akame not looking so good here. I'm trying to see if maybe they can find it. Trying to maneuver out of the way here as, oh no, Mike ends up catching him on the inskirts here. Oh, the dagger able to do so much, and so is the fan, but the fan is able to reach it just far enough where TE Star is able to capture the elimination. Now it's time for Mike to be able to turn this around onto Star. And it looks like Mike's going to try to see if maybe he can find this out. Nice strikes to be able to collide on both sides here. Mike is just trying, but he's being really unsuccessful in certain moments here as he's able to take the quick takedown. But it's not going to be enough to get the finish, though. But it means Mike has at least a little bit more of a movement maneuver to be able to get out of harm's way and get a little bit further out. Oh, ends up catching him with the Tiger Strike again. Turns it right onto him, though. The question is he going to be able to create enough damage in order to get the finished product? And gets the finish out of the way. Oh, he gets the parry, and Mike is able to successfully capture the elimination. His first elim of this final game.
It lined up for him, but Slow said, hey, I'm here. I got Matari ultimate. I'm ready to go on standby. And Mike said, come on, bro. I just got this victory for the first time here. LMB comes out for it. And hopefully see the F2 coming out from neutral. There's the F1 preempted from Mike for the soft shoot, but there's going to be a chance. And just backing off here, Matario can teleport from 30 meters away. So whether or not Slows finds it, there's going to be a Forbidden Seal denying the ultimate status. There we go. Nice rotation. We're going to find one armor heal here. We're going to see the building to see whether or not Slows goes in. He's going to be just waiting around here for an armor heal himself, since he has that blue rarity. And if blue rarity armor comes out to be in Mike's stand, he can be able to pick that up after his elimination, potentially, if it happens. Now, we have themselves to extend his RMB from this rooftop, but Mike just goes ahead and instead finds the F1, gets himself the mitigation, looks to clink off the first blue, looks for the second blue, gets caught by the F2. Now it's going to be a grapple bump, but the terrain's going to grief out Slows from it, and there's going to be another clink there. Slows looking to try to bait out and slow roll this blue spam that's coming out. Steer it on both sides because there's a parry coming out from Mike, and Slows gets caught. Jump LMB, no chance to avoid for the blue focus as the duration of that skill comes out for the horizontal, where Mike can just swipe in there for an RMB. Now Mike on 2 eliminations, and now Ronald just arrived to see, man, people just rolling up to the area. It's crazy. Like a party's happening over here. Who brought the drinks?
Who bought the drinks? I did. I did. Towards this one, meanwhile, OUG's Mike is able to play this off really well with a very strong ulti here. Is able to capture a beautiful combo. gets the finish, gets the shutdown, and he's able to really grasp towards it, though. I mean, he's able to find his timing, though, towards a lot of different things here. So he's able to find where that momentum strikes. And now it's just about being better than what he has been doing. And oh my goodness, Wolves yet again is able to find a parry. And yet again, is that a frog outfit?
Yes, sir. With the scarf and everything.
That is crazy. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Gotta hit him with the salute. Far the cold out, I think with the Calabash Bros specifically, with the little dolls here and there. And that also came back with the fin skins. Yeah, it didn't come out with the fin skins. I wanted a Viper egg on like from the skin that they had in Penguin Life, but we didn't get it. And then Fong, I mean, he wants to get rid of the frog man because he's afraid of that. So he wants to make sure he gets away
frogs,
from
man.
The slime, man. So he's like, no, I don't want that. Hippity hopping.
The frog man.
Hopefully, he doesn't go ribbit or croak, I should say, because he gets caught by these R&B. Wang Liang has the force ult, and guess where that Forbidden Seal is? Literally 3 inches away from Fong. V2's confirmed, but I don't know if it's going to be lasting much longer here, Dabi, as Wang Liang just caught that uppercut into the R&B, and there it goes.
Kind of insane with everything that's going on, though.
Yeah, especially off the V2. I thought that was going to cancel the animation, to be honest. But it looks like it didn't. He has a chance here to kind of lock it through here. XY, though, near to Wu Fong. Or by the Sun Cave, it looks like Slow's looking to try to go for those cannon shots off this ends. This is a lot. This is also a firefight spawn here for Sun Cave. And there's like, man, in this area, but in the vicinity of like a circle of like 100 meters, there's probably like 6 to 7 fireflies available for the players. So rotating out here would be necessary. ASC's XY, though, has Roman Yang pass, is a Tumult. Rotating around here, Wu Fong looking to try to keep that circle close by in case XY gets caught out by his own self. Now, Mike, though, oh man, no one's gonna take this. He's got purple armor now too. 3 eliminations. Taking Crow's Nest his own set, his signature pick, but he is gonna be rocking the boxer shorts with the boxer gloves, and gonna have 2 dual blades, and as alongside with nunchucks up against Akame into this roaming fight.
See if they can work around it, though. See if anything could really happen. It's going to be his downfall, or if that's going to be the advantage that he needs to, as Akame is going to go a little bit more airborne here. OUG's Mike is coming off of at least 2 eliminations here, so that confidence is going to be a lot harder, or a lot higher than him trying to be able to conjure up towards it here. Let's see if they're going to be able to find it. Let's see if they can rock towards it here, as he's just trying to see if he can get around this. Oh, ends up getting absolutely sliced and diced mid-air here. He's going to take the time to go for the shield here. I'm surprised he hasn't decided to maybe grapple this. But he's going to use it towards his advantage here to go all the way airborne here. Nice, some strikes. Gotta see, maybe they can capture it. Oh, nice slam all the way down to the floor here. We still got 1 minute and 5 left towards this fight here. And it looks like OUG's Mike is just putting in absolute pure aggression. Look at the W key mission that he's putting all the way into Akame, barely giving him the opportunity to try to maneuver through anything. Nunchuck's really connecting on each side. Akame trying to dodge through this as much as possible. And the parry comes through. And Mike gets the combo, feels that momentum, and he doesn't give him any room to get a strike.
Dude, there's nothing Akame can do in there. And now Mike's at 4 before the second Romy Yang. We're going to see another Romy Yang fight, though. Daisy Chushong up against Arano. And Arano doesn't have an ultimate. Chushong, though, he's got himself to heal off here. It looks like there's going to be a purple jade drop for the health, so that way he has more value off of that healing berry. Now, of course, picking it back up, has himself on the set. Arano looking to scare us here. The common armor fights is kind of crazy, you know, considering that these guys took the risk of entering Romy Yang with the least amount of help. But there's a parry, there's a jump LMB, there's a jump LMB again for the extension. Pitter Patter might come out here from Arano, but he's looking to try to go for the R&B, gets himself his own parry, goes for the 1.0 release of the R&B, so the fist blades into his own jump horizontal. Fist blades come out for the horizontal for the blue focus, but Shang had F1 on standby. F2 is still ready to go here for Arano for a combo breaker. Keeps the motion, keeps it rolling, jump LMBs, and hopefully to see if that F2 gets invested. Yes, it does. This is a careful position that Arano almost took to his own death's door, but Scare Rush between Scare Rush. Shang looks for a blue focus, and Arano looks for neutral with the jump LMB horizontal with the kill, and pick up purple armor alongside with a gold weapon in that Romy Yang.
Kind of insane to see for certain instances here. Really shocking for certain areas here as OUG's Mike is able to find a parry. Unfortunate, though, but it looks like it's not going to be too bad here. As some of the other players tries to see if he can come in towards it, but as you can see, OUG's Mike going to try to see if maybe he can hold strong towards it. He has a long fight ahead of him here. I don't think he doesn't have enough points really to be able to accumulate, get in the top place, but he's in qualifying, so that's all that matters. Meanwhile, Akame and Wolves are just fighting for the opportunity for this moment. Now, here's the scary part, right? TE Star is eliminated currently out of this game. He's at 18.7. Most likely, if Frostbite gets a 1 elimination, he is going to put himself right ahead of Star, making Star in the chopping block for getting eliminated. Now, as for Akame has 14 points. He needs 3 solid points for him to take over TE Star in terms of that 8.7. Actually, he needs like 4 points. Technically, he needs about 4 points, maybe even 5 technically. So that really is about 3 eliminations and maybe a placement point, potentially 2 placements. That means he has to win. That's if he gets those 3 eliminations. That could be huge for him to be able to do that. Let's see if that momentum is going to be his best friend for Akame here, because right now Akame is on the chopping block. He needs to be able to work towards this. Obviously, if in my head, I don't think Wolves has enough to really get the finish. Akame has a closer shot. So in reality, Wolves is technically griefing Akame right now.
Yeah, for full extension in terms of the point leads. One thing though, hoping to see whether or not Wang Liang can find his flow here, because this is a close fight. He's throwing a lot of blues, man. I'm telling you, he gets the clink number 1 there. He throws another vertical. This man just on it, dude. This could be anticipated for a parry, and it could be a tap dodge parry for the sister. No, and go for Soul Shatter, go for Oprog, get that V2. This is going to be the turnaround, but F2 comes out from Akame, and then Wolves, he's going to chase this down. He's got a V2, but guess who has an ultimate 2? Yeah, that's right, Hottie. Now this forces Wang Liang to back off. Now Hottie can level 3 swipe. He avoids a second pounce. That's nothing in Wolves' right now for Wang Liang. We got around 12 seconds left on the ultimate for Akame. Still kiting around here, trying to look for the cutoff or the flank. It is Wang Liang to try to go from scare rushes to scare rushes. Level 3 swing is all that's needed. It goes for the F1 invulnerability, and Akame has 1 hit left. Wang Liang could get this kill, goes through the building, goes to try to strike out where the enemy might be. They're going to reset here for a round 2 situation before second round. They got 50 seconds on Akame. I'm not sure how much time left alone for Wolves, but if Wang Liang can try to go ahead and capture the skill before that timer comes out, it's going to be a salvation period, because right now the side uppercut's confirmed, the F2 is invested. Akame can just buy time by scale rushing away and just go ahead and just making sure he can catch a blue focus. Oh my goodness, he goes for it. He makes the offensive pressure. 20 seconds left, and the F1's invested already. Wang Liang gets close to the pistol shot as a huge surprise, and 1 slice left. There goes Wolves. Wang Liang, 12 points for his first day. Has to make second day worthwhile, because now Akame takes out the position here from 15.5 for his day 2 so far in the overall.
Let's see if that really does help him over towards this. Is OUG's Mike really playing this really well. Fong by himself as the ticket. Question is he going to cash it? It's going to take his willy-nilly time. Doesn't have to necessarily do nothing. Y'all hear that? You hear the sounds of the crickets? It's real nice and peaceful. Not a lot of hecticness. As Moore's Isle does get very all over the place here.
Tranquility.
Back into the silence of tranquility here inside of the realm of Yang. OUG's Mike by himself. Question is anybody going to be dashingly daring to be able to go against him? Is it going to be Fong? Or is it going to be Wu Fang?
It's got to be Wu Fang. He got the Wu in front of his name, bro. It's extra letters. It's
The Wu.
Got the Wu.
Gotta get him with the Wu. Slay the way that I dance.
Rest in peace. Got Wu Fang getting to the sky. Pistol shot to pistol shot. Mike, frame 1. WQ, we're going for it. I mean, listen, he lost the spear, though. You know, the gold spear. Let me rephrase that. And that was a spear that was going to hit. It was handed to him for the first Roman Yang. Now he's had to earn back another gold weapon. Mike looking for the lethal jab, looking for the horizontal. Scare rush to set up shot for a neutral. And getting a slide uppercut is massive, because he can get 3 in that position. He goes for a 1-2, but he misses the first hit. This gives enough time for Wu Fang to go for the teleport if he needs it. Charging up, there's a release. Wu Fang burning out the armor from Mike. Mike gets a grapple bump, goes to the RMBs, and there's a release. That's all for DPS. Jumping LB to confirm it for the F1 knockback potentially, but no, the corner is not too close guarded. F2 from Wu Fang and ultimate gets himself a little bit sustained. RMB hold check comes out here for Octo's ultimate, and now Wu Fang gets caught by the V2 for the pounce. It's heal back from Mike. That's a lot of sustain coming through here. That's gonna be him at 900 armor or 900 health, I should say. F2 to come out here for that sustain though, and still an ult status. Wu Fang has his ultimate to be depleted here, so he can get another F2 due to that duration. There it is, but nope. Mike says, I'm a munch. Get frosted flakes here, folks, because Mike's out here to eat.
And he's here to munch. Able to put that down here. Really has to be able to pay attention to that one and work towards it. Let's see if they're able to take that momentum down towards it as well. Let's see if they're able to work towards that momentum as they're able to crash it out just a little bit more better. Frosted is able to time it just a little bit better. As it looks like Fang trying to see if he can capture it, and the collision does connect. Frostivus dangerously low here. As he's able to back off this, let's see if he's going to be able to have the strike and be able to be his best friend in this moment here. And it looks like he has. Fang able to get absolutely his shield decimated, so is his heals. Frostivus has the chance to shut down Fang here, which really is going to be huge for him here inside of this last game here. As he's able to take the time. Nice back off towards this, trying to see if they can maneuver it towards each side here. Nice stun and good finish from Frost. Frost was able to feel it. He takes the time. He sees when that strike is going to happen, and he's able to capitalize on it before it got bad.
Dude, I was like, play patient, play patient. I'm waiting for him to play patient, and there it was. He just waited out of the fist blades. It just kept shifting back and forth for Fang not to be able to anticipate. He based up the gold pulse order, which is huge for the V2 Justina. It's a single hit blue focus, and it's gold rarity, right? So it's going to chonk off a lot of armor. And depending if it's going to be a kill potential blue focus, that's going to work out in Frostivus' favor. I mean, he's at the elimination count number 2, number dose. Now he picks up a Stanchion Sky Pillar, so whether or not he's going to be looking to opt in for using that Jade later on, maybe even just confirming it with his freeze. Otherwise, it's also giving him sustain back if he needs to swap out for it. But Mike won his round, 6 eliminations, golden dagger. And he's going to be eating out here for another minute and a half for the White Tiger's prowess, hoping to see any sort of targets. But Wu Fang's in the distance, and Service Ground's arriving to the scene. I'm sure whether or not Mike's going to be able to go ahead and take this fight here. Wu Fang may or may not need to take it right now, because it's going to be a locked-in fight between him and the Tiger and Arano in the backline to see most of this momentum coming through. This could be the extension off the flip side. Oh, they get the second one, but we're going to go for the R&B. And looking for the double hold check here. Maybe, hopefully so. Wu Fang backs off here. Most of the shot comes from Mike. Scare rush again from Wu Fang to kind of anticipate here. Goes for a really long scare rush position. Those can go for a parry bait out here as Mike is top of the army blue focus for the first time. F1 invested. Gets a hit, gets 40% mitigation. Backs off to the corner for the F2 stagger. That's going to be an ult proc for sure, considering that there's targets around here. Gets his F2 straight through the Akko's ultimate. And he backs off with a teleport. Wu Fang could be chasing here for Fang, because these guys are just looking to check if that roaming depletion get rid of.
And towards that, though, still is able to do a pretty good job in terms of that. Now with that amount of momentum, though, it looks like Wu Fang is in the middle of fighting Fang. Both of them still going to be able to rush towards this. Let's see which type of momentum they're going to be able to do here. It really could be super hectic depending on the situation here. Let's see if they can run towards it, though. Definitely have to be a little bit more careful depending on that situation. Is OUG's Mike in the middle of just healing. It's just like, no, I'm good. I'm just vibing. You know, nothing too crazy. Y'all got it. See if they can figure that out there towards that. As Fang looks like he's going to be heading towards Mike here. Could potentially try to see if maybe they can create a problem off of this. Do not know if they'll be able to, though, but let's see. Oh, does that mean that it's not possible as Mike ends up getting pushed by Fang, but it's not going to be able to do a whole lot of damage, though, at all. As he's going to try to see if he can time it, but it looks like Fang is being able to challenge it and time it a little bit better here. Getting some decent hits on the Mike. Mike has not been able to get a hit on him at all. Not yet. Been trying to dish it out. He's been trying to take his time, maneuver through, not getting caught up in some rough situations here. Let's see if they can figure that out and not get caught up. It looks like Fang is now on the chopping block on the wrong side of this, as Mike is able to put a little bit of some payback onto him as well here. Nice strikes to be able to consider that as well. Let's see if they can keep that same rotation as Fang ends up getting thrown, juggled, shrimp from every which way, shape, or form. Sadly, he's unable to do a whole lot as Mike ends up getting cornered, but Akame ends up coming through and steals the elimination. That's huge for him, though. His second elimination into this game. He has the opportunity here. Frostivus just needs to stay alive until he gets to that 18.7. Once he gets to that 18.7, Akame has a shot in putting himself in a momentum where he can actually qualify. As GG is officially out of this, it could look bad for TE Star here. Let's see how it goes as Arano just getting chased here by Wu Fang. Wu Fang just trying to see if he can capitalize on this, but sadly he's not able to. He's able to dish it out as much as possible here. It looks like he's going to try to see if maybe he can keep the same momentum onto Arano here. And just like that, Arano had enough time for him to be able to pop the ulti, and just like that, he is out.
Yeah, Arano making sure he can cut as much as possible. And over Akame to catch as much points, I mean, theoretically taking this in the standpoint here for the 5 players with 2 eliminations each, Wu Fang is still on death's door for this Assassin's Lunge and finds his ultimate here. Doesn't get any confirmation hits, can't get any heal back, and he invested both dashes to go for zigzag formation and just gave XY. He ran right into this face, and that's an R&B right then and there for 3 eliminations. XY has it into the board to being the second highest kill leader into the game with 3. Taking the time to reset here, playing a tumult as we saw earlier. 21 grapples instead, 3-to-6 ratio for the healing berries to the armor powder. Now we're gonna have an OUG Mike Valiant Challenger initiated, so that way he can scratch vision, because now it's gonna be a Spirit Well. This is with the buff. I don't know what buff that is, because if it could be a White Tucker's Prowess, is Force Aggression. If it's Mystic Might, even better, because then he can be able to see where everyone is. Parry coming in from Mike, goes for horizontal, goes for Assassin's Lunge attempt here from a certain distance that could have gotten parried potentially a little bit. The frame's a little bit more less punishing for the Assassin's Lunge, but Mike procs ultimate, claims buff, just going ahead for the kiting. He's like, hey, come on. Mystic Might, there it is. He gets full vision every so often for the pulses, so he has full, notoriety about where everyone is. Catches a V2. Nope, no pounce there yet. Looking to try to go for a second V2 if he can try to catch a Kame in the midair format. Let's take a look at the scene. He's looking to lock this one in. Man is growling as he comes out here for it. Just like he's like, I'm not gonna say that name. I was about to make a mention coming through here, but Mike gets himself towards this point where Arano goes for the R&Bs, sees the F2, sees the Justina and Death Story, goes for head and chases out this hottie still, but Akame at 1 HP, elimination from Frostvis. That's kills we need, baby. That's 3 eliminations. We're looking for Assassin Lunge number 2. That's 2 kill leaders in the game. XY still with 3. Looking for the stagger here as Mike mitigates that grapple bump to make sure that he cannot get any sort of momentum outside of the zone, and he takes his set and just going for the chase here before the last 6 minutes of the game enters. Frostvis in a bad spot, has himself a fist plate, and against AS no less for that V1 for the Liam, and that's going to be a double dash coming for the Justina. They know it's V2 at this point. They know she has no more chances to escape, and XY comes out for the bow shot. Frostvis is going to be out, but he earned 20 points. He's still kind of earning around here for day 2 when the time comes here for the play, but we got the last 4 players here, Davi, for the end circle.
Oh, it's unfortunate. It's going to be interesting to see if Akame actually made it, because he does have 1 point under. With those 2 eliminations, it could be the deciding factor, maybe. Unless I'm wrong. Oh, no. Oh, no. As he ends up getting hit by the Bane's Breath, though. Not looking good for him, though. Could have been a really bad opportunity here, but it looks like Arano's going to be able to pop open there. Ooh! Uh-oh. That's not looking good. As Mike ends up getting striked, though, by the Bane's Breath inside of that moment here. Does not want to get caught up. Oh, almost catches Mike on the outskirts here. From that, he's getting chased. Oh, he ends up getting caught by his own Bane's Breath as well here. It's not looking good, though. Both of them dangerously hurt.
Wow.
Oh, Arano almost getting hit by the next one. He's able to maneuver it outside just in the nick of time.
Yo.
Oh, my goodness. And then Mike ends up getting shredded. Oh, no, this is not good for him. This is not good for Mike. This is not good for Mike. This is about to be a free elimination for somebody, though, if he ends up maneuvering this correctly and out of the stretch and out of harm's way here. He's getting absolutely chased here. Both of them all is going to be able to push, dive, and be able to crescivate towards this one. It's not going to be good. He ends up getting in the corner, and he ends up getting enough time to be able to pop some heals towards this. Now he just has to dive out of this as best as possible. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the chase of who's going to be able to get who. Careful, beautiful parry off the strike. Misses. Unfortunately, one of the players with the bow wasn't able to connect towards it, though. And Mike just trying so hard to stay alive. He's in the height of the moment. He enjoys this bit when he's in pressure. Look at him. Very still, very slow. Doesn't have to worry about too much here, as all he has to do is just stay alive here. He's been maneuvering in this game so well throughout the majority of it. Nice defensive playings on both sides here. He's going to be able to go for the body slam. Misses out on one of them. Just trying to, all he needs to do is grab one. No, the gold shield has nothing left in it. And just like that, OUG's Mike is out. 6 eliminations, close to a top 3, or he is in a top 3 though as well into this here. And AIS comes out of that circle, ready to fight. Top 3 players, Arano, Yuan, and AIS in the final 3. Ladies and gentlemen, final fight is about to go underway for who makes it in the top 12.
Yeah, and then one thing to notice too is that armor, man, that armor was actually available for Mike. It's just he kept getting staggered and he couldn't swap it because he was caught in staggers. Literally tooth and nail on how close that was. But for the majority for the players, right? Day 2, day 3, hoping to see, because Akame does have a really low tier scores for how it's going to end up, because GG Shaw still has a day of playing. So he's going to be able to play into day 3 and to passing out of the bottom bracket. It's really those double day gamers that can try to get out. But Akame, he's already hardy limbed here for the day. He's already hardy limbed for finals. So it's really up to seeing what the day 1 gamers to succeed into day 3 and seeing how they perform out. But we always like to take a look at the top placement now, because that's what we got left here. 2 to 4 to 3. Arana with 2, XY with 4, AS with 3. This is going to be a hopeful moniker of a moment. If we can see Arana catch 3 MVPs in one day, it's going to be a good up on this man's conscience, considering what's going to happen next for his day 2 gaming of playing against Spider and against the other folks. But for AS, has himself in the cool role. Looking for the horizontal here, looking for the release, scare rushing out, making sure you can go for the, oh wow, we really doing that, huh? Gonna go for the fist blade bait out here for the R&Bs, gets a double hit, toes to the nose, making sure the AS can have a chance here, looking for a horizontal bait up, backs away, gets a clink, make sure the other target can look for the target price selection for the lowest held target. That's what Arana's kind of hoping for, but now he is gonna be one of the lowest held targets. And he has ultimately ready to go for a combo breaker as well. Clink comes out here to the zone. Parry bait comes out for the horizontal hold check, and now Arana is almost caught by that whisk throw, but he's going to get to the highest point possible for the advanced heal proc, and he's going to go ahead for swipes against AS as he's getting caught by the burn. Arana still keeps going in up for this guy. That's around 3 seconds. He's taking the timeout from going up to down with the heal and then going back into strikes. This is burning oil into the lamp, and he's going to have at least one last strike before the ultimate duration ends up going ahead before the end game circle. 90 seconds on the clock. We're reaching into this end game circle in hopes for anticipations for one of these players to end up with MVP into the stead for today.
Definitely a close slot for some of these areas here in terms of where they're really trying to push out and keep that same momentum going here. I mean, so far they've done a fantastic job in a lot of different instances. Let's see if they can keep that same thing going. And keep it going in general here. As Arano's going to be able to go through with the swap. Arano trying to time it just a little bit better here. Takes the time to realize where it is. Nice strike all the way down towards the bottom. Is able to capture one. Now Yuan is going to be able to go for the ulti here. Gets the finish. Let's see if he's going to be able to complete it. Yuan starting this off. Let's see if he can get it here. Nice strikes though. Beautiful parry. Ladies and gentlemen, that might just be it for this game here. As he's able to capture that parry, gets the finish. No, isn't successfully able to. Is able to get him outside of this strike. All he needs is one strike, and ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be it. Yuan, 6 eliminations into the final game. Gets the dub that he needs. And obviously, he's way deep into the qualifying, so he's good. He doesn't have to worry about any of that, but still, there's nothing like getting a dub on the last game.
Yeah, momentum. We love to see it, and XY got it. And now it's going to be going back to qualifiers for finals this weekend, most likely, for the assurance of it. I mean, 6 kill eliminations is higher than most players can get in a single day. Sometimes, I'm not going to say it, but even into the whole week. Sometimes you just need to find a role for a gameplay in AS, was there in the end game circle, so it works out. Arano, he's closing in. Got phenomenal games. I take a swig of water for you, bro, because you're doing work out here, and you're making sure that you can get your team in repping out for EWG, considering that with the solo scene and making sure you can get a dub for weekly finals, like we saw finals last week with Shishitan. Because it's always like to see these teams, right? I know we saw Mike go crazy. We saw him go ballistic this round. We saw him go with the Yakos and getting 6 eliminations post from meeting 2. And for him to kind of get himself that spirit well was where he was going to go ahead and aggress upon the players around there. He was kiting around the spirit well. He was making sure he can get that buff considering the duration of it. And then what happens next is that he was just chasing out any sort of recipients into the zone. And then what happened next? Moonbane. Into like 30 seconds to a minute afterwards. And that Moonbane, even with the Mystic Might, you can have as much as you want. That mitigation, I don't think, saves you from that point, because that's a lot of damage. And then that's when Mike got spotted out by all the players as he was trying to escape. He was trying to kite away, and of course getting knocked out. But like I said, I always look for the underdogs. Sometimes to come out from the top, come back into the top 12, because then they can go up against their peers and they go into the finals and then they go ballistic. And I'm like, just like hoping to see what's gonna happen next, because they can show some things up their ace up their sleeves and just go knock it through with the first place or even to the top 3.
I mean, it works out in their favor, especially with some of these players who, really was kind of taking their time and being patient and not really going too desperate with some of the plays and really trying to focus on getting an elimination. Because sometimes, like I said, there's a lot of times we saw so many of them trying to capture an elimination and they end up getting caught out. That Bane's Breath did so much damage in that last game. I mean, the damage after damage after damage after damage was insane. Like, wow, that was scary. Especially for Mike towards the end.
Yeah, it reminded me of what happened last season when we saw in the spring season when that Moonbane change occurred, and Mike was like one of the first ones eliminated to get from the Sigma Mind fight, if I'm not mistaken.
It just gets Mike. It's always Mike, which is so funny. Like, he plays so well in so many of these games, like regularly. It just seems like the Bane's Breath just doesn't like Mike. Like he sees Mike in a direction and he goes, and right there,
Tic Tacs.
right there. Like it's like, yo,
He's
leave me alone, bro.
Yeah, and you know it's funny because I think he ends up in Bane's most when he's in like ultimate form, like when he's in ultimate status. Sometimes you get caught in the ground, but sometimes I'm seeing Mike and he's in Akos, he's leaping left and right, he's going towards it, and it just happens to strike down. He uses it to his advantage, sometimes he doesn't. But we're gonna look at the scoreboard real quick, take a look at the see about what we got for the scores and how the points have been earned so far for our gamers since round 6. Now for XY, 10.2 first place, man got all the marbles here. And he caught himself with that multiplier for it to be 10.2. Now 7.5 for Mike here in second place. I mean, remember, he had 6 eliminations as well. He just placed out in a little bit of a lower position. JL's ASL 4.5 in third. Roscoe's got 4 points, as well as the runner from EWG. Akame got 3 points, and a lot of 1.5ers down there. But standings, got to keep in check, right? We still got one more day of playing. We still got game 3. Akame just couldn't make the cut here, considering that he is still in the bottom 6. Still got one more day though for Wolves' Wang Yang, and still got one more day for Slows and seeing how he can get out of the bottom trenches here. His bottom 6 is going to be where he's going up against some gamers next day, and that's going to be, you know, Pace, Exon, Spider, the whole 9 yards against Verse as well. And then there's TE Star, right? 18.7. He is the gatekeeper right now, and he still has a day of playing, so it's going to still keep his roles about it. Frostivus is going to be on the next point. You get a good point average right here for today, folks. I mean, 20 points right then and there. If he can keep that same momentum up to 40 for next round, or even up to 36, he should be okay-ish, just considering that the bottom 6 have to be at least the points where we've seen the average around 30 or 31 or the day 3s to be combined. And then for it, as well as for AS at 26, gonna have to keep it going. But top 6 kind of solidified for a little bit of a while. We still have our day 2 gamers coming from Murano as well for Spider, but for XY here at 37.7, it's gonna be good. Mike 38.4 in third, X1's Wu Fong for 44.4 in second, and DRG Fong taking out MVP so far for the whole entire group for today from day 2 as lead stander with 48 flat out. It's like watching Kiefer Sutherland, you know, in 24, season 2, 48. All right, we're done. But we have to go through mention for this round that once we enter into day 3, you know, it's really going to come. That's the day that, you know, I always like anticipating watching, because that's just where you watch it live and you get the rewards, but you also look at see where these players stand for it. And just like that, we're going to have some highlights brought to you by Thunder Robot, born for gaming. Dobby, what's going through here for this final round, dog?
I mean, even with this amount of momentum here, I mean, Fong and a bunch of other players really were able to take that dynamic here and really show forth why they're some of the best players in the world. Obviously, OUG's Mike, you know, he's been having a little bit of a struggle throughout today here. He's been getting caught in some really tough situations, even though he's in top 3, so it doesn't really matter in these games. But today, in terms of this final game, he really put his work and all of that effort into this game. His execution was flawless. His times were really fantastic, and it really showed throughout all the eliminations that he received today in this final game. He probably received the most that he's received in one game that he's done the entire 5 games, whether it's both here inside of this beautiful striking finish between him and Wu Fong inside of the realm of Yang, or both on the outskirts here when he got closer to the end of the circle. Same with Frostivus here, trying to see if he can gather some eliminations here. I mean, here would have been massive for him, though, to be able to garner that elimination. But John Yuan really comes through on top here. Beautiful insight to be able to pop that and separate from both players, so that way both of them cannot strike him at the same time here, risking that elimination, risking getting out of here. I mean, he was able to see that space here, and obviously to see the tumult here, getting that MVP is kind of something we don't really see too often, I would say. But obviously, something it's still good to see. 10k damage. The bow coming in with his most damage of almost 5k. He has 3 damage reductions. 3, not 1, not 2, but 3. Aerial Rind, Assassin's Lunge in another step, and a Health Soul Jade number 2. Yan Yuan, his 4th MVP. He's done a lot of time and he's done a lot of beautiful momentums throughout this game here, but definitely throughout today, he's had a solid performance.
Yeah, and like you said, it's rare to see a Temi entering into the MVP rounds, because you usually see from the hyper carry characters. But it is definitely a good choice pick to be, you know, selected. Like it is available for the players once they hit to the bottom rung for their, you know, hero picks. But usually you don't see them as often, right? Same thing with before then. And the performance there for XY, primo. Now, considering that with XY catching these points and catching his, I think his 4th MVP for the week or for the season so far, he's still holding his ground here even to week 2. I mean, week 1 he was able to qualify for week finals. Now he's able to qualify for week 2 finals, most definitely. Considering that with the bottom score leading, if the average is leading out to where it usually is on the stat lines, he should just go ahead and be able to take it. It's really the proposed points that they're going to look towards with the preemptive points of the 13% value of what they take into finals that will work out if it's going to be a make or break for match point. But at the same time, we'll have to take a look and see about how that's going to end up here in the end, because we got an interview coming up here, guys. We're going to have a question within the interview, so make sure you guys stay put and keep paying attention. Let's get it going.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-game interview. This is Year, and let's welcome Arano into the post-game interview and let him say hello to our audience first. 好的，阿然先和我们的观众朋友们打招呼吧。
大家好，我是 EWG 的阿然。
欢迎阿然来到我们的赛后采访啊。OK， 那我们也看到，其实这个赛季真的表现真的非常的强，也是再次来到了我们的这个赛后采访当中。OK， so first I would like to say, this season really you change a person, you know. So I would like to know, so compare with the last season, what's your secret weapon? 我这边要问一问啊，不知道这个问题能不能问？阿然，这个赛季你的秘密武器到底是什么，让你状态整个那么好，那么强？
秘密武器就是必须的时候坐在旁边的教练。
必要的时候坐在旁边。Okay, I think my secret weapon is coach, because he sits there just when we are BP and he just sits there. So I would like to know why the coach is your secret weapon. So how can the coach help you in the game? 那我这边要问一下了，这个秘密武器在游戏当中是怎么帮助到你的呢？
他就是教练嘛，教练，然后会帮我每天打完会复盘，然后会去纠正我的问题嘛，会帮我进步。
Okay, so my secret weapon, which is coach, that she will like sit behind me, and every day after the matches, and she will analyze like the mistakes in the matches for me, and then I can improve a lot. 也看得出这个秘密武器这个赛季也是给到阿然非常大的帮助。我们先来看一下今天我们的幸运问答的题目。Okay, let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. 好的 So you guys can see the question on the screen, and if you know the answer, just type them in the chat box. After Arano just counting 3, 2, 1, we will choose the lucky guy and whisper our present. Okay, let's see to this question. Which hero did EWG Arano use in Game 6? 好的，这道题目呢是关于在刚才这把比赛当中，阿然用到的是哪个英雄？那么 A 是张起灵 ，B 是哈迪 ，C 是迦南。D 是玉玲珑，那我们先不公布答案啊，因为刚才也讲到，其实教练在这个赛季的帮助是特别的大的。那我们也看到，因为这边是有关于一些英雄方面的问题，那他给你的更多的分析是在于像你们1对1的博弈上面啊，还是比如说武器的选择，还是在英雄当中的选择会给你到比较大的帮助？
所有。
方方面面都非常强，所以这赛季进步了很多，是不是 ？Okay, so I just asked him about like the coach, give him help. So about because we know in the solo game we have the like one-on-one fighting and also choose on the weapon and also on the hero selection. So which part will help him improve a lot? And he told me that every part the coach will help me. Okay.I think our players prepare and let's start counting. 那我觉得阿然也应该准备就绪了吧。好，那接下来就让我们一起进入倒计时。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, and let's find out the correct answer. 也有请阿然给我们公布一下呢，正确答案到底是哪个呢
B.
Yeah, the correct answer is B. Okay, and we know till now so far.You are a like talented player, and like last time Spider here, and he really that he think your ability is really strong and enough. So I would like to know, so compare with other player, you think on the like psychology or your skill or your ability, so which part you still think you will improve in this season and like your ambition in this bi-weekly final? 那我这边要问一下阿然了，因为讲到其实像上一次我们也讲到，就是Spider 也评价说你的能力其实非常的强。那阿然自己自评一下的话，在各个方面的话，你现在觉得哪些部分还要提升？然后我们在这个周决当中能期待你拿到什么名次？自己有没有一个目标给我们讲讲？
目标一定是冠军。自己不足的地方应该是决赛圈的运营吧，决赛圈的拿头，还有怎么样去获得天选。
Okay, so the ambition for this bi-weekly exactly is the championship. And for me, the weakness part, I think, still in the final circle, like how to operate to the end of the game and how to survive to the end is like a big part for me, and I will focus on. 好的，也看到阿然其实对自己也是有个非常准确的分析。那这个赛季也看到很大的进步，要期待一下今天在这边立下的誓言到底能不能在我们的周决上面实现，我们就一起期待你的精彩表现，好不好？好，我们也祝你好运。Okay, good luck to Arano, and thank you for today's interview, and we will get back to our casters.
Man's trying to explain his support line out there, and he's like, listen, shouts to the coach. And it comes through, I mean, for him to be able to go through for his support, because coming through into understanding where his psychology can kind of lead on towards, some players can make mention about where they lack in terms of dexterity.
He's like, yeah, that's my baby.
That's my baby girl.
Everybody said, what?
Shake your roof. All right, we're done. So for him, for Arano, I'm kind of really glad at seeing his mentals actually coming through here and getting upgraded, hopefully to see what's going to lead out towards him into the series. Because like I said, man, I want this man to succeed coming through here. Week 2 is going to be his chance, hopefully, to get into the floor, the killing floor, I should say. Yeah, I was going to say just the regular floor. No, that's the door for the players, because the standings are going to showcase where his opponents are going to be coming through, like we showcased before, right? A lot of these players still have day 3 to work off here, except for Akame. He is going to be the one eliminated here. GG Shaw here at the minimum min-max point for right now, 17 points for his first day of playing, 12 for Wolves, 10 for Pays, 8.5 for Exit, and then 4 for Slow. So gotta make sure they can get themselves out there. And for Akame, right, regroup, reconsider, study the teams or study the players and seeing what happens next. Star, though, his first 8 plays at 18.7, Versus at 19, Frost is at 20. Double play game for JDG Shisheng, 22.9. That's a little bit more in the teeter-totter side. I'm not sure how it's going to perform into what's the next day for day 3 and just staying here into the top, into the middle 6. But for 24.1 for TT5, he's going to have a good chance here for day 3 as well as with AS. WBG Spider, though, having going ahead from 31.5 for the first day of playing. Not going to be the successor for the most points in one match. It's going to be given to Arano, 34.5 for a single day of playing. Now, 23.7 of mine with the 14 gives XY 37.7, and it's going to be 38.4 from Mike playing it today. Wufang 44.4, and Fang with DRG with 48 points. Since this is going to be final day of playing, we'll see them on the following Thursday, but we will be able to see where the recipients come out here in the bottom of the board, because it really just comes down towards that, Dobby.
Yeah, it really does come like towards the end here. And like I said before, it wasn't really about the top, the top 10. It was about the 11th and 12th place in terms of who qualifies, because that's where we were really paying attention to. But be sure to be here tomorrow for our trios for teams A and B, as they're going to be going a very similar type of thing, but they're both going to be ending at night for both Morris in game 5 and Predoria in night 6. So it's going to be interesting to see how those fights go, but it's going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot of momentum on both sides here. You're going to get some flawless executions, especially when it comes to our trio games. And, obviously those things like that can be very, very hectic with a lot of those intuitions, but you guys will be accompanied by Seb and Raven tomorrow for our trios day 2. And obviously next week we have our solo and trios for our day 3. And next weekend was going to be our solo and trio finals for the bi-weekly 2. So obviously all of these players are close to qualifying. Now we got to see how the next day of solos are going to be. But tomorrow is going to be good. Like I said, you guys will be accompanied by Seb and Raven. Sir, before we go, thoughts on the games?
So far for today, just kind of hoping to see the selection process for the players. They've been getting really close tight knit with their option selection on ground level for these attacks. I mean, some of them have been throwing just wallops of blues, and sometimes some of them are actually just trying to go for the consideration of just making sure they burn out. I mean, I love seeing those close quarters tap dodges when it comes through and just making sure understanding where you are for the frames and just making sure and avoiding. But sometimes players just like, whatever, we're throwing these. And it works out into the consideration that, you pull out the TT25, the 1, 2, 3, you release those. And that's not going to be something that players would be wanting to try to anticipate, because they're not going to anticipate that sometimes. But when we throw those 1.0s, you're going to see those be released. You saw these back and forth. You saw Wang Liang just get killed off here because of that in Romy Yang. But before everything coming through here, trios tomorrow's gonna be interesting. Let's take a look at seeing how those groups end up going through and whether or not White Tigers Prowess will have another moment of just deleting the end game. We're gonna go ahead and see you guys for your chances here though. If you guys do remember that there is gonna be Twitch drops for the finals for week 2, that's gonna be the avatar for the references. But you guys will keep asking me about this card, man. I'm telling you, week 3, the card's coming. That's gonna be in 3 weeks time. All right, chill out. You know, we're gonna be over here though. We're chilling out for the strain of it. And if anything comes down towards trios tomorrow, I mean, that's a good indication of where you're going through, because guess what's happening this weekend, right? We got today with the Shadow Jade solos for EU. All the players are playing out. So if you guys want your action, it should be on the channel here coming up in there in just a couple of hours, maybe 2 hours. But we also have trios on the Sunday, right? On tomorrow. And that's going to be where we have hero pick ban system to be going in. So hopefully you guys have a chance of going through there and witnessing the greatest with EU and the teams that can qualify to get to J Cup. But with me, my name is Severio, alongside with Javier. We're going to be going ahead and knocking out here for the day and seeing you guys until next time. Take it easy, be safe, and game on.